I'm here. I hope y'all are here. I hope y'all are doing great. I'm gonna spend the next 12 hours, yes, 12 hours, working on my Game Like Jam entry. This particular Game Like Jam is a granny-like jam. That is to say, we are tasked with making games similar but not exact copies of Granny, which is a horror game that came out in 2017. Did quite the rounds with horror game streamers, and now we are focusing on the version 1 of Granny, which is a little simpler than the later versions, and trying to make something quite similar to it. Welcome, Frank. Thanks for being here. Sorry I was late, everyone. I do my best. I swear I do my best. But yeah, I have been working on it over the last month. This has been a month-long jam. Did I mention there's only a week? I didn't. There's 1 week left. There's 7 days left in this jam. And one person has entered. Pre-submitting is super important. It's so important. I see we had Derek here too. Welcome, Derek. I cannot emphasize the importance of pre-submitting. It allows you to test your game out on itch.io. I forgot to mention in the emails, it's private. No one will see that you submitted your entry early. Only I see it, and the only reason I look at them is to make sure they're not, scams or something. So, really, you have no reason not to upload it ahead of time. You'll see how it runs in itch. You can have something in if you don't get your game done in time. At least you have that version in there. So I have been working on this the last month, and I gotta tell you, it's been going slow. I've never made a first-person game, I've never made a horror game, and I've never used an asset pack before, so I've been using an asset pack. Derek says, I've almost finished a build, but you're not quite there. Alright, now look, you could just test a build. You could just test a build and slap it up there. It doesn't have to be the final build. With that said, sounds like you're gonna get there, though. It sounds like you're right there, which is awesome. Let's go, Derek, with the scary janitor in yours, right? And if you guys want to share stuff and let me know you've uploaded on Discord, videos, images, and stuff, I'd be happy to check them out on stream. So, yesterday in the members-only / Twitch sub stream, I worked on some animations for the spider, and I set them all up. So my monster, my granny, if you will, is a giant humanoid spider at her cap kind of thing. So I've got, the only animation I forgot to do was climbing. So I'm probably gonna, I guess what I want to start doing today is making all these animations actually work. I mean, they work, but coding them in so the game properly fires them at the right times. So I've got this animation tree here that has all these nodes that do stuff. So let's say the player has been seen, spotted by the monster. Then a very specific thing will happen. A couple things. Number one, this animation will play, and it will walk this fast. So this is, if it's chasing the player, it looks like that. So I've got all of these set up to transition. I just need to code in those transitions. So it starts walking faster. It's like fiending. Whoop. And the microphone will fall too. It's part of the experience. And it'll just throw its legs up, which tarantulas and other spiders also do to threaten their that which threatens them. Okay, so we'll put this back down. So in code is where I would be controlling all this. So that's just its normal patrol. When it's just looking around, it doesn't know where the player is yet. If it hears the player, it's gonna do this. Huh? Who's there? Hey, what's going on? I guess it was nothing. And then if it sees the player, I want it to scream. Someone likened my idea for it to like the tarantula queen or spider queen in Arachnophobia, if you've seen that movie. So it's gonna be like that. It's just gonna scream. It's gonna go. That's if it sees you. So it should be very scary when it happens. That's the idea. You like ettercap? You wonder if ettercaps are part of Arachnophobia? They are. someone already came through and said that this sets off their arachnophobia. 100%. Now look, like there's a lot of different kinds of editor caps out there. Right. There's a whole bunch. Like some of them, like the sort of like modern D&D version is, I don't think this would set off people's arachnophobia. Like this is barely a spider. So I wanted it to look more spider-like, but you can see other editor cap, and because it's a folklore monster, other editor caps do have that which would set off arachnophobia. But I figured since it's a horror game, I don't know, this one just looked a little too cute, a little too D&D-ish, so I didn't wanna do it. This one's kind of adorable. It's like an old person with a hunch, and it's just like, oh, you're so sweet. It's a weird thing to say, I admit. All right, so yeah, so if it sees you, it screams, ah! And then starts chasing after you. So that would go right into the chase. Even if it's a barely spider, look, they do shoot webs. That's true, the editor cap does shoot webs. Exactly. And so I did want this to shoot webs too. That's at this point a stretch goal. Like, so when it kills you, it does this. Right here. It gets ya! Oh, I'm so happy with how that turned out. Microphone, are you happy? I don't know if it is. So, I think it is possible. So I think it'll be like maybe from the player, like maybe this will be the eye level. I'm not sure. This is gonna be so good. So maybe some webs could get shot out at some point there. I don't know. Oh, the internet. There it goes. The internet's a wobbling. Ah, I was afraid that might happen. All right, I might need to switch internets. We'll have to do it. We'll have to do it now. It's a rainy day outside, and unfortunately, the best internet we tend to have around here is like cell phone tower internet, which has its problems. So I think what I'll do, I think we'll just swap it, but it should be okay for a second while I show you the rest of these. So there's also like some little random look-arounds that happen here. The internet do be creeping. So it's not just the same look-around loop. I want like an array that randomizes some of this. You might even barely be able to tell that it's different. But basically the head just moves a little differently when I fire these one-shots. So this one, it just kind of like does a little head shake. And then this one is just another kind of look around. So I'd want it to sort of randomize between all of those. And I think that's everything. I think that's all of the animations. Let me see. Yep. The only thing I need to do is add climbing. So I think I want to, a couple big, there's a lot, I want to do everything. I need to do everything. But realistically, I'm slow. And so sometimes it takes me time. But what I'm gonna attempt to do at a minimum is have these fire at the appropriate times, which is gonna be some work because I don't necessarily have the appropriate times ready to go yet. The other thing I'm gonna want to do is fix climbing so I can finish the animation for climbing and see how it works. So I'll probably be doing a little blendering today as well, just to make sure that that animation, that climbing animation works nicely. Oh, it's storming. It's storming. Oh, geez. Don't mess up my stream today. I got work to do. Still don't have a battery backup. A good battery backup to keep the stream going is expensive. You can get a bad one for cheap, but I don't want a bad one. What if everything explodes? That would be the worst. You know, explosions, the most rational thing to expect. All right, let me just take a look at the weather. Hopefully the internet keeps it together. All right, let's start implementing stuff. So, I mean, already it should be playing that walk and look around. Now, one thing that is not set up correctly is the monster doesn't look in the direction it's walking, nor does it look at the player. So kind of doing some crab behavior sometimes. But you can see the walk animation does play, and it's looking around a little bit and doing some stuff. Oh gosh, I forgot about this other problem, which is that the shelves are too close together and it's like constantly clipping through. You know, adjusting the path that it takes would also help with that. But yeah, I think the shelves have to be further apart, which is going to be a whole thing. So I'm in a lot of danger. So the game, by the way, the whole idea of the game is supposed to be that you start on one side of the warehouse. And I haven't even put this in yet, but there's gonna be a garage door over here, and there's gonna be a button, and you press it, and it just goes click, 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 and nothing happens. But on the other end, I want somehow to be quite visible that there's maybe even like a conduit going from the garage door all the way to the back, and then you have to navigate through the warehouse to the back without getting caught, and flip the power switch so you can escape through the garage, which means you have to go all the way to the end and then come all the way back in order to escape. So the Ettercap's going to be able to climb the shelves. The player also needs to be able to climb the shelves, as you can see. Oh, Frank redeemed a hydrate a long time ago. Sorry I didn't take it. I don't know why I didn't do it. I couldn't tell you. I simply couldn't tell you. So you can also climb. And then a thing that I want that I still don't have is that you can go in between each shelf area. So right now you can crawl underneath the bottom one, but I want there to be an option where you can actually go in between them. So that's something that needs to be done. The other thing is I want boxes on all these shelves, and you can use those boxes to block the monster's view from seeing you. There's a lot of things that haven't been done. Do we have a stop if we go all the way to the far end? Nope, so I gotta do that. Honestly, I'm in a lot of danger. I'm gonna do my best. So yeah, I'm gonna need to space out these more. I just have like an incredible amount of things to do, so I'm gonna do my best to get them done. Wish me luck. Oh, it is horror, Rogi. I think the real horror is how much trouble I'm having finishing this all quickly. All right, so I did want to make the animations work, but I mean they do kind of work. I think I'll make that. I'm gonna make it look at the player first. Then I'll space out look at the forward direction it's moving, and then I'm gonna worry about spacing out the shelves. I just gotta lock in and do a bunch of stuff, y'all. All right, internet's behaving for now, so we're gonna let it ride out, but I'm scared. You don't have to have a random percent. It's all good. It's always in a different place, I swear. Okay. So in terms of the Ettercap looking in the right direction, also welcome Rogi, thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Appreciate you for that. Long time supporter. Long time. Thank you. I should be getting a new PSU in the mail, which you all helped pay for, so I can power the CPU, so Rogi and I, and Dungeon Martian, can do collab dev streams without deep GitHub and Godot sluggishness on my machine. So thank you for supporting so that could be possible. Okay, so are we on the Ettercap? We are. If I want it to always face the direction it's moving, we do have it getting its next waypoint in here. Gets its next waypoint. It follows that point. Seems like that's a good place to direct it where to go. You don't know if your VTuber will be done by the time we collab dev next, but you're pessimistically hopeful. Fair. Cautiously optimistic. could be also, yeah, pessimistically hopeful, cautiously optimistic. Understandable. Understandable. That'll be pretty hype. Even if it's not ready by the next one, then it's gonna happen like in October. Very exciting. Hey, I should probably reach out to you guys about when the next one should happen. It's a little hard for me to say, but I should try to say. Oh yeah, my calendar isn't on this screen anymore. I gotta pull up the other screen. Where is the other screen, pray tell? Where did it go? Does it still exist? Did I delete it? I think I got rid of it. Insane Welcome says, I'm so glad I got all that stuff done last night. Oh yeah, you're animating along with me in the Twitch sub stream. Thank you for that. It was a delight. Oh, there it is. It was a delight to work alongside you. Very strange. Okay, there it is. Alright. I have to do the calendar over here now. Alright, so October 1st. So the Game Jam ends on the 30th, which is next week. And then the showcase happens on the 10th. So technically, there's room to do a Friday collab dev. But, which is not this Friday, but next Friday. But I don't know, I feel weird like wedging in a stream before the Jam showcase, because we're voting on the Jam entries all up until here. But like, what else am I gonna do? I can't stream working on my game because I'm supposed to be done with my entry. So I'm not exactly sure, but it's possible we could try. But here's the thing, I'm getting like the parts I need sometime this week, and I'm gonna need to install those parts and make sure they all work in time while finishing my Jam entry and setting up the Jam page to have like the winners table and everything. So it's gonna be crazy. So that's why I'm like not sure what's gonna happen. I think historically I've generally took that Friday off, but I just don't know. Definitely though, next collab dev would be the 17th. Definitely the 17th. 17th, 24. I would love to do 17, 24, and 31. All collab dev. And then the Tuesdays will be JavaScript. Yeah, honestly, I might just take Thursday off or do something quite different. Because it's going to be nuts leading up to it. But that's a lot, you know, 3 weeks of it. You guys obviously have to agree to it. So we'll see. No need to wedge anything in. 1 week, I know. We had 2 weeks a week ago. I know. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Time be moving fast. Insane says, I'm so glad I got all that stuff done last night. Oh, we talked about that. Yeah. Oh, but you said, oh yeah, a sleeping mask. Those are nice. Get you a nice sleeping mask. Let's go. You don't have a vacuum cleaner and you think the room is just too dusty that cleaning your sheets and such only will help briefly. Fair. You should get a vacuum cleaner. But first, the eye mask. No need to wedge. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but I know that it meant something. All right, following the next point. I hear you, Johnny. Welcome. I deeply hear you. Don't forget to pre-submit. Test it out on itch. And have something in if the worst case scenario happens where you don't get your best version in. Okay. So we set a new path position and a new velocity. we say global position, direction to next path position. So I feel like from here, we can fetch a direction to face, right? We just say rotate towards that. That'd be easy. Since there will be 3 back-to-back collaborative opportunities, there's no need to try to force one earlier. Yeah, right? Right? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I guess I need to message you all so that we can be sure that those opportunities present themselves. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could do like a game dev gauntlet on that Friday. That would probably be better. You know, that way we have like the weeks in a row. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Heard. So that's times speed, but I think we could just say next path position, just rotate it too. How does it work? Rotate. I don't remember what it's called. I haven't used it. Wait, we have used it. I used it the other day with Flip's awesome code that helped us get the player to face stuff. Where was that? Was that in the static function? I don't think so. Well, where was that? Saint says, Pawn has been exceptionally confident the game and such is going to be easy to make. And since I sent all the stuff he needs, it's basically in his hands, so fingers crossed. Yeah, he's really good. Really good at getting stuff done. A seasoned Game Jam collaborator. Thanks, Grim. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's getting spookier. It's getting spookier. Look at this monster. Look at this monster. Working on lighting stuff, trying to get the mood set. I think I've been focusing a lot on that. And some mechanics I need to put in. Thanks, Graham. Appreciate that. How are you doing? What you working on? No pressure to answer that question. Okay, I could have sworn. Maybe that got removed. I could have sworn that Flip's code used the whatever. Whatever. Isn't it called rotate? Is it rotate toward? That's not. Look at. It's look at. Oh my gosh. It's called look at. I forgot. I forgot. There it is. Look at is what it is. All right, my bad. My mistake. Graham is good. Working on building pipelines. Wait, pipelines? Like pipelines between like services and workflows, or like actual pipelines under the ground? Are you a welder? Are you welding? I used to weld, but I haven't done it in a long time, unfortunately. Static player editor cap is where we want to go, and we want to say look at. Last thing I need to make is the final cutscene for when you beat the game. You are holding up your end of the collaborator bargain. Yeah, take care if you have to. Good. Next path position. All right, let's see if it faces the direction. I couldn't remember the name of that method. I just couldn't. Okay, hold on. Let me move this. Nope. It's the opposite, which we can fix. When a developer pushes to a Git repo. Yeah. I gotcha. Oh, internet wobble. I think it's just gonna wobble sometimes and then sort itself out. And then it's just like snapping into the next spot, which makes sense. So we kind of need to like interpolate that, and we need to flip the direction it faces around a little bit. but it could be a lot worse. Hoperam, you did send Pawn like 20 things last night in a huge batch. Let's go. It's moonwalking. Love it. Dong 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 go dong 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 dong. All right. Yeah. That's what I like thought you meant, but I wasn't sure. Nice, Graham. Love that. I love doing stuff like that. Super useful. So, maybe if we establish a different vector up here, could be nice. In the code that... What does vector up do? It just gets the up, but if it just equals 1, why even do this? I don't know. I'm not sure. But I thought that it was that by default, and then maybe if I just want to establish something different. I think this is a mistake, but I kind of don't care. I want to see what happens. This is how I code sometimes. I plug in random things until it works. Why is it always moving over to the right? Stop forgetting. I'm complaining today. Be positive. Everything's gonna be fine. Godot is behaving perfectly. There's nothing to worry about. By switching the up vector, did I flip it under the map? I think you did. I think that was not the right move. Okay, wrong thing. It's like for a lot of us, the developer life. You don't just have to be a dreamer for that one. Thanks, Cheeky Boom. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming along, right? We got this monster looking good. And I got a bunch of animations set up. And today I would very much like to actually implement those animations. So like when it sees the player, it's gonna switch to this and start walking faster to chase after the player. And then, yeah, we got all kinds of stuff in here. And then we got some different looking stuff that's kind of subtle, but just gives it like something randomized in its movement. And now if it hears the player, so if the player makes too loud of a sound, it's gonna be like, huh? Who's that? Thought I heard something. Yeah, guess it was nothing. If it sees the player, it's gonna scream and go, and then chase the player. And then when it's time to kill the player, it's gonna do one of these. It doesn't really kill the player. You have multiple tries. So like one of them will be the kill, but it's gonna be like, oh, that was perfect framing. Oh, it was so good. So I've got a bunch of animations. I still need to do the climbing animation because it can climb. It looks cute when it's sprinting. Really? I mean, I guess like the little feet moving so quickly is a little cute. And it's just like wiggling. He's wiggling stuff. Yeah, thanks, Insane. Yeah, when you look at it from that angle, when it gets you, it really sells it, right? It's fiending. It's like, I want to get you. I'm hungry. But this is what tarantulas do when they're threatened. To me, it strikes fear. Because when I used to keep tarantulas, if I saw them doing that, I was like, okay, I'm sorry. Look, tarantula threatened pose. This is an accurate, it's not even as far up as they go, but that's what they do when they're threatened. They throw their arms up, I'm telling you. So maybe, just keep this in mind, Rogi. If you ever run into a big spider or a tarantula and they're doing that, Do not give it a hug. Absolutely do not give it a hug. Yeah, context matters, totally. It does not want that. Oh my gosh. Somebody... You're not alone in that assumption. Tarantula fans are wild. It's important information. And if you need anything, please hesitate to reach out. What? Yeah, same cheeky. Hopefully I can get that set up today. Very hopefully. Yeah. When you're actively running from it, different story. Yeah, exactly. Wait, what'd you get? What did you get? What did you find? What happened? What is this? What have you done? It's gonna be like... Whoa! Framing? Oh, it was so good. What? It's gonna be like... Oh, that was perfect. I like on the stream lagged at that moment too. It's gonna be like... Oh, that was perfect. And it kind of like emphasizes how it's gonna be like how well timed it was. Oh, that was perfect. I didn't know the internet lagged right there. Jeez. It's gonna be like I might have to switch to another internet. We'll see. Twitch got scared. That's nuts. I did not actually notice that it was lined up so well. It looks like an edit. It does. That's wild, because it wasn't even showing lag in the top left. Well, that doesn't inspire confidence. Wow. Alright. Well, if you guys are noticing problems, let me know. But it seems fine. Just sometimes it goofs out. So good. Thanks for the clip, Cheeky. Ruggy has no desire to own or be near any real-life spiders. You wouldn't have the urge to hug a spider. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You never know. You never know. The head of it looks a bit like a face hugger. I see that. I see that. I totally see that. I think, like, unintentionally that was an inspiration. Face huggers are funny. Ooh, these are gross. And yet, kind of not. Good. That's a good thing. Yeah, I don't know what I came up with for the head. I just made it. But it's got a shape. Yeah. Thanks for stopping in, Cheeky. Thanks for the clip. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for being you. There's a knitted one on there? Oh, this is cool. Oh, it's got a pattern too. It's just like cozy, just like a cozy face hug. Oh man. Rogi's emos are so good. Alright, so I'm not getting it to look the right direction. I need to fix that very badly. Can I use the up to do that? Is that like possible? Yeah, sleep exactly. There's your sleeping mask. IAB. This isn't gonna work. What are you doing? I don't know, I'm just messing. You shouldn't. You should stop. This isn't gonna work. 100% not gonna work. But maybe I'll learn something from doing it that will make me never even bother to try such a thing again. Wearing a mask for Halloween, but it's just a face hugger. Yeah. That's actually a great Halloween costume. That is such a simple one. I love that. Okay, it's actually in the level this time. Nope. And it's no, stop. Alright, we need to do something different here. So I think I need to actually modify the next path position. So we're gonna say next look, but it's the song! Welcome, Barnes, thank you for supporting the channel! Let's call this next look position, which is going to equal... I don't know, I guess next path position negative X. And then it can keep that Y. You can keep the Y, alright. And then give it the negative next path position Z. Oh yeah. Oh, why? No, you don't have a sneaky YouTube premiere somewhere. I don't, no, I don't. If it wasn't so fun for folks to recognize it, I would probably take it out. If I had realized that that's what it was when I first added it in, I don't think I would have added it in. But I'm glad I did, because it's a fun moment. To be like, wait a minute, I know that. So I don't think this is gonna work, but I don't think it's gonna get me further from it working. I mean, even if it does, one problem is that it's still not interpolating. Oh, internet wobble. Internet wobble! I'm hoping that just like the weather clears up a bit. Derek pre-submitted! Yay! Let's go! Wait, I'm not gonna look at it because it's private, but I just want to see the number gone up. Entries 2! Yes, get on top of it, y'all! Yes, good job! No matter what happens, you've got something in there. And here's the thing, like, if... It obviously would suck to get to the voting period when you can't update or submit at all. It would suck to get there and it's not the version you want in the whole voting period. But, at the very least, when the voting period ends, you can now update it. So you can make it your ideal version, and then the history of Game Like Jam time will have your ideal version in there. So it's like, you were there. You were there. Someday I want to do something fun with this on the hypergame.dev website. You know, like have all the games be available and searchable and stuff. You know what? I would love to even move the Game Like Jam to hypergame.dev. Like, keep it on itch too, but have it both on the website. Because itch, I don't know, man. Itch be having some issues sometimes. And I don't fully trust that it's going to survive for perpetuity. So getting something in there that you can then update after is totally worth it. Good job, Derek. Let's go. All right, so I know this isn't gonna work good. Again, it's missing the interpolation, but hopefully it's facing the right direction. It's probably not. I don't think it is. Doesn't look like it. No, it's really not. I'm surprised that it doesn't look at the right direction. Whoa. Oh, my lights just went out. I hate that. So weird. How do I do this? Let me turn my light on. Hold on. It's gonna be ready for 30 minutes to another hour. Oh, thanks for letting me know that. So we'll have some internet wobbles. Yeah, nothing severe. You know what I got? I got this app from Ryan Hall y'all's live stream, one of the ads that it gave, and I gotta tell you, it's a dope app. It's so good. It's so good. Look how dope it is. Okay, you can't see because of the green screen, actually. Yeah, weather-wise, it's awesome. It's so good. Whenever there's like bad weather, you can't really see it, but it just gives you like this awesome map where you can see like what's going on. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah. It's such a good one. Such good tracking of what's going on all around. Alright. Yeah, it's free. Okay, so that obviously did not work. Not even a little bit. So how do I make it work? Yeah, it did. Ryan Hall was such a great thing. If you guys don't know, by the way, Ryan Hall, y'all, is a streamer on YouTube who streams weather stuff and makes weather videos. And when you're like living in an area in the United States where there's like bad weather, it's very nice to have somebody to go to besides your local weather. He does a great job. It's not just him, he's got a whole team. Let's just say I live in Tornado Alley. Alright, so why don't you want to look at the right thing? At least, I think you should consider the possibility that your monster isn't facing the right way. I think that's a really thing worth considering. You love Ryan Hall? He's great. His channel's great. Gotta give props to all the other people who work on the channel too. Oh, you live in Tornado Alley too? Tennessee Alley. Missouri Alley here. I mean, it says it's facing the front, but I mean, if I were to just like rotate it, would it just be fixed? You know? Would it just be fixed? Because that would be nice. But rotating it here at this level might not be the best idea. I'll try anything. Oh, and you should probably change this, by the way. Yeah, he explains it in simple terms. Yeah. Right, totally. Oh my gosh, like watching weather on like a weather station Like, they just say things. And I'm like, okay, alright, I guess that's right. I guess that makes sense. Must be true. Yeah, he totally does. You know, he empowers me to feel like I can describe what's happening and make guesses about what's gonna happen. Fix it, fix it, fix it! I'm also gonna need to know this, or set this up right so we can look at the player too. That made no difference. And didn't care at all about my rotation. It's like, oh, you're rotating it around? How funny. We just redo it. I would be concerned about rotating this, but let's see what happens. It's also like a little off center now too. No crab walk, please. Alright, now it's facing the right way. Yeah, I kind of hate that I have to do that, but it does seem like the path of least resistance. Alright, it's facing the right way. The problem is... crab walk? Ooh! The problem is it's not interpolating. So it just snaps into those different directions, which is not great. Not great at all. So, what I want is to probably keep track of the last path position, or somehow we need to like move. We could try a move toward as well. That could be interesting. But I'm not sure if that's gonna work here. Because the outer cap isn't like a character body either. Oh, because I'm running the runtime. Returns a new vector, move toward 2 by the fixed delta amount. So we do the thing, we would say like, it's gonna be a little tricky. We would have to say, like its current position that it's rotated at. Its current rotation to that. I feel like that's gonna be a mess. It's just a hunch. I don't think that's gonna work well. Talk about the Delta reminded you of your former alt account, Insane Delta Veda? Oh, was that your alt account that you had mentioned that like I might notice, but also might not? I never noticed it. It was like Clark Kent with a slightly without glasses on. It was enough. It was enough. I couldn't recognize it. Oh, it wasn't the same one. Gotcha. That one was more sneaky. Alright. So we could also do a lerp, but this isn't running every frame. Oh, it is! That is very interesting. Delta Beta was the alt account you switched to when you left your family, since your OG account used your brother's email for some reason. Gotcha. You needed that independence. really don't think move toward is the right thing here. I really don't. I deeply don't. I strongly don't. But we could do a lerp. It's just hard because, like, how do I lerp a look at? Oh, the light went out again. From this to that. I'm not really sure how to do that. So, lerp, look at GD script minus AI. Let's get some people. How do I lerp look at? Yeah. Okay, so this is more math. We're deep in math town again. But what does this have to do with look at? How do I lerp a look at? It sounds like that. I don't know why that just sounds like a funny phrase. How do I lerp a look at? Ooh, what you got there? How do I lerp a look at? I know, right? These game dev things sound kind of wacky out of context. I mean, that's great and all. But I'm not sure I understand how it actually is gonna help me. If I'm being honest. I'm a little unsure. Here, look up lerp angle. Linearly interpolates between two angles in radians by a weight value between 0 and 1. So if I use look at to fetch the value and then feed it into here, I would still need to keep track of like the last one and the next one, right? And does look at return a vector 3? No, it doesn't return anything. So how did... Right, we fetch the vector. That's what flip did. Flip's too good. I gotta do what flip does. It's the only way I succeed. Oops. Get out of my way. I'm working. Not you, chat, just that window. So I would say look at next path position. Then we get global rotation, I guess. I gotta do it exactly the way Flip did it. It's the only way. If you know about this, but the WeatherWise app also has a storm chaser mode, which can track your location as you're out and about. I saw that, but I didn't really understand what it meant. Thank you. That's awesome. It's such a fun app. I just love to look at. Sometimes I wish it had a game in it. I don't know. Oh, equals rotation. Just so I can have an excuse to sit and look at it. I don't know what the game would be. That's something fun to do. Because it is already fun. But don't give me a reason to stop using it, because I know what the weather's like now. Okay, we're just gonna slap this in here. I do prefer a last myself. Hitter cap or last rotation equals rotation. Then we look at next path position. It is. That's true. You could look elsewhere for different ones. Very true. Sometimes there's like nothing going on. But it is kind of fun to just like zoom into like a random place and there's like a ton of activity happening weather-wise. It's like, why? Why right there? Yeah, it's fun. You're right, I could make a game out of it. So it'll look at the next path position. And then we capture that. Did I make a pun? Whoops. Set it back to the last one. And then in this case, we want to do the lerp angle. And there's a ton of activity over there, weather-wise. Delightful. Thank you for making sure I caught it. I never get to appreciate my own puns because I never notice them, so thank you. What is all this? What is all this? You're doing your job well. So from and a to. So we want to go from the current. I'm just pasting it in. The pun keeper. I'm a little confused how this works. Maybe I don't need any of that other stuff, you know? No, you do. Alright, try this. See where this gets me. Nope. Can I convert argument 3 from vector 3 to float? Oh, that's supposed to be a float? Oh, that's wait. Wait. Oh, whoops. So wait, you're telling me that this is a look? No, stop this. I don't know what this is about. Do that. That's what we want. Then a wait. Okay, now try it. That was incorrect. Argument 2 from vector 3. Wait, that's supposed to be a float? Wait, it once floats? Alright. Alright, that's fine. No, it's fine. Ugh. Captured mouse is so annoying to test. Can we just embed it? Yeah, why don't we just embed it? Hold on, hold on. Hey, Jordan. Welcome. How you doing? How you been? Okay, it's facing the right way. Wait, did it interpolate that last one? I think it did. Okay. This is better. Now it looks more good. It's still kind of facing a weird angle, but at least it interpolates. Why is it not straight? I don't know. Kind of weird. Eat some food, Jord. Eat some food. When I get the point system that I want that rewards taking care of ourselves and accountability, I would be dangling those points over your head right now. Just get some food, whatever it is. Something small, something snacky. And then use the energy you get from that to do more. Then go buy some. Go get you some food. You have to. You have to. Take a short lap. I kinda just took a short lap. Let's do more. Pretend this is safe. Well, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, I've been doing a lot of like business stuff behind the scenes, off stream lately. But hopefully soon I'll set up more stream stuff. Well, I don't know which I'm supposed to do. I guess I'll do both. Do savory work? Okay. George, you gotta get food. You gotta do whatever you gotta do. You have to make it happen. You must. Ignore the lap? Alright. Working on enter cap. Direction facing. Oh man, that other light just keeps going out. Why do you forsake me? I guess we just have to have the stream be a little darker today. Please don't. I mean, I guess you can if you want. I'm just particular about icons and stuff. But look, if you want to, fine, go ahead. It would save me some time. The hardest part is just the way Twitch makes you upload 3 different sizes. Like, just resize it. Like, what are you doing? No, if you want, you can do it, but just that one. So why is it not perfectly facing the right direction? Was that happening even if I don't put that code in there? Gotta wait for it. Okay. Yeah, I would be a little surprised if you could. I just want to know if, like, what's making it be a little off-center. I mean, it doesn't look off-center here. Now, if I just only add in the look at, it'll be facing the wrong way. But look, then it has this little angle. Curious if we get the navigation paths. What does that look like? I think that check will, nope, that's not the check that I meant. think we have to do that on the agent itself, so I can see where it's going. Mods cannot add redeems. It is good to know. Okay, so that's the monster's path. It's still gonna probably be going like backwards and not interpolated, but just trying to reduce. I mean, I guess, yeah, it is slightly angled. Well, maybe we could just tell it to, I don't know, average it. Like, it doesn't need to be angled like this. It just doesn't. No, I mean, technically at this point, it is... What's up? How you doing, Code with TD? Welcome. What you up to? What you working on? Still haven't taken a look at your point system, but I will when I get some time. We'll see. I'm not sure which point system I'm gonna go with, but it's a nice starting point to be like, does this do what I want? Yes, do dishes! See, that's what the point system would be for. Accountability things. Taking care of yourself. That's what the points would be for. One day. Okay, so it's... Let me take a look at the path that we're giving it. If you don't behave while Insane is gone, they will show up at your window with a wooden cooking spoon. Is that a threat, or are you gonna cook for us? Oh, so also the path is different since I rotated the level. Whoops. Forgot about that. Unfortunately, the ceiling is annoyingly visible. And I don't think the way that it's set up, I can make it not be on that side. Unfortunately. They don't want to find out. Dang. We resorting to threats here? Are y'all really that unruly? I don't know. Yeah, because it's not like an official Godot plane, which we could just make it one, you know? So if I want to hide the roof while I modify this, there's a lot of like sub-optimal things about the setup. It's okay, I'm gonna stay positive. It's gonna be alright. I'm gonna get through this, gonna make it happen, everything's gonna be fine. Alright, and children. What are all these errors, by the way? Node origin and target are in the same position. Look at failed. You won't. You won't. But it didn't fail because it looks at. It's absolutely not failing. It's 100% not failing. Good news, you're making a main menu for a new puzzle platform you're working on. Don't sacrifice food for work. You can't do it. That's not good news. That's bad news. That's bad news. Feed yourself. I feel like it just fails like early on or something. really annoying. I guess I just need to tell it to, like, not do it if they're the same. Pretty annoying. If not, next path position set to its current position. Like, whatever, if that's what you want me to do. Cause variable less look at is declared but never used. Whoops. That's actually true. I'm not using that. That's right. Delta is never used. That's also true. You're right. No errors, but is it still working? Yeah. Wild. Okay. So that's great. But we still have it rotating in a weird way. I could adjust the path. But I also wonder if, like, while it's patrolling, I don't know, it's just like, so that would be what axis? I mean, it'd depend. But we could, like, round it a little bit, like a lot. But I need to weight that rounding. So if I just round it, that's not going to be enough. It needs to know how hard it should be rounding it. Like, I'd like it to go to the nearest, I don't know, something. 5 position, 10 position, 10s, I don't know, something. I mean, it's better. It's better. It's still, like, a little crooked, but it is better. I should take the win. No, look how crooked. It's even facing the wrong way. It's not even angled the direction it's going sometimes. So weird. See? It's like, it's facing that way, but the path is that way. What are you doing? Why are you like this? And if I remove the floor... Flip! Welcome! I'm reusing some of the code you gave me for the player to get the monster to look the right direction. Where we, like, capture a look at and then use that, in this case, to interpolate as it rounds corners. But I'm currently quite annoyed that it's just like, now it's angled the opposite way. Oh no, it's just like not following the path. I could try adjusting the patrol path. So that was the next thing I was gonna do. Because the patrol path is a mess, and it's basically because I rotated the whole level, but I also want to move all the shelves out of the way. They're too close together. So that's real. But welcome. How's your granny light coming along? Thank you. Basically what I mean to say is thank you for all the help you've given me. I appreciate it a lot. So the path was set up for a very different configuration. A considerably different configuration. I guess you could rotate it. It feels messy. But even then, yeah, this is not bad. But see, the problem is, ultimately, it's not going to know, because it's going to be randomized to shelf positions, so it's not going to know where to cut through. Noya, welcome back. How you been? It's going. There's only a week left, so I'm a little nervous. By the way, y'all, I checked out Noya's stream, and I like it a lot. Noya streams sometimes, and it's worth going to see what they're like. So I'm just gonna give a little shout out. To Noya. Very chill, very good vibes. Lots of cats everywhere. Highly recommend. That's on Twitch, of course. Reminds you, I need to add some alternate paths for your guy. Yes, alternate paths. Mix it up a little bit. Yeah, my monster just like moves. Yeah, of course. My monster just moves. Like randomly around the points. Different floors, it'd be silly for him to patrol the basement while you're on the top floor. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's true. I guess it depends, you know. But yeah, yeah. And Granny, she just patrols randomly, without regard to where you are. But if you make noise, better believe she gonna come after you. She gonna find you. Can we not do curving, maybe? Isn't there a way to tell it not to curve? Yeah, I think you did that. Somehow I can't remember. Select control points, close curve, delete point, select tilt handles. Where, pray tell, are the tilt handles? The plan would be for him to decide on which floor he is patrolling based on the last time you've made a noise or he saw you. Oh, that does make sense, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. Still don't think Granny even does that, but that is a really reasonable mechanic to put in, for sure. I got you. 3 different levels of noise, one for 5 meters away, one for 10 meters away, and one for 999,999 meters away. Nice. I want to get to that stuff. Would you say this game is more complicated, less work to implement than the volcano game? 100%. Yeah, because that one was just based on Ski Free, which is such a simple, straightforward game. There's no roof. I got rid of the roof. But I do want it. There it is. Whereas this one has more mechanics, for sure. It's still not straight. More mechanics for sure. And then, you know, I've not really made like a first-person game before. Nor have I made a horror game, so that's adding like a bunch of extra complexity I'm usually not dealing with. Yeah, it's this big spider monster. Damn. Yeah, and I've got all kinds of animations made, and I'm trying to get things set up so I can use them. But I'm quite disappointed that the direction isn't set right. I could let it go. I might just let it go, honestly. So when it hears you, it's gonna switch to this. Huh? Where you at? What you doing? Oh, I guess you aren't really there. Never mind. If it sees you, it's gonna scream like, and then it'll start chasing you. It'll throw up its arms and gnaw its fangs, and then walk super fast. Yeah. Well, I was saying earlier, this is like what tarantulas and spiders do when they're threatened. This is actually a real thing. So this is a tarantula threatened pose. Someone earlier said that it looked like it wanted a hug. It does not want a hug. If you see a tarantula or a spider giving you this pose, do not hug it. It is about to mess you up. But you know, the realism is not always the best way to go, right? Just because you're doing something realistic doesn't mean people will appreciate that it's realistic. So that's very fair. Oh, I forgot to do like pedipalps. Oh, I totally forgot about pedipalps. Pedipalps are like, they're not legs, they're just like extra things. No, those are legs. Well, still, it's okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah, with the lighting, it'll be scary. Pedipalps are something else, ignore me, I forgot. It'll still be scary. And then, you know, with the context, like when this is happening, yeah, maybe it'll like train you to realize that this is scary. Because if you see it doing this, you probably need to be not looking at it and running. Because it's coming to get you. And then, as long as the internet behaves, it's a little goofy today. It's a little goofy today, but it's not too bad. So, if it has decided that it is your time to be caught, let's see if I can get the right angle. It will do this. Yopow! So that's like kind of the kill move angle. Let's get it a little more scary. No, down more. Yeah, so I'll have to tweak it. Probably have to tweak it so it fits with the, yeah, it's kind of like a little jump scare. I might have to tweak it based on where the player actually is. But yeah, it should be something like that, ideally. So I'm trying to get all these implemented now. Starting with just the walk. You can see that unfortunately the shelves are a little too close together. I think for the most part, I just have to let go of the fact that it's not, I hate that it's not going down perfectly straight. Drives me nuts. But I probably just have to let it go. Obviously right now it's not detecting. So that way, it's easier to test. Oh, it's staying in the threatened position. That's okay. See how crooked it is? I hate that. It kind of makes sense because that's where the next point is, but sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like there, it's facing the opposite way as it goes down. I do not understand why. And I was hoping that if I adjust these points, that would improve. And then I'm not even figuring out how to fix these little rotations on here. Because I don't really want it to be curving, truth be told. But I'm struggling to grab those handles. I'm kind of thinking I just make a new path. I think that's the way. So I'm gonna duplicate this, delete it, rename it. I don't know why you did that. You could have just deleted them all. We do our best. We do our best. Let's just make a new path. And I'm gonna have to change this path anyway. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to block that bot in the banned words list, but I just haven't. I haven't had time to do it. It's literally on my to-do list to block that specific one. There. But I haven't done it yet. Don't go there, don't type it in, don't remove the space. I swear to God. Okay. So we'll add new points to the path. I am gonna have to basically adjust them all anyway. Right, but then people can't post links if we do that. Oh yeah, someone else recommended Saribot, or was it you? I think I have that on my list as well. I sure do. I sure do. I've just been so busy, you know, with more behind the scenes business stuff, and haven't gotten to that to-do list in a couple weeks, but I will. It's just Twitch problems. it's like that's why I avoided streaming on Twitch for so long, in part because it just increases the complexity of everything. Whereas YouTube kind of makes it a little easier, I think. Just my opinion. Oh, also, Lise, you don't have to rotate it anymore. You're starting fresh. Alright, come up here. What's up, Toe Toucher, man? How you doing? Welcome back. Toe Toucher, man. No, not closed. Oh, it curves it automatically. I hate you for that. Alright. Well, what am I gonna do? It's gonna curve it. Okay, sounds great. Thanks for letting us know. Appreciate you saying hi. So I guess I just have to live with the curves. There's no defeating the curves. The curves demand their existence. Which is fair, we all like to exist. Wish you could duplicate these points. So what this defines is the patrol spots. So unfortunately, I think it's gonna have the curves no matter what. But this is especially going to ensure it has the curves. I do wonder what would happen if I didn't have it use the nav mesh for this portion? Like when it's patrolling, it literally completely follows the path. We could have a path follower that is always moving on the path. Maybe it navigates to the path follower at first, but then once it's aligned with it, it stops. But, you know, it's still kind of a lot. If you think about it. I'm not even gonna bother with dragging them around. This is just easier. Okay, pop that there. You could just make it negative. That's a little different, isn't it? Hopefully the more uniform they are. Because the reality is, it's following it point to point. It's not actually following the curves. So I don't think the curves matter. I actually think they don't matter. It's not following the curves. It's following the points. So perhaps if I ensure that the points are straight. But here's the thing, again, there's going to be different entry points and exit points around, so it's still going to have to calculate something it shouldn't. It's kind of unavoidable, unfortunately. That's okay. This one is 14.04. Yeah. That's negative 15.81. It's pretty hard to remember as far as these things go. But it could be worse. Alright, almost there. I'm in a little bit of danger if I wanted to patrol, you know, whoops. Because I find that I don't know how you even add, I guess you can add a point to the back if you drag it. Actually, maybe we'll be okay if I want to add a point behind. Like if I wanted to patrol over here, I just have to add the point and drag it around probably. Oh, never mind, that's doable. No panic needed. Put that at the same Z position. Negative 15.81. See, my working memory isn't totally broken. Okay, put this lower down. Also negative 15.81. Add another one. Same Z position. Put this at 1404. Yeah, we're kind of cooking. Okay, put this there. 1404. Make another one. Gotta put it at the same Z position. One more after this. Oh! Not the whole thing. Just that one. negative 15.81. Add another. Last one for now. Just so it patrols those halls. $15.81. Okay, one more. But one more row, I meant. Put that there. 1404. Okay. So if I want to adjust this later, it won't be as hard because I can just grab those points and adjust them. But ultimately, I need to move the shelves apart because the monster is too big. It's clipping through the shelves, and that just ain't right. It's not supposed to be like that. So though it doesn't seem to have made any difference with regards to the angled points, still angling them. At least now the entire area has been mapped. And so the way it works is like every few points that it traverses, it randomly picks a different direction to go, more or less. That way it's not completely predictable. A little buffer. Not completely predictable, but still mostly predictable. Like, you still know that the monster is going to be traversing those shelves. You just might not be sure what section it's traversing. Okay. Let me make sure I fix that animation. What's up, Personal Haiti? How you doing? My personal Haiti. Everyone deserves a personal Haiti. You someone tell me? Alright. I figured. You are here chatting. Are you to tell me that my internet's gonna behave for the rest of the stream? Your birthday is October 7th. Happy early birthday. Oh, it's staying low now. Maybe it's time to swap internets. It might be time. We may have hit that point. Okay. So we're gonna call this good enough, and now let's separate the shelves. Look, it doesn't make me happy to do it. It's gonna be kind of a pain, alright? But it really has to be done. Monster does not fit. Alright, I think we're gonna do a net swap. I think it's time. So in a minute, the stream will drop shortly, but it will be back. It's wobbling too much. Alright, hold on a second. Of course it's behaving nicely now. Oh, of course it is. Alright. So we're gonna do a little swap. It'll just be like a little short thing. It'll come right back, alright? Just hold on. Hold on. I'll leave a message in chat in case you need to refresh. Swapping internets. Gotta swap that internet. Hopefully, the next scene will be a scary spider bracers. That's true. I'm told that by the beginning of next year, we'll have fiber around here. But I'm not ready to believe it. Alright, internet is swapped. Let me put a message in chat so y'all know about that. In case, for some reason, it didn't come back. Thank you, Noya. Fiber is greater than a spider. I agree. I love spiders. I have one tattooed on me. I love them. I don't know if I love them more than fiber internet. Even fiber that you eat. The word fiber is just associated with too many important things. Alright, so this one worst that happens is it cuts out once in a while, but it's not, it's better. And I'll switch back once the other one resets and stuff. Which it is resetting. You are resetting. Oh, the spider tattoo? A fiber tattoo in the other eye? What does that even look like? What does a fiber tattoo look like? I don't know. That is very funny. Cheers to that. Alright, let's separate these shelves apart a little bit. So I'll do this in the level scene, I suppose. This is so funny. Fiber tattoo. Kind of fun to imagine what that would be. Maybe I'll get the word fiber in like Chinese characters or something. I'm just kidding. Okay. So let's just try moving them one step apart or so. Yeah, dance party, let's dance! This looks like a phone with some weird app on it. Okay, or like a home screen, a weird home screen. I was hoping that you would move more steps than you're moving. Maybe like 4? Okay, then we'll take off one on the other end, I meant. Okay, that might be a little too far apart. Actually. Well, maybe not. It's a big monster. Because look, it's not gonna fit within the warehouse. And let me tell you something else. You might want to consider having less rows. Like, since they're far apart now. it's just gonna like increase the game a little bit. Here, let me try this. Instead of doing 4, can we do 3? Snap distance. Since it already appears to have about a 1 distance or something, I feel like that might make more sense. So push that down, get rid of this, move it. Get rid of this, move it. And just keep doing that until we got some more space. Alright, this isn't bad. It does not leave a lot of room outside of here because I want to put 2 rooms on either end of the warehouse, but you know what? Let's deal with that problem later. Yeah, let's not deal with that right now. Let's just make sure this is big enough for the spider to go through. I'm also going to need to redo the navigation region. So let's do that then. To do that, wait, now I gotta remember how we do this. Oh yeah. Dang, I think I have to... place in this. And then move them into the same spots. That way the nav mesh creates itself around those shelves. It's not the least tedious thing. And then when we recreate the nav mesh, it'll use this as a basis. And I do kind of need to do this, even though I just need to see if the monster moves through. I'd like to see the monster moving through, like, with the correct, like, nav mesh, too. Think that'd be nice. I didn't mean to zoom in, but sometimes you just gotta do a little zoomy zoom. Okay, we're locking in. Oh wait, I did this wrong, didn't I? No, it's just very confusing. Okay. Does that seem further away, this row? That row seems further away. Now I can't tell. Here, put these up there, and then move this down. Maybe it was just like optical illusion type stuff. I'm not sure. Yeah, wow. The optical illusion is real. Okay. Well, at least now I know. Great, so then we take that, all that stuff I just aligned. I will say, ideally, we save it and then overwrite the original, so that way it's up to date. Then what we're gonna do is bake that mesh. Take that baked mesh, drop it in the navigation region. For now, we can get rid of this. Then in the nav region, bake it. So now it has gaps where the shelves are. Okay. And then put the let's close some of this stuff. Put the I am gonna need that though soon. The roof back. This is not necessary to be open. Oh, hide our baked meshes and unhide the roof. Okay. Oh, one more thing. One more thing. Although it will kind of correct itself anyway. One more thing. I'm gonna adjust the patrol points. Even if it will correct itself, it's not okay. Because it's also not gonna go as far as it needs to go. And that's just not okay. So we move these out here. Now that we've already set them aligned with each other, it's gonna be a lot easier just to scoot them. Are those actually aligned? Yeah. So no more annoying point-by-point stuff this time. Thank goodness. It's row by row. And I don't have to type in each point. Alright. Now we can test it to see if it's big enough for the monster. It looks like it's more than enough space for the monster. I might have made them too big. Oh! They're just cemented in now. Honestly, it's quite scary that way. Why does that give me like a different game idea? Like a barricaded city or something. Anyway. We gotta fix that. No bakes. In fact, could you just uneditable as children that for me? Thank you. Save this. Now try it. Alright. Oh man. There's so much space between shelves. And the monsters still be clipping. Barricaded? Bears stacked up like cord. What's cordwood? I'm kind of thinking that the nav mesh needs to be further from each shelf. Wait, what is cordwood? This isn't called cobblestone? I guess not. That's kind of disturbing. Like, are the bears alive? I hope they're alive. Gotcha. It's kind of beautiful and scary somehow. Like a fear of tiny holes. Clubby on Sleppy. Okay. Alright. So yeah, it does sometimes still bump and clip through, but it is like more perfect width. It's almost, actually almost a little too close to the monster size. So yeah, I guess we need even further distance. But I don't think it's not really gonna fit through these gaps, unfortunately. Because that is basically the center. I mean, I even know that's the center, because this is a nav link, which only allows it to connect at a specific spot, which I tried to center. But then again, if this is connected further out here, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. It might add an extra point and then it will turn a little better. I almost wish I made the monster smaller. But if the monster was smaller, that would be not scary. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get this CSG shelf rows back in here. And we're going to make them thicker. You think it'd still be scary with a smaller monster? I might do a smaller monster. But the problem is I've made all the animations now. So making a smaller monster would probably ruin 100% of the animations. So that would have been a decision I should have made before I started animating. Unless I want to just redo all the animations, which I don't. I don't think that is gonna work if I scale it down. It's just a hunch that it's gonna get really buggy. Like, yeah, I guess I could. It really scares me. It scares me a lot. It scares me deeply. Well, definitely I can't do that. That won't work, right? Because, yeah, well, okay, hold on, link it. I mean, it is surprisingly working. To be fair, it's surprisingly working. But I have to make sure that all the other animations turn out. I mean, it is surprisingly working, Flip. Wow. I feel like when it hasn't worked, I was animating like something that mattered in that regard. Wow. All right. Well, that is an option. That is an option. I'm a little surprised that that's an option. But it is. Yeah, if I was animating Godot. I'm still surprised. And I'm cautious, but yeah, it's working for now. All right, so this is an option. I'm gonna keep it in mind. I'm gonna give you a special thank for giving me the opportunity to consider that. I special thank you. Flip just leading the special thanks. My goodness. We could take Godot consultant. Yeah, it's just easier. Okay. I almost feel like I should just not specify the different special thanks one day. Alright. So we have that in our back pocket to scale down the mesh. Excellent call, Flip. And then I'm gonna also try, though, adjusting the nav mesh to be further away from the shelves. Which is only a little concerning. Because it could cause other problems, but let's just hope it doesn't. Let's just have hopes. Because here's the thing, I think even if it makes it smaller and I don't shrink the space that it navigates, I think it's still gonna hug the edge and clip through. So I think at the very least, I need to give it less room to navigate when it's patrolling. Because when it's chasing, it should be able to climb up the shelves. I still have to kind of fix that, but. We're just gonna try like a lot thicker. At least, you know, I would even maybe recommend shrinking it down this way. No, because that's gonna, maybe don't do that. How about you don't? Okay, save that. Bake the mesh. Drop that in. Bake the region. I think we could go even further. I'm gonna push it more. Because really, as long as those nav links are connected, the only problem, Lise, that you're gonna run into is if for the vertical climbing. That is where we might have an issue. But let me at least see if this solves it. It solves one problem. One problem at a time. Okay, bake this. Get rid of all these. Oh, I did something wrong. I think I deleted the wrong ones. Here, hide this. Oh, yeah, we deleted the entire ground. Okay. So that is considerably less space, although it seems to be going on top of them all of a sudden. Which I actually very specifically don't want it to do. I guess I do want it to go on top of them. But no, I don't. Why have we done this? All of a sudden, it's doing that. We even have this like ledge span thing. Or what if we try this? Oh my goodness. No, and then it extra does it. Stop. Stop. I feel like cell height is not what you want. Oh my goodness. Maybe this height? I don't think that's what you want either. Okay. Oh, come on. I don't know if this would even work, though, even if we do get that middle point. Not gonna happen. Okay. Max climb. Oh, it's... I mean, I guess that's better. Wow, because it was still doing it underneath. Oh, jeez. Max slope. I don't think we should need to change any of that. Okay, okay. No. No. Not better. Am I in danger? I guess I could just make it a lot taller. I suppose. Alright. No problem. You know what? No problem. Let's do it. Yeah, see, the shelves already have their own special nav mesh on top of them. We don't need this. Whoa. Alright, let's see if that helps. Bake the mesh. Drop it in. Rebake the region. No! You stop that. Okay. Wow. Wow. I mean, it probably won't use it anyway, since it's up so high. No, but it will, because it'll interfere with what I'm planning to do for the top of the shelves. Also, I don't know that I really want the monster climbing to the top. Oh dear. Only because I made it wider. Like, that's why it's seeing it. Because it's, like, wide enough now for it to, apparently, register it. Could you not? I mean, honestly, at this point, I probably should just go into Blender and define the region manually. I don't particularly want to, but I don't know that I have much other choice. So, I gotta say, I'm not thrilled with NavigationRegions. I don't really have an alternative, but like when I'm gonna code my own A-star algorithm, like, no thank you. But they do kind of stress me out. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do, I guess, apparently. I'm going to save this as its own scene. Assets, shelf. We're gonna say this is bake all rows shelf, all rows baked. But like what, you're also gonna do all the rooms too? Group node mode for the nav mesh has made your life a lot easier. Group node mode. Group node mode. Remind me what that is again? Group node mode. I like that it rhymes. It's fun. Oh, here. Group with children, group explicit. Source geometry mode. The source of the geometry used when baking. I feel like you made a little video about it. Source geometry root node children scans the child nodes of the root node recursively for geometry. Where did you put it? Was that in live text maybe? Source geometry group with children. Scans nodes in a group and their child nodes recursively for geometry. Scans nodes in a group and their child nodes recursively. The group is specified by geometry source group name. Oh, right, and then you'd assign groups. So wait, what? How is that gonna make it easier? Use nodes in a group for geometry. The group is specified by geometry source group name. I remember now, you put things in groups and then you tell it which groups to look for, and those are the only things it identifies. Yeah. Yeah, you're just saying like it made your life easier using it. I mean, look. Okay. I'm not gonna try that, but that did give me an idea. Like, I can just put a mesh instance in here. Because CSG meshes, I mean, there are like the polygon ones, you can make whatever, but it's super annoying. Although I am worried it's gonna add a slope to it, but I'm kind of wondering what happens if we do a prism mesh. Okay. We pop that in here. We fill it out to the desired width and length. Actually, I kind of like it to be the same as this. It's just an idea. And so hopefully this way I can tell it, please do not base your baking of nav mesh on the top. Please. I really need you not to do that. No, not rotation. Okay, good enough. Don't worry about that because your guy can't scale walls. Yeah, the walls thing. The walls thing is... It was a choice. It was a scope-wise choice. But the thing is, I don't need it to do walls here. But yeah, it is an issue because... Otherwise, when it's chasing... Because it only does the walls when it's chasing the player. I mean, I will say, this is way up here. There's almost no chance it's going to use that. But both of us may, you know? It just both of us may. I don't want that to conflict. Okay. Out of curiosity, let's try baking that. Delete. Well, just move this out here for a second. Nice. Nothing on top. Good. So that actually did work. Thank goodness. Prism is the way. Prism is the way. That's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna duplicate a bunch of these into each shelf position. Would be nice if the numbering made sense. Always love that. Shelf Prism 1. Shelf Prism 2. 3. 4. That one's 5. 6, 7, and 8. Then I'm gonna make a node that these all live in. It's not gonna help you. You don't want to do that. I mean, you can do that, but you probably shouldn't. But you can. But you probably should. We could save the whole nav region as a scene. Alright, now we got these broken up. Although, interestingly, it seems to, like, be tighter. Probably because it doesn't have as much vertical width. So let's make them bigger. Hope that doesn't reintroduce a problem. Okay, so we got some very narrow regions for the monster to use, which is desirable. I suppose I will actually try saving this as a scene. It's not really CSG for NavMesh. This is prisms for NavMesh. Prismic nav region. And then we'll just make this local. Get rid of that. Throw all these in the trash. Alright. Now, one problem is those links don't quite make it across, so I gotta make those bigger. Nest all the nodes, node all the nests. That's how it works, right? Yeah. I node that I need to node. I done node that I need to node all the nests. Yep, completely. Welcome, Kai Guy. Thanks for supporting the channel. Hope you're doing good today. The best possible, all things considered. I'm really just trying to get my spider monster to fit into the world I've created. Like, literally not clip through things. I tell you, it's a little effort. That's alright. You know, effort is okay. So one thing I do have to change now is I gotta come to all the shelf rows, of which right now there are only 2. At this point, stretch goal that I add more shelf rows. It's just the way it has to be. No, not blend file. There we go. So these nav links aren't actually wide enough to reach the new spacing. This is how the monster knows how to cross between shelf rows. So this just needs to be a little longer. See if that looks better. It does appear to be reaching far enough. I also think, Lees, you could move it over just a touch more as well. Perhaps that way. So it just has more room to not clip with that. Sure, it could clip with something else, but the thing is these are right by the wall. And so it doesn't quite end up being in the center unless I move it. Okay. Great. right. So we'll want to make sure we do the same thing with the other row. Again, there's only 2, but I would like to have a bunch. It's not that much work to do a bunch of them, honestly. I just need to make sure, I don't want to make a bunch until I figured out all these kinds of things, you know, so I wouldn't have to go through and change 8 different nav links and stuff. So it's better that I'm waiting to make them, but it's really not going to be difficult to do. Although what will be difficult would be setting up the randomization, so who knows. All right, let's see where we're at, if we're back to a place of functionality, and if the monster is properly not clipping with walls, at least not as much, or with shelves. So it's got a much wider berth here, which is just what I wanted to see. Tiny bit of clipping, especially, it's just not, I mean, look, there's just not enough room in there for it to fully not clip. So, like, but it's better. It is much improved. There's no doubt about that. Per Flip's idea, I could shrink it down just a teensy bit, but this is miles better. Randomly generated warehouse levels and 20 boss monster variants and weapon inventory system with full customization of said weapons and oh man. I mean, look, you joke, but I probably did overscope a little bit. Thank you for saying that, Code. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the raid the other day. Hope things with your projects are going well. Take care. Get some sleep. I would give you... see, that point system I want to employ would earn you some points for saying that you're taking care of yourself. With that said, good night, Code. Alright, so let's take Flip's advice. Let's shrink a dinky a little bit. Just a little bit, not much, just enough so it fits through those gaps between the shelves. Just a little bit. Like maybe, no, that's too much. 0.95, that's not gonna be enough. The minimaler the better. It's pretty good. We could do it a little better. Also, it kind of needs to be lifted up a little bit. That's less of a problem to me. Alright, you know, we need to go a little bit smaller. 0.9, it's funny seeing it. Whip, whip, whip. Okay. Super Mario. Spider Monster. Okay, unfortunately it's gonna be a minute, so I'm just gonna reload it. It's gonna take a minute for it to get back to the doorway that I'm trying to test. I tell you, it's times like these I wish I had a sprint. Okay, hurry, 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 hurry. Oh no, I got stuck! I have no idea. It looked okay though. It's me, Arachnamari! What are you doing? Don't be so close. Oh my gosh. It's so determined to just like hug way too close to the edge. Maybe I gotta make it an even smaller space. Could you always crawl under the yeah, you can. Totally a deeply intended mechanic. And not only that, Kai Guy. What I'd love to get working today as well is when you climb the shelves, you can go in between these as well. Oh, we need to make sure you can't climb under the level. We gotta put some limits in there. It's Eraser. Always. Oh, that was because it was because I crouched while I was on here. That's why we went under the ground. Gotta make sure crouch can't be used there. It's eraser. Always takes the inside line. Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, it's really, and there's gonna be boxes all in here. And if you nudge them, they'll make a lot of noise, but you can also pick them up and stack them, which will block visibility of the monster. And so, yeah, ideally you'll be able to hide all up in these shelves and take it on wacky routes where it tries to chase you down. Yeah, exactly, it's a racer, and I wish it was not. But that's a star, right? Alright, we're gonna shrink it down more. Just a little bit more, not the monster, but the navigable space. Because look, it doesn't need to go all through here. If it bumps into you, even nearby, we'll be fine. When do we get to add a box? I know. I mean, I would love to today. I want to do I need to do everything. There's so many things. I'm fine. So many things. So many things. I would love to add the box today. The Monster AI too good. It is too good. Yeah, that's what the boxes are for. Because with the racing, yeah. It is. It's too good. But I mean, isn't there some like way to like tell it to like offset from the corners of it? Probably not. But the boxes, it is too good because the monster is actually going to be able to see you through the shelves. Hence why the boxes are important. But I'm so far behind. We'll see if I get that today. All right, cook, keep cooking. Shh. That's cooking. I use 2 hands when I cook. I don't know why. So, what? I want to increase our prism size. So we're gonna do that. I did save it as its very own special nav region. We'll delete the old nav region. Make this one local. Grab all the prisms. And we're gonna make them very, very wide. A. Oh, I guess I didn't have to make it unique. I could have just grabbed one and then adjust one. Oh no, you still have to... Why? I don't know, I don't care. I always do that when I'm like making anything vaguely Italian. I sing that. Italian music, like old Italian music is actually awesome. They were cooking with that stuff. Oh. It's not facing the right way. Hate that. We did say reset position after all. Okay, there we go. Alright, very, very tight area. Too tight! No, it's nothing. Okay. A little bit smaller than that, please. But not much. Ooh. That's all you get. Usually break out into the Swedish chef mode when cooking. Oh, do I even remember how it gork to bork to nork to bork, something like that. Does that upset Swedish people? Probably not. It's representation, right? Okay. So we can remove those, but I now need to extend those nav links out so they actually reach there. So let's do it. It's -5. How about -7? Something different. I tell you, faffing with this nav mesh has been. Swedish people know what they sound like. Oh man. No comment. Give 7. that looks like it's far enough. Let's test it. See if it stops racing around the same way. I'm about to make it just a tiny line. I'll tell you, that looks a lot straighter than it usually does from afar. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Oh, it's ignoring that entirely. And it's doing... Oh my gosh, no. No. What? Oh my gosh, I didn't even notice that it was adding them here. No, I thought that was... No, you stop. Oh no, it's been adding nav mesh. Done borked it up. I know. Alright, so... Wait, why is that what the undo is doing? Do you understand what undo means? Is that gonna sound Bork Bjorken, Dorken, Yorken Bork? Oh my gosh. It's getting too American in here. Alright. I've made errors, and I have to atone for these errors. Godot does what an undo Godot. Too true. Literally too true. Alright, okay. I'm not panicked. I don't enjoy nav meshes in Godot. My other experience with nav mesh was when I was doing Fallout mods in Gamebryo. So not Fallout 4 Creation Kit. I don't know what that's like. But like Fallout New Vegas. I only tried modding Fallout New Vegas. I know, guy. And in there, you could just draw the nav mesh wherever you want. You would say, put nav mesh right here, this is where it goes, and be done with it. You can do that here too, but it can be a bit cumbersome to quickly adjust it. You know, I gotta like go in Blender and then export it. Still, if freaking Gamebryo engine can offer drawing nav mesh, surely Godot can offer it. Come on. Like, this baking stuff is just super annoying. I'm not complaining. I'm positive. Everything's fine. Everything's gonna be fine. I love Godot. Thank you, Godot. Okay, this is obviously not gonna be perfect because it's gonna put him where I don't want it to. Wait, what? You what? Oh, okay. All right, this is good. How I'm actually a little stunned that it's even. How does it even see the shelves? How do you see the shelves? I thought you had to be children of the nav region. Isn't it supposed to ignore it? I guess we need to do what Flip was saying. Chose not to use the bake early on when you found out you could make it in Blender. So where I am making it in Blender is for the shelf stuff. The actual shelves themselves. For those I am making it in Blender. I could just do the rest of it in Blender too. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying meant, but so for the shelf nav mesh, I have literally, I mean, technically there is this, but I think we're telling it not to do that. It's actually a bit confusing, isn't it? Oh, right, we stopped using that. Well, I don't want this anyway. I actually don't even need this, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I did go back. I was doing baking there because it's you know, I'm constantly making like little adjustments to it. But yeah, you're right. Maybe I should just make it in Blender. I probably should. I guess so. I only was doing the Blender baking or the Blender nav mesh for this exact thing. And then I already had this set up with baking. So I guess I just kept doing it. But you're right, I don't need to. Your implication is correct. I also don't need this because I'm gonna completely change. Well, can you link a nav link to a nav link? I don't want to totally remove this, but I do want it to only be up here. You weren't. You're right. You weren't. But what you said made me think I probably would be benefiting from considering it. Bye, Kai Guy. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry your break's over. Thanks for spending your break with us. It's so nice. So what I really want to do for the shelves is, I think on a per shelf basis, I'm gonna put just like a little Blender nav mesh right in the center at the top, and then nav link between these. Play Granny! It's fun! Kai Guy's replacement is here! Welcome, Pepe! Thank you for supporting the channel! Member for member! Welcome! How you been? How's your Ghostbusters project going? Okay. So it'll be like a little Charlie Chaplin mustache right in the middle of nav mesh. And then hopefully we can link it. There is a bit of an issue though, because if the floor is all the way in the middle, it seems like it could be a big problem. Okay, I guess I come back to, can I link nav meshes to nav mesh? Well, you can put one under here. Anyway, so I'm gonna work on that next, actually. Work on a small soundscape. Ooh, soundscape. Awesome. Spider's going good. Spider is great. Now I'm just trying to get the spider working in the game in the way that feels right. But yeah, we got all kinds of different animations. If it hears the player, it's gonna be like, huh? Where are you? Where are you at? Guess it was nothing. If it sees the player, it's gonna be like, ah! Scream and then come chase you. Like this. And then if it gets you, it's gonna do one of these. So yeah, I'm really happy with the animations. I really want to get them in though. You mentioned 3D main menu, and now I did, and now I want to make a main menu where you walk around and pick the options. Whoa, that's awesome. It's like a hub world almost. Yeah, it's too much. That's really cool. I love that idea. Maybe not the most accessible menu, but oh, Pepe mentioned it. Gotcha. Oh, there we go. I didn't even see it. Well, I'm glad you said that. So I don't miss it. Pepe says the Ghostbusters project is going well. Just made a 3D menu where the buttons are on a screen in the world. Nice. Oh, I love menus like that. Like, it's technically just a regular flat menu, but it's like immersed more. I love when games do that. Nice. I'm gonna try not to miss such things. Okay. As for getting this to behave super good, Let's not worry about the single shelves. This needs to be eliminated immediately. Idea be 100% possible. Also quite a cool idea. I think you should do it, Flip. There's only a week left. There's only a week left in the jam. But I agree, it'd be cool. Okay, where am I at? Right, this. Why is it even seeing that? Now I'm thinking I'm gonna do the groups thing that Flip was talking about. Oh, items. The items seem like your hidden scope. Oh, you've been procrastinating that. So let's screw it. Let's do the group thing. I hate groups, but I don't care. Let's do it. I don't remember how to do this in the UI. I hate doing this. No, it's fine. I like it. We're gonna get there. You play too much, Granny? You know where everything is in this preset? That's how you get good at it, though. What's up, Therapy? I'm doing good. How are you? Welcome. Keep thinking, all right, let's do this. Then I make like 3 more assets for decoration. I mean, I think with so many different things, body bag, awesome. I feel like with so many different things within game dev, it makes sense that we have favorites at different times, and we want to do the things we enjoy the most. But honestly, it's a good thing to notice what we like the most, because when working on teams, it can often be like where we want to gravitate. But when you're by yourself, yeah, it can be a hindrance. Leg hurts. No! Less mobile than all of your grandparents. Wouldn't they be more mobile if they were combined? But that sucks. Rest it up. Whatever you gotta do. Dang. I'm sorry to hear that. Sometimes my knee gives me trouble. I think I like twisted it one time on accident, and it's just never been the same since. Oh, you got some homages to Granny in there. Does the vase explode in Granny, or is that just like your own twist? It's fun. Okay, so I never add things to groups in the inspector because I hate it and think it's hard to search, and I despise it deeply. But I actually right now want to do it, and I don't remember how to do it. Right, you got a vase. You might as well make it shatter. You are getting hung up on assets. Oh, you mean that like striped tall? Yeah, that I see which one you're talking about. Yeah, that one's iconic since it's the first thing you see. Godot groups in inspector house set. I hate doing it, but this is a space where it's fine. What groups tab? I have no such tab. Oh, thank you. Special thank. Special thank. Like I don't like using this for the purpose of like stuff that's gonna be like in the game, but for this, since it's just for like this little temporary baking, it's fine. I'm more okay with that, but I just never use it, so thank you. Okay, new group. It does seem to want a specific group, so we'll rename it. 6 to 7 seconds to get up or sit back down. Oh, dang. What happened? If you don't mind me asking. Then in the nav region, we say, in the nav mesh specifically, group explicit, and we just call it nav mesh. Make sure it's a global group. Whoa. Wait, how do I make sure it's a global group? Oh, got it. Thank you. Navmesh. It's kind of interesting. I didn't know there. Is that new? Scene-wide groups? Oh, now I can check them. Got it. I didn't even know that existed. It's pretty cool. 4.4. I don't think I've used groups in the inspector since like 4.2 or something. Well, I assume you can access that in code as well. You got caught by Grandma. She does not like letting you enjoy being caught by her. She really doesn't. Unless you're masochistic, I guess. Okay. And then this we also want to add to that group. So hopefully now it friggin' ignores shelves underneath. It didn't work. Why is it putting Please. Wait, I know why. Because I need to put it under the ground more. That's why. Much faster than traversing the tree. Groups are a great way to access nodes because Godot keeps them in a dictionary. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I've started using them less and less because for me, I feel like I don't know, like I would just rather put things in a dictionary. I don't know. What's up, Henry? Now my song plays every time we join. It might. I only have 11 hours. Okay, it actually says 9.5 hours of music. And I stream for 12 hours. And so after that 9.5 hours of music is up, it'll loop. So I would say if that's true, it's a pretty low probability. Depends how long you're here though. How you doing, Henry? How's your granny light coming along? Welcome, welcome. All right, lower these down a bit, please. Then try it. No, that didn't work at all. Now it's bigger. Okay, so if I go the other direction, will it be smaller? Henry, you just got done. Let's go. I'm doing well. I'm only a little afraid timing-wise, but I am doing well. I'm enjoying myself. Henry, that's awesome. What? You finished so early. Don't forget to pre-submit. Get your pre-submission if you're done. Oh, it's gone. Right? Oh my gosh. That took some adjusting. But now the center lane is much bigger than I want it to be. Why do I have a feeling as soon as I make it wider, it's gonna bring it back? Yep. I really should just make it in Blender. Too big. That's awesome, Henry. I think for me, I just like overscoped my idea. I feel like. But not only that, I don't know, I guess even a lot of my overscoping is more like aesthetic, I think, too. Okay. So that's not great. We don't want that. I'm about 2 adjustments away from just doing it in Blender. I'm real close. Real close. What does all this mean? Nothing. Nothing. Like monster then go into a whole new dimension is a pretty large scope hike. Oh yeah, it is. But I mean, I'm not even doing that part, you know? And it's still, I'm still taking a while. So while I agree, it's not even what's slowing me down the most. Yet. The game is super short, but you still added a lot of mechanics for the players. Henry, I am so excited to play your... Why did I want to say balloons like? I think I just like the word balloons. Your granny like. It sounds super fun. I'm working on bottom right now, though. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, pre-submit. Alright, it's starting to feel demoralizing, Flip. You don't mean to, I know. Okay, let's try making this shorter. I need positive vibes. I need encouragement. Okay, this is better. I must ignore the negativity. It stresses me out, Flip, sometimes. Thank you, Henry. I do got this. Alright, now it's gone, and we have a narrow lane. Definitely save this, please. So I have it. Ice cream makes you feel positive? It does me too. For a little while. Don't reset position. Stop this. Johnny's considering cutting your corner peak mechanic. Oh, yeah, peeking around the corner. I can see why you'd want to cut that. It might require more character animation than you think you have time for. Nice. I mean, look, I too need to think about things to cut. I admit. But to me, I try to work on the most important things first, so that when it comes time to cut stuff, I just don't have to do it. You know, it's just like, well, I've got what I've got, and that's good enough. And then I move on. Corner peak sounds really good for that. 80% of dishes are done, rest are soaking. You've earned it. You've earned the break. You're so good at doing the things you need to do, Insane. Nice work. Alright. Let's see where we're at. Nice wide berth. Staying in the center. Not being a racer. Good. We're not clipping on the sides. Excellent. It's not taking a weird path over here. Still clips a little bit. So we'll shrink it down. Just an eensy weens. Not much. You had not done dishes in some days, so they got a bit piled up. We do our best. But you did it at all. You did it at all. So I think it's important that when we do things, we should still celebrate it. You know? Otherwise, we associate doing it with wasn't good enough. And now it's not a positive association. Yeah, you did good. I do feel like the monster is unfortunately a bit smaller, but that's okay. It clips, but barely. This is much, 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 much better. This is so much better. It's many millions of times better now. I mean, look, what I dislike about it is how, like, you know, obvious its patrol turns are. It looks like a soldier marching or something, but that's okay. I could also adjust how it lerps, potentially. I'm not sure what weight does. What does it do? Let's make it really big. Okay, that snapped it way too much. Yeah, the spiders are creepy. I don't think, can we get smaller than 0.1 though? Might not like that. Perfect, Henry. Okay, that's a little too small. Let's try 0.06. Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's still going to look very sharp. But at least it's not straight up snapping around the corners like it was earlier. So that's better. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, again, it's still a little snappy, but yeah. Yeah, I think it looks fine too. But you know, if I'm right here with a little number I can keep tweaking, I might as well try different ones. I think those are the kind of things that slow me down. It's like every little thing that I spend a little extra time on adds up. Yeah, this is good. Finally. All right. It sure does. Rotation weight. Rotation weight 0.03. Okay. Delta's never used. No problem. Okay. Whew. This is definitely a good commit time. Shelves far apart. Header cap. Patrols better. Okay. Next, I'm gonna fix the climbing. Yup. So I don't actually want to use this long nav mesh anymore. So we're gonna remove it from the rows. And instead, we're gonna make separate nav mesh for every single shelf. We do have to make sure we put it on navigation layer 2. Edge connections. I don't know. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open shelf single. Navigation layer 2 is such a spider thing to say. What? You know, you might be right. For all I know, you might be right. It's funny. Okay, I think this is the one. Right, they're stacked. Don't do that. Duplicate it. Please, I do have to warn you that this might lead you down a path of having to do a lot of other things. Just a friendly warning. Because you very much built everything such that this is not how it goes. But it would be kind of convenient. It would be very convenient, actually. And it would probably be less resource usage as well. So I do want you to consider it. I would recommend making it a separate mesh to be on the safe side. Can we also join them and merge by distance, please? All right. Save it as shelf long and tall mesh. Had to lower all of your textures inside of your game before export for web since the file was large. I'm actually very afraid I have to do that too. The asset pack that I used has gigantic textures. I'm very afraid of that. This is what's so good about pre-submitting, testing it out, is you find that out. Nice. It's working on itch. Such a sigh of relief when it runs on itch. So let's try getting the tall one. Make a new scene for it. It's just going to be less objects, which I think is worth it. Scenes, assets, shelf. Shelf single tall. How long have I been learning Godot? Just a chill guy. I have been learning Godot. I always forget. I always gotta go check. I should really make it like a video. I just can click on. I forgot. I don't remember. Let's see. It did, Henry. It really did. Did it ever? Maybe I didn't put a dash. Oh, maybe I was still doing Unreal at the time, too, now that I think about it. Wait, where is that one? Dang it. Alright, let me look for it. This is how I know how long I've been learning Godot, is I have to go check the video. I feel like it was like September something. It was definitely a September something. That much I'm sure of. But that's about it. I'm gonna have your answer, and I'm gonna save it as a bookmark, because I get this question a lot, and I always have to remind myself. Okay, let's go to the end. Dang, there's a lot on here. Okay, here. This was the first time, right here. September 14th, 2023. That's how long I've been learning Godot. Since that. And now I'm gonna bookmark it. So I never have to go hunting for it again. It says 2 years ago, but that's... Yeah, that's 2 years! 2 years would be how long? Alright, let's bookmark this. So there you go. And if you want to see the first time and what it was like, there's a link. Alright. Anyway. Yeah. Why don't I use Unity? I like Godot. I did try Unity. I did a few streams with Unity. And so I had just started learning Unity, and then it's like runtime fee debacle happened, and I was like seeing a lot of people regretting that they had been using Unity for so long. And I was like, you know, I don't think I want to learn this engine if I'm gonna someday want to jump ship. I'd rather learn an engine that I'm sure will at least always have a version that I want to use. But, you know, Unity's a great engine. It's a really good engine. But, you know, it wasn't even that. It was more so that when I started using Godot, I just liked it. I liked it so much. I liked the community so much. And I felt this way with Unreal Engine 2. I feel that Godot has a much more unified experience. Like, all the tools that it has are just, I don't know, kind of easier to navigate, and it just feels like consistent in the whole engine. Whereas a lot of things in like Unity felt kind of like patched together a bit. I know if that makes sense. I just felt like I was using like 20 different tools in one, instead of like one tool that has a bunch of stuff. And then, I mean, the open source aspect, I love open source. If there's good options, I'd much rather support something open source. And you know, I love that you get to see like what's coming in the next update, you know, as opposed to just finding out when it happens. It does look cool. A little cool. Yeah, I don't know, I just love Godot, and it just did everything I needed. So yeah, it was vibes. Basically, it was vibes. But I love the open source ethos, and I think that is a strength of Godot. Like, not every open source project is its open sourceness a strength, but I think for Godot, it very much is. We're using an engine that always has a free version. Am I catching strays again, or are we talking about a different engine? What? I don't understand. Are you under the impression Godot isn't free? What are you on about? My dog had to get his dog flea shot today. He's laying down. Oh. He'll feel better. It's good you guys are taking care of him, right? He'll feel better soon. Okay, I mean, yeah, there's other free engines, but I would argue that Unbound is potentially not free because it's going to offer paid features, and thus it's going to lock out certain features without money. Yeah, GIMP is rough. I hate using it too. But, you know, when I was like 12 years old, I wanted to have Photoshop, but I kind of like learned not to use cracks and, you know, bootleg software for reasons. I didn't really want to. I did do it for a little bit when I was a kid, but I stopped. And especially because there was an alternative, GIMP. And at the time, GIMP was like great. Because it was like perfect for that time period. But as the years have gone on, GIMP just has not improved. And they just released a new version, and it's not that much better. Like, it has a couple things that are better, but overall, it's still the same thing. So yeah, GIMP, it was also what I exactly had in mind when I said that. But I still use GIMP, because I've been using it since I was freaking 12 years old. I'm extremely familiar with the toolset, so I keep using it. GIMP is not Adobe. GIMP is free open source. Come on now. It's free open source. It's just yeah. It's just very dated, you know. But I use it because I'm very familiar with it. Incredibly familiar with it. Yeah. You know, I tried to switch to Krita, but I was just like, man, or I could just not learn Krita and do what I need in GIMP. I felt that Krita was very much geared towards like painting and drawing, which I don't do. So, yeah. But it does have a lot of other things, and it's more modern. I also found that Krita was a little buggy, so it is also free open source, Krita. I did find it was a little buggy. But I do think it's better. It's just like, at the end of the day, I already know GIMP. Like, why learn anything else? It does, for the things that I use it for, it does them fine. And because I'm used to it, I just keep doing it. But yeah, Krita's good. Krita's definitely good. I do like Krita. But yeah, that's why I use Godot. I like that it's free open source. Free open source. The open source part is very important. Because what the point I was making, IAB, is that whatever happens to Godot, there will always have been a free open source version. So if Godot 4.6 is utter microtransaction trash, which it won't be, but if it is, there'll always be Godot 4.5, and someone will fork it, and that'll cause all kinds of divisions in the maintainers of the project, and I'm sure someone will go pick it up and keep developing it as a different fork. So, you know, you always have that last version good to go. You haven't, I would argue I'm pronouncing it wrong, Johnny. I just don't like pronouncing it with the hard G, because it's kind of a slur, and I don't like saying it. So, I don't think you're pronouncing it wrong. I'm sort of willfully pronouncing it wrong. Adobe, the only set of stuff that makes you pay to stop using it. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, Adobe's really bad. Good tools. After Effects, that's a good one. But also, yeah. I'm checking out Pixel Editor, Reese, Pixie Editor. Oh yeah, I remember you said that. I have it downloaded, but again, I started to use it and I was like, but I can already do all this in Gem. So I keep using it. I'm sort of just like stuck with GIMP unless I want to like take the time to learn something new, but I don't, because I don't use that software very often, you know. So for the few times that I do, it doesn't feel worth it for me to learn a whole new thing. It has this node editor thing, so that's really interesting. To play devil's advocate, the Unbound devs have no problem with people. Your mess is talking about forking it, branching off and such, and treating it as open source. Okay. Whatever. Alright. I don't know, it doesn't sound like the same thing. So it would be open source then. It doesn't make any sense. It's not open source, but it is open source? That doesn't make sense! Either it is or it isn't. But I feel like it's not true, because if they have paid features that aren't part of the open source, it's not open source. I know you really want Unbound to be great, and I do think it's cool. I didn't say it was bad. Oh my gosh, get off my back. I did not say Unbound is bad. I'm just not interested in using it. Can I not be interested in using it? And when you're running into certain problems, I wanted to say, yeah, when you're using something like Unbound, you're gonna run into those problems. Like, it's something you just have to accept. If I'm gonna use Unbound, I have to accept that it's either going to paywall things that other editors don't paywall, like Godot, or accept that since it's in early beta access stage, it's going to not have all the features that modern complete game engines would. Like, that's what I was saying about Unbound, is using something that's so early and prototyping itself. You're making a sacrifice by testing it. And the sacrifice is that you're a part of those early days and helping the devs make it. Yeah, it's gonna have limitations. Yeah, exactly. But I'm not saying it's bad. Come on now. What are these warnings? Oh, those are old warnings, I guess? Because I don't know if you noticed this, Godot, but there's an underscore. We'll say those are old. Yeah, HTML5. Alright, so I'm gonna put the tall one in here. I don't know why this has to be so less bright. It's the textures. It's the friggin' textures. So we're gonna drop this in instead. Oh, I forgot to name it mesh. I do like to put the word mesh in there. It helps me know what's what. Okay. Drop this in. Get rid of those. Everything's fine. No problem. Great. Now, I'm going to use this to make the nav mesh I want. So the nav mesh I want is going to be a little interesting in some ways. What is this plane? Why does it exist? Throw it away. You don't need a cube. I think we can do a plane, actually. Can we do 3D cursor at the world origin, please? Thank you. Make a plane, and what I want is to put just a little bit at the top, so the monster can only traverse a little bit at the top. And basically, if it gets close to you, it kills you. Probably would be easier to snap if you just did it this way. And then you can shrink this. So a bit like that. Very narrow area. Right in the center. And then what I want is to do nav links up and down. Now remember that let's call this nav mesh top. Recall that my new lanes between the shelves are all the way out here. So if I try to do a nav link, so a nav link will kind of look like, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna make another plane. What the nav link's gonna do is connect the bottom to the top, so that way the monster knows, hey, if I'm gonna try to climb this shelf, then the only way I can do it is by following this path to get to the top. That's what our nav link does. But it needs to connect to another nav mesh at the bottom. So if I try to make it reach this one, which is where it currently is, we're gonna have trouble. It's gonna look like kinda bad, because then the monster is going to climb up through the air and like seem to float towards the shelf. So what I'm going to do is do exactly what I was trying to avoid before, which is add some nav mesh underneath. Now the reason why this is okay is because this nav mesh I'm gonna put on a different navigation layer, as spider of me as that may be to say. And what we'll do is we'll say that it's on layer 2, which means based on the code we've already written, only when the monster is chasing the player does it consider navigation 2. So when it's patrolling, it won't use this underneath. That's the idea. Completely unrelated, CRT TVs are way better than modern TVs and monitors, I've noticed, having been using CRTs recently. I've heard that. I can't remember. I haven't used a CRT in so long. But I believe it. What's up, Ethan? Welcome. Brighter. Oh yeah, brighter. Sorry. I believe it. I believe it. I've heard they're better too for certain games like frame rates and stuff. I'm only a little jealous that you've got a CRTV. Kinda wish I had one. Although they're a bit unpleasant to move. Especially between homes. Thanks for being here, Ethan. Welcome. It's good to have you. Are you a game dev? Or a game dev admirer? Okay. So we're gonna keep one at the bottom here, which I would like to be centered, so I'm just gonna make a new one. And frankly, it doesn't have to be that long. It only has to be long enough that it will reach the lanes in the middle. Which is a little hard to tell here, but we can experiment with it. It's really nice to play on these older consoles like the old days. Yeah. I bet I would prefer to play on older consoles if it was like the old days. Get that full nostalgia experience. I think I'll even make this... Actually, what if you duplicate this? Snap it down like that. That way it's the same width for sure. Okay, so that's the only nav mesh we're gonna add here, I think. And then we'll try to nav link those together. Okay, so I've appended nav mesh, but I'll be honest, I don't particularly want it to be bundled with this. So I'm gonna save this as shelf long and tall nav mesh. Marvkins, welcome back again! How you doing? Thanks for supporting the channel. Being here yesterday in the Twitch sub / member exclusive, YouTube member exclusive stream. It's a pleasure to have you. How's your Unreal Engineering going? Okay, save this. So this is a new thing. I'm gonna delete the shelf itself. I mean, keep it in there, it's useful. Just say no import. Alright, so now I have the nav mesh by itself. Now in Godot, we can open that up. And it should import it. No, hold on. New inherited scene. Should import it as just some nav mesh. Now I will say, I'm a little disappointed. Oh, it's up here. I was like, I'm a little disappointed it didn't have the top. It does. It's right there. It is oriented the wrong way. Is it? Here, just save it first. Save it, and then we'll come here and drop it in. Oh yeah, it's definitely... No, it is the right way. Okay. Okay, no, it's good. It's good. It's great. It's so hard to see. Are we sure that's in the right place? What am I currently aiming to do with the shelves? I am making them climbable by the spider. Oh yeah, I can see it. So the spider's gonna be able to climb the shelves, as will the player. And stuff like that. What is this plane doing here? Can it go in the trash for me? Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, you have to avoid the spider on the shelves. Exactly. I still need to animate the spider climbing. I forgot to animate that yesterday, but it's okay. Alright, so now we have all these little stickouts on there. Now, the question I have is that sticking out far enough? No, So I need that to actually reach the other side. Care about the hitbox unless you want it to kill you if it climbs a shelf you're hiding in. I don't understand what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Yeah, so it's just gonna have like a distance from the player. I mean, as you can see, it's as big as a single shelf. So the idea is, as soon as it gets near you, it's gonna kill you. I guess the worst part is, you know, the player will be able to run across here. So actually, maybe I would want it to be all the way across, so that way it can actually walk up here. So the player can't just go this way and then the monster can't get you. Now that I think about it. Unreal, you resigned yourself to do another beginner tutorial. There's a lot to learn. Repetition is key. There's a lot to learn. You're gonna be a pro. You're so devoted to learning it, and that's so important. Are you gonna use C++ or blueprints or both? Out of curiosity. Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of imagining that the monster would go on the sides here. Thank you, Aman. We finish on time or are we scope freaking? Oh, definitely scope freaking. Blueprints, nice. Flip's friend works in Unreal. It was really interesting when you helped him with it one day. Nice. Interesting how. Yeah, we have like at least one professional Unity developer here who gets paid to work in Unreal. At least. I think we have a couple people like that. Debating if I'd want to put like a thin nav mesh in the center that connects all the shelves, or if I want to add navigation along the sides. I think I want to add navigation along the side. What if the navigation is like here, so the monster doesn't have to move all that much? Because it'd be kind of awkward if the monster got up here and then like turned back down and then started climbing. That would be kind of a mess. Visual scripter thingy. Blueprints, all the nodes. It took me a second to wrap my head around it to be able to help with him with logic. Yeah, blueprints are ridiculously powerful. The best visual scripting system that exists, period. If you love visual scripting, Blueprints is the way to go. In my opinion. Absurdly robust. Henry gave up on Unreal. Switched over to another engine. Henry's really liking Unity, I think. Still figuring out. It's a matter of learning what all the options are. Yeah. Alright, this is kind of a crazy idea, but well, first of all, I definitely need to extend the ground one. That's cool, but imagine you're on one of the one row of shelves, it's on another, you're like, huh, I'm safe, but then it leaves! That's not too out of scope, honestly. Because it would save me this faffing around. So, like, basically, we would just have to detect. No, let me think about that. That might actually save me trouble, because we would have to detect if... I mean, essentially, we would say, if the monster is on the same shelf level as the player, you're gonna die, no matter what. That is guaranteed death. If it is vertically climbed to the same level you're on, you're gonna die. And so if it gets up there, I feel like the hardest part would be guaranteeing that it does go up there. It would only cover that one case where it already is here and then the player runs. But let's say it's around here and then the player runs across. So then it would still have to like go back down. So that, I think that would be one thing. But we could say that if the player does cross shelves, maybe the hardest thing then would just be like crafting the like lob shape and calculating distances and stuff. So that would be where the scope comes in, is getting that leap to look right. It's an interesting idea, and I'm gonna give you a game concepts credit or a special thank for that, because maybe I'll circle back to that if this ends up being too much trouble or not working the way I imagined. We'll see. It's an interesting idea. Okay, so this definitely needs to be stretched out. We'll see if that's enough. And then I'm thinking that we need something over here. I don't love this. This is not bad. Actually, this could work, because as long as it actually sees that and it's not too narrow for it to find, then we could just make sure the nav link only connects to the vertical slab. I think there's some possibility here. Yeah, you helped. You sure did. You often do. Alright, so let's try this. This could work. Let me make sure. I don't think it's going to connect them. We need to push it a little further so those get joined. Just a wee bit. It's also gonna be terrifying, especially since they will not. Yeah, you're right. No, that would be, it would be so cool. I'm unfortunately unlikely to do it if this works, but 100% agree. It would be super awesome if it happened. It is an objectively excellent idea. Okay, subjectively. But it's so subjective that I believe it's objective. Okay, so this is like not gonna be perfect. Well, you could make it more perfect. I think you just have to guess. Realize your entire playable world is the scene. I noticed that when you were sharing videos. I thought that was really funny. Your whole main game is in test3d.tscn. Easily changed, maybe. See, this is the kind of unimportant stuff sometimes I get hung up on. It's simply not important, so we're gonna ignore it. It can be overlapping a little bit. Let the jank exist. Love that. It's an Easter egg for someone who decompiles your game to discover. Now, I can go off the edge a little bit, which is really upsetting. And then what also is hard about this is I gotta switch between the climbing animation and not when it's at the top. So there's some challenge here. All right, does this reach the middle? It sure does. It's a very, very narrow path though, so I'm a little concerned that it won't use that because it's not wide enough. So let's make these just a bit wider, just to feel sure. Then it'll use it. Just a bit wider. Maybe like at least as wide as this already is. Or approximately as wide as that. Nothing else, it can be one of those things where if you finish it in time, yeah, bonus. Total stretch goal. Utter, absolute stretch goal. Are those the same width? Wow, they are. Perspective is wild. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, it's linking those. I mean, it's okay. I'd almost like to see it linking these as well. Let's see if we can make it. No, because they're not on the same. I don't actually know why it isn't linking them. Here, let me try to shrink this too. The purple edge connections are just like reassuring. Here we go. Edge connections. Nice. It is a little funky, like it has to like go zoop zoop zoop. It's gonna do like a weird kind of thing. That's okay. Alright. Good. Now I need to make sure I configure that nav mesh correctly. So this has to be, yes, use edge connections, yes, enabled, navigation layer 2. Actually, it's not enabled. We enable it when it's time for it to be enabled. So keep it disenabled. We'll turn it on when the time is right. And then I need to get the climbing set up right. It's so bright. It's the texture. Okay. So this nav link needs to reach up to the top. It's kind of hard to see, but it's there. It's this purple circle. Here, maybe if we do overdraw, it'll be easier to see. Nope. It was not. It could be harder to see. I think it's because it's in a... Nope. It just is hard to see. But it's this thing. That's the nav link, if you can see it. So ideally, it would be quite vertical. Would be my preference. I mean, it's gonna have to be angled a little bit. Why does it look like it doesn't reach the end? Oh. Must just be an optical illusion. Okay, so we're gonna make this longer. So I might actually want to make this bigger so I can actually keep it quite vertical. So now that circle is overlapping, which is good. With each of those. Then I just need to do it on both sides, although I don't actually need a front and a back this time because they're identical. Sorry for the buffering. It do be like that with this. This is our backup internet, but it's not as bad as the other one. When the other one's good, it's better than the backup. When the other one's bad, it's not. Okay, so this should get our climbing working pretty well, I hope. It do wonder if I don't need to increase that height. Probably not. Okay. Alright, I guess we test it. Do we need to put... We do. So we have navigation layer 2, which is perfect. They can stay enabled. How do we enable the nav mesh anyway? How does that like work? The word nav mesh isn't anywhere. It's interesting. Nav agent. Oh, we just add it to the nav agent. Oh, so then in that case, I actually don't need it to be turned off. No need for that. Because the nav agent isn't even looking for 2 yet. Okay, got it. Alright, I think this is set up. Now to test it. We'll see if it works. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press a button toggle that I have that makes the monster go from patrol mode, where it is only moving between shelves. And when I press this toggle, it's then gonna start chasing the player. So now it's chasing the player. What are you doing? What are you doing? So that's incorrect. Oh, that's super funny. It's just like... I could just walk through it, you know? Alright. Okay. Alright. It's not a ghost monster. Definitely surprising and terrifying. So I wonder if this being contiguous all the way through is part of the problem. I bet that's definitely the problem. Is the player an OSHA inspector? Maybe. Could be. They're just one employee in a warehouse, and this ettercap has taken over the warehouse as their nest and feeding grounds. So, ideally, when the player wakes up at the start, they're going to be surrounded by a bunch of dead coworkers who are webbed down. And you're webbed down too, but you just happen to be alive. In theory, you try to break out, and then you make your escape. So very well could be an OSHA inspector. We don't really know. Alright, so we need to divide this. Hopefully this divides it enough. That it won't try to link them together. And hopefully that still will work with the nav link. Okay. Looks pretty good. But let's check in the main area just to be sure. So we don't want to see those purple lines. And I don't. And the nav links just barely do still intersect. Alright, let's try it again. Just a minor adjustment. Alright, oh, there we go, yes. There we go. Climb. No, don't get stuck. Okay. All right. I'm not sure why it gets stuck. But it sure does. Any way I can convince you to not be stuck. Oh, look, there it goes. If I walk away, it works. So I think, you know what the problem might be? The problem might be the way I've actually set up the updates. I have a feeling it isn't to do with the nav mesh, but rather because it got stuck at other points too. Look, it gets stuck there. So it makes me think that I'm giving it too much data and it's like infinitely looping on itself with that data. Free hugs! Why are you so scared? I just want a hug. You know, and it's kind of like not far enough away either. Oh, is Twitch chat broken? Oh yeah, sometimes that happens when a stream drops like that. Let's fix it. Thanks for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. Usually YouTube's the one that breaks, so I'm always keeping an eye on it. Rest in pepperonis. I did get a way to keep track of it, but somehow it didn't work out. Oh. Signal is aborted without reason. Okay. Well, unabort it. Yeah, you streamer bot for some things. Yeah, Nutty's great. I actually even have a separate chat that Nutty made. Right here at the bottom. Psst. So this is actually the widget by Nutty right there. And it's kind of my backup one at this point. But what I don't like about it is it doesn't have multi-line support. So if someone sends a giant block, it just consumes the whole bar. So at some point, I'm just gonna make my own StreamerBot widget that looks more like I want it to. But for now, it's no big deal. But the thing is it stays way more up to date than this other chat tool I have. So that's partly the reason why I want to migrate to StreamerBot. So I'm kind of like mid-migration at this point, StreamerBot wise. Because it's just very reliable. It's just more reliable. Like, sorry, but it is. All right, so it should be connected on the old chat too. You can enable this. Yeah, right. You can even create new rewards in the StreamerBot app. Like, literally, we could make new ones, which is super cool. Like what Insane Alpha Beta is asking for. We could just create one right here and now. I know, right? Does it ask for the images here? It's kind of wild that it doesn't. So where do you set up the images? It just doesn't. It just doesn't have images. So it's suboptimal. But, you know, it's okay. Oh, it won't even let me edit it. In fact. Yeah, I think it is. 3F2446. 3F2446. Okay. I will save/commit my project, and you should too. Oh, it crashed! Oh, it didn't like that. Okay, well. Alright. StreamerBot not perfect, eh? Probably shouldn't be adding rewards while I'm streaming anyway. I set up a test thing that lets chat play Minecraft by spending points to redeem, like, punch a tree. And then upgrades to build a crafting bench. Wow. I never really understood the appeal of adding a bunch of, like, games in chat. But I can respect it. I can respect wanting to do that. It's fun. Yeah, you can get really creative, and then you can use C# to code widgets. So I don't know C#, but it's the most motivating reason I've ever had to learn C# is to make my own widgets for StreamerBot. So I think that's definitely in my future. I would like to make a stream game, but not a fully chat-based one, like one where stuff is on screen. So I think I'm even thinking for a game like Jam, maybe even the next game like Jam, I might make my game be a stream game. You know, like C#, it's too pointy, it got me. It is very pointy, isn't it? I think it literally has pointers. Maybe that's C++. Alright, so I think I can put my old chat back for now, which I do prefer, ultimately. You can code scenes in OBS and use StreamerBot to enable and disable the scenes. Whoa. You mean like use Lua? We back. But yeah, I love the multi-line. I hate it all being kept to one line. And I want that control. So this is all JavaScript. And this has like there was like a theme that I built this on, and I used JavaScript to tweak it. The original also just had single line, but I added a function that lets it stack them up. And then it also, the more lines it has, the smaller the font size. So that way it's not taking up the whole screen. Using the different OBS plugins that add movement and transition. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, I love that one. I don't know, that doesn't sound like fun. It sounds really annoying. I thought you meant like code. That's not code. JavaScript? Oh, you can use JavaScript? That's awesome. But yeah, I do have some of those. The ones that I've set up are a little risky because... So the thing I don't like about move transitions... So yeah, they're talking about... If you go to the filters of something... not an audio one. They're talking about this stuff, which is really cool, and you can do cool stuff with it. You can have it do basically anything, and then have it ease and switch between things and have different triggers to set it off and what it does after. It's super awesome, and I love it. What I don't like about it is... So for example, I have some that move the camera to a different place, but let's say I adjust the camera position. Now I need to recapture all of my move filters to match that. Otherwise, it's going to move my camera back where I don't want it to be. So I kind of wish there was more like dynamic linking where it could sort of find what the size is and restore it, at least on its own. But yeah, that's interesting, but I don't know. To me, it seems like a lot more fun to make. I guess what would be optimal is if it was like a Godot game. And then use something like StreamerBot to connect Godot to the stream. I don't know. There's different things. I don't want to talk about this. This is stressful. It's slowing me down. But it's fun. It's fun to think about. Yeah, there's lots of possibilities. Anyway, so... problem. It seems to be updating the points in a bad way that leads it to getting stuck. That's what I think is happening. Because it seems that even... I would guess, and I could be wrong, because it also seems to be happening when it goes between stuff. Yeah, it is neat. It is neat. I agree. See, I had no problem with that. I just... And then the fact that it's totally fine once I set it back to patrol, it makes me think that the way that it's updating it outside of patrol is the problem. So let's take a look at what's going on there. I know. I'm very concerned. I'm very, very concerned. So for follow next point, every frame, it's checking to see, checking the navigation server for the next one. If it doesn't have a next one, it returns. Every time it finishes, it updates the next nav position. So when it's tracking the player, how is it update? How do I know if it's... Okay, update next nav position here. I see. So it checks update next nav position, and then depending on the state that the monster is in, it is either going to be climbing the shelves, true, or not climbing the shelves, false. It doesn't look different. In this case, it's just following the position of the player when it's tracking. When it's not, it's getting the next waypoint, which it just picks a random waypoint out of the path array. So I don't really understand why this would be different. Truth be told, C++ is an overachiever. See, doing all the extracurriculars, leaving apples to the teacher, typing all its book reports on super crisp stationery with perfect 45-degree staple in the corner. To be fair, it's a C++. But that did take a long time. It's a C, not an A++. Burner, that's where it is. Maybe a C++ is a B? Still better grades than I got. Book reports on stationery. B minus. Ooh. So close. I enjoyed it though. You created an evocative image of that scenario. So you deserve props for that. You're a good writer, Kai Guy. I got no grades. You got us all beat. Oh yeah, weren't you were like homeschooled? Gotcha. Wait, are we competing for the lowest grades? Your joke got a B minus. Yeah, if you can even call it that. I mean, is it like fetching this faster? I don't think so. I mean, these are going to be much more spaced apart, these waypoints, whereas these could have very little distance between them. But like the way that it draws it, I guess I'd be kind of curious to see if I don't climb, if it gets stuck. Oh, yep, it got stuck. So yeah, it's not anything to do with the shelves. It's getting stuck somehow because of the way it's updating based on the player's position. That's all it is. But even though it's the exact same system, the difference is, I guess, this. I'm gonna try something. What if I comment out the rotation stuff? That didn't help. Add the momentum bit to its movement? I don't know, just, what? I mean, because I have no idea what you're talking about, I'm guessing I didn't. Oh, is that, wait, what is the momentum bit? Is that this? Oh yeah, I remember you gave me that. I remember. And just, I mean, it seemed like all that it did, I feel like I commented it out because all that it did was just like make some, change like the speed as it got closer to things. But I remember it didn't fix this problem. It would just like slow it down. But I see what, I get the idea. The closer it is to a point, the slower it goes. So maybe it doesn't update in the same way. I'm not sure that's it though. It's not. And it's not. I'm not even sure it is. I guess it is corners. I mean, unless I need to change this to something else, you know? But I don't think it's helping, unfortunately. You're right, it is corners though. It seemed to be the big issue. But yeah, still gets stuck. Unfortunately. Oh, it's higher if it's a bigger number? I'm always so shocked that everyone thinks this is a male monster. At least from folklore perspectives, humanoid spiders have typically been women. Arachne? Come on now. Legendary. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna fix it. Like, I admire your determination insisting that this will help. But I don't think that's the problem. I will say this is where I wonder if it's NavLinks, because this is where a NavLink is right here. And that's also when it's climbing up, that's a NavLink. But all these other turns, which aren't NavLink based, it seems to make them just fine. It makes me wonder, I mean, I think it's the NavLinks that it's getting snagged on. That's what I think. So, why? Imagine being chased by it in this warehouse and it gets stuck like that, and I just stop like, you okay? Well, this ain't right, huh? And then I help it get unstuck so it can keep chasing me. Well, exactly why this is unacceptable. Like, you're just playing a game. Hey, come on, you're supposed to be trying to brutally murder me. So are there really that many settings on NavLinks anyway? It's bi-directional, which we want. There's enter cost and travel cost. When pathfinding enters this link from another region's navigation mesh, the enter cost value is added to the path distance for determining the shortest path. I don't understand what this is. I don't get it, but I have a feeling it doesn't help me. Godot, navlink, enter cost, travel cost. What mean? Influence which path it will choose. Flat one-time penalty added to the pathfinding calculation whenever an agent enters a new navigation region or uses a navlink. It discourages an agent from switching between many different regions to complete a path. Easy way to show those navmesh or other paths while you playtest versus just editor. Yeah, it's easy. Not sure how it helps me, but definitely. I guess I'm basically certain at this point it's the links. So the links are those purple, pinkish looking things. And you can see if they go between these. And then the blue is a nav mesh. No. That's a sidetrack. But I mean, it might make it more visual for y'all to see. So then, but here's the other thing, is that those nav links don't pose any problem to the monster when it's in patrol mode. So it's still something about the chase mode that makes a difference. Because in patrol mode, it hits those nav links with absolutely no issue. It looks cool. Yeah. Kind of hard to see the monster, but yeah, it's neat. So if I switch to patrol mode, all of a sudden, it's going to struggle at those navlink points. See? Yeah, it is X-ray. I was kind of wondering to myself if that's turn-offable. So that's why I think it's the navlinks, because it's always getting hung up there for some reason. Now what's interesting too is if I go further than the navlink, then it fixes it. So maybe it's if I'm literally standing in the middle of a navlink, it has nowhere to go. Because I guess. I mean, it looks like it kind of does have somewhere to go. As soon as I go past it... Okay, not... I need to go further. So that didn't unstick it. Let's go even further. So the further away I get, it starts to unstick itself. Why? Maybe. I don't know, because, like, if I go this far away... Oh! So that's horrifying. It just crashed. I mean, I'm sure at those moments, it's doing a crap ton of calculations. Because it's getting constantly stuck, and it's looping. It's probably stacking, like, thousands of function runs at that moment when it's stuck. Which I will say is also very interesting. But that's why I would guess that just crashed. But yeah, so if I just go, like, right here, it gets stuck. And I'm not really in the way. Because you can see that red line is the path that it has started to make. So I'm just not fully sure that that is it. But I don't know. So here it's just like going back and forth, if you can see that. It's a little hard to see, but it's walking back and forth. Instead of looping in the same way. Spy that new in-progress Popeyes. Hey, let's go! Popeyes, so good. So good. It does get it unstuck. Absolutely, 100%. Yes, it does. So you can see the errors are increasing by like 4 at a time. And it's constantly printing the same new target 4 times. If I move a little bit further, now it finally prints a new target. Oh, internet wobble. Not too bad, I hope. Hiring sign in the windows, further along than you thought. Soon the flavor of yours. Stay with the best flavors. Check what its current position is compared to its new target. That's a good idea, I guess. Enter cap at global position, changing target. I'm so happy for you, Kai, honestly. Like, I just love it. Implement some kind of failsafe where you force it to move if it stays in one spot too long. That's the thing, I don't know if I can force it to move. Because we're relying on the navigation, so I'm kind of beholden to it, you know? Alright, so this is it functioning correct. Oh no, it's not. I thought it was in patrol, but it's not. can see it's, so this is I think the difference. I think this is definitely the biggest difference, right? Between patrol and chase. So I think this actually confirms a lot. That was a good idea, Flip. Because look how constantly it's updating. We're up to almost 9,000 print messages. Now, if I switch, I'm gonna press the key to toggle it back into patrol mode. As soon as I switch it, look at that. Much fewer. So I think I was mistaken when I thought that it's treating it the same way. Report in your first visit there? Do! I hope you do! I very much hope you do. I love Popeyes. Although the more you talk about it, the more I'm like, God, I want some Popeyes. So to me, it was doing the same thing. Because when it's patrolling, but here's the thing, this runs every physics process. We say current target equals get next waypoint. All this does is pick a random waypoint in the array. And what is that array? Simply that path that I sketched out at the beginning of the game. Or at the beginning of the stream. So it's this path. You can see the little white dots. Those represent the points in the array. Those white dots. Which is a lot fewer than every single place the player could be at. And I think those constant updates are making it get stuck. Because it's updating it before it arrives there. And it's causing bad things. So what it needs to do is commit to a point, stick to it until it actually arrives there. Which I kind of thought, if it was, it's weird because it should. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put in here print. It's commitment issues. It sure does. Oh, poor thing. I'm gonna put in here print header cap waypoint found, or we'll say patrol waypoint found. Really, it's updated. And I'm gonna put this here, chase waypoint. I mean, I think I know what we're gonna see already. Okay, so right now it looks like it's patrolling. Let's just search for the word waypoint to reduce some of these prints. Where's the monster? It's so hard to see with all this stuff everywhere. I gotta get rid of this stuff. It's miserable. But it is cool it helps, I think, clarify like what's going on a little bit. Okay, patrol way. So 3 times the patrol waypoint just got updated in a row. But even though that, it's weird that that isn't like running every frame. I guess because it's not finished yet, because it only runs when it's finished. So there, just did a 4th one. This is patrolling, not chasing. So it didn't consider that a new waypoint updated. It's probably gonna consider the end of this path the new waypoint. Or time to update it. Because these are like the intermediary points, right? So it's going in between all of those. And then it's gonna end down here. And at that time, we're gonna see a new patrol waypoint update. I mean, it did cut it a little short, but that's okay. The point is, it's not happening very often. Now, as soon as I switch to chase mode, let's see what happens. Okay, we only had one update. Whoa! There it goes! There it goes! It's popping off! Thousands of new prints. Which is just weird. I guess because I feel like it's just updating, it's checking too often. Or something. And then when it gets stuck, which it will here, you can see it's still constantly updating. Over and over and over again. So I think if we can just slow that down a little bit, it might help. So here's an idea. I mean, I'm still confused why it treats these so differently. Next nav position equals current target. Nav agent target position equals next nav position. I mean, we're really just not doing anything really at all different. Next waypoint doesn't have any like break on it. But I think it does make some sense because this only changes sometimes. Whereas the player's global position is always changing. Although it's not. If I'm standing still, it's not changing. So, okay, here's an idea. It's found its motivation and committed. You got lots to learn from this creature. I guess. You have commitment issues? I didn't know that about you. I'm so sorry. So let's say if current target is not we kind of want to keep track of the old one too. See you later, guy. Commit to your lunch break and don't go back to work. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for stopping in, guy. The Popeyes is coming soon. The flavor will be yours. So I'm trying to think, like, if it's the same as before, then don't update it. That's not gonna be enough, but it might, at least when it gets stuck, it's not changing, so it could at least eliminate it when it gets stuck. Next nav position equals current target. Maybe right there. If next nav position. Thank you. I'm gonna try to find the end path. Thank you, guy. Thank you for the moral support. I appreciate it. Who else was giving some moral support? I can't fully remember, but I'm gonna give Johnny one. I don't think Johnny was, but maybe Johnny was. Guy, moral support, and then Henry was too. It's a little special tank. Okay. So if the next nav position is not the same as the current target, then update it. Just to hopefully reduce it like a little bit. Actually, let's do it like this. Else that. And then so if it is set to new patrol waypoint found, ... Hey Joe, yeah, it is. It is. It is a little complicated. I agree. Welcome. It can be. There's definitely, like, understood wisdom about this. I am about to ask a chatbot, but I'm gonna do everything I can to fix it on my own. Because I have found, like, the explanations online for this very problem, they just confuse me. Because people are just like, you just have to do this. And I'm like, but how do I do that? By just doing this. And I'm like, but how do I do that? If next nav position is set to the current target, we say header cap, new target abandoned. Alright, let's see what this is like. Oh, but can we put the word waypoint in there so we just get the same print? We can see them all. I don't think you want to put that in there. Okay. Pull up the output. New patrol waypoint found. So in this case, it should be fine. It shouldn't abandon any of them. Yeah. The issue is that when the monster is patrolling, everything works great and there's no problems. It goes from point to point. It uses NavigationLinks, which are what join these, with no issue whatsoever. Oh, it abandoned one. So the patrolling waypoints are based on this path here. So you can see those white square dots. Those are the points that it follows when it's patrolling, and it randomly picks them. So it's only updating it sometimes. However, when it's chasing the player, it seems to be constantly updating, which I find strange. And so that's bad because sometimes it gets, I think, caught in a loop and it gets stuck. Particularly at the nav links, which are these, you can kind of see, they're a little faint, but they're these circles with a line and arrows. And what they do is they connect two regions together. It seems to struggle greatly with those. Now I could try changing these from nav links. That is like totally a possibility. But to be honest, it's still doing it. It's checking it way too often. So this is still something to think about. Hurt so bad to move, you may actually cry. And you didn't even cry when bruised, dislocated, and took a chunk out of your elbow all at the same time last year. Jesus. It sounds like you should not move much. You might need to just give in to not moving, unfortunately. Timer's interesting, yeah. That's a good idea. Alright, so let me test this first. I'm gonna try to... Basically, that's what I'm doing, is I'm trying to update it less frequently. But I'm gonna see if I can do it without a timer. But I think that is a good idea. Alright, so this is when it's patrolling. Now I'm gonna switch it to chase mode. It is not abandoning anything. Oh, it is. It's abandoning stuff. So it's better, but not great. You can still see. So it's not like getting stuck in the same way, where it's in one single position. So this has definitely reduced it. However, it's still just kind of walking back and forth between the same area. And it's actually more broken. No, it's good. No, it's alright. And you can still see the checks are exploding. Timer's a good idea. I don't love it because the monster might feel less oh, it's gonna crash because it's too many things. It's too many checks. We gotta stop it. Oh, it almost crashed. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I think that's a good idea. It's a really good idea, Flip. Did I ever try to put that in? I feel like I might have. I don't remember. But it still feels. I'm still not really sure I understand why I have to do that. I think that's the most irritating thing to me. Why do I have to do that? Because once again, this update next nav position is running every frame. And yet, when we do target states patrol, I mean, it's obviously not running every frame. How? How is it not running every frame? I mean, it's this. This is what's blocking it. Basically, this is the choke point. So right here, when it's going waypoint to waypoint, that is to say, the path, the patrol, when it's patrolling, there's a lot more space in between each point, so the navigation doesn't finish rapidly. However, when it's following the player, the navigation is rapidly finishing, and so therefore it's running this essentially every frame. So it does make me wonder if we don't actually want a different check, right? Because there's like others. Yeah, I like the timer idea. To me, that's like a nuclear option. And if I can find something else, I'm gonna try. So is navigation finished? There's also is target reachable and is target reached. I don't know that those are gonna really feel that different. Not rapidly finishing, rapidly recalculating the endpoint. But it is finishing, because that's the only way that function runs. I mean, call it what you will, but as far as this is concerned, that's exactly what's happening. Because worth keeping in mind, the only time that a function runs, the only time, is if nav agent is navigation finished. That's the only time it runs. This is right at the beginning. But once it finds the first one, it never hits this again. I don't even know if it really hits this that often. At least I think it's not hitting it. I guess I could try. Pretty darn sure it's not hitting that. So that means, sure, yes, it's recalculating, but it's also pinging true. Yeah. I'm not saying, yeah, be calm. Let's go. You are welcome for the calmness. I'm not saying that it isn't doing what you're saying. What I am saying is that the code, according to the methods, is asking, is it finished? But yeah, I think you're right that because it's recalculating, it's pinging that it's finished. So that's what I meant. But I agree that because it's constantly recalculating, it's different. But I still think it's weird. still think it's very weird. Set a new target point. Last navigation is over, so send navigation. So yeah, right. So it's finishing navigation over and over again. Alright. So there it's stuck. It's not hitting that. So it isn't running because of this. It is running because of this. So, bear with me. I'm going to try something different. Out of curiosity. I think these are not going to be that different. Oops. But let me read this. Let me try to learn something. Returns true if the agent reached the target. Returns true if the agent's navigation has finished. So this might be more effective. Maybe. Is target reachable? Returns true if get final position is within the target desired distance. I don't think I want that. But that is interesting. Alright, so let's just, out of curiosity, see how this makes it different. Think it shouldn't be called? Let's find out. Is there a thing in its code where it tries to go back to its spawn point if the player isn't found? I mean, yes. So I'm just pressing a toggle key to switch between patrol and chase, but we could also make it look for the player. If it doesn't see the player, it goes back. But I'm just, for debug purposes, just toggling it. Okay, so far it's working fine. This is for patrol. So the target reached is not causing us any issues as far as the patrol goes. We're not getting too many prints. And it should, as it approaches the end there, it should switch to a new direction per its instruction. There it goes. So that's no problem. Now let's put it in chase mode. We're still getting a lot of prints, which isn't good. And it's still getting stuck in the same way. Kind of. I mean, it's not worse. But I can't say it seems much different. It is better. It's definitely getting unstuck a lot faster. But it still gets stuck, which is not good. But it seems to unstick itself more quickly. But you can see we're getting errors. The prints are still way more frequent than they should be. So I'm gonna say this is not a good solution. Yep. So that's just because it's reporting the same position over and over again for look at, so it can't rotate it. Oh, get me down from here. I know it needs help. Now I did think I sort of fixed that by saying that it only runs it if these aren't the same. But it doesn't really seem to care about that for some reason that I don't fully understand. Node origin and target are in the same position. It does say origin. I don't know. This isn't gonna have an origin. Plus, that's gonna return all kinds of crap we don't want. But I was hoping that that would protect it. I guess we could do rotation. That seems kind of silly, though. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to say only do it if they're not equal. Gotcha. Nice. Hate that. Is it a helping point for me if the solution ends up being make it unstick itself? I don't know, but you can have a moral support credit if you want. I don't think so. It's a special thank, also. It is points. I'll give you a moral support. Okay. So if that fixes that, I do wonder if that check would help elsewhere too. So that's definitely a special thank. Come on now. Oh, this is a lot better. We're not getting... Oh, it's debugger. I was like, okay, never mind. All right, so let's do the chase, see if the debugger pops up. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Okay. So yeah, I'm not seeing errors. More rain? Boo. Thanks, Insane. I mean, look, target reached once again is still a lot better. No, it's the same thing in GDScript. You're not wrong, but it's the same. Oh, yeah. The warning is still there. But the error is gone. What does this even mean? Look in the same direction that is defined as up. Why doesn't it like if it's the same? I gotta be honest, I don't understand what that means. Parallel, like there's 3 different axes. So, I don't know, I don't get it, but whatever. But yeah, Josh, this means the exact same thing in GDScript as this. It just, you have to put it in a different place. I mean, in this case, I wouldn't even be able to put it anywhere, so it's optimal. If I look straight up, which way should you face? That makes sense. I mean, if I'm looking straight up, I'm still facing. What are you talking about? But I have a head that hinges up and down. Alright, so what the hell am I doing to fix it? I need to tell it... I'm not gonna understand it, it's not worth it. Next path position... Yeah, whatever. So I'm gonna say next path position something. Dot up vector. What's up, Hub Gaming? If it's less than 0.999, it's so weird. Chillin'? Nice. Welcome, good to have you here. Thanks for chilling with us. This feels silly. I feel like this should be a Boolean or something, where we just tell it if it's collinear, don't do it. What you coding? But I do also understand that this might not be enough too. Oh, where'd the monster go? Oh, it's up here. A game that is going to be in HTML. Nice. Yeah, that's the point, isn't it, Flip? You keep saying that like it's not obvious. Of course. The whole point was to cut down the debugger. Literally the entire purpose. You right. You are right. You're exactly correct. As you are wont to be. Perfect. So this is exactly what I could hope for. No more errors, no more warnings. So we're just gonna say that. Monster waypointing less warny / error-y. Cause look at protection. I see it, but I can't see. I see it, but I can't at the same time. What does that mean? I do see the internet's goofing around a little bit. Is that what you mean? I wonder if we're not accidentally using the internet somewhere. Let me see. Maybe that's not what you meant. Oh, the spider shadow. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the idea. Like, I want you to be able to kind of see it, but not super see it. So, no more errors, love that. But obviously it's still running way too often. I'm kind of morbidly curious about the reachable. I can't see how it possibly helps, but I'm curious. Flip, I swear to God, if you say it's not gonna work. Like, let me try stuff. Let me find out. Although, I already knew it with the others. So this looks absurd. This looks very bad. It's so bad. But it was fun to try things. It was fun to try things. Alright, so even though this is better, it doesn't resolve anything. So I guess we can do a timer. I don't love a timer, but I need something to work here. So let's do it. Doesn't bring me joy. We can't always be brought joy. You know? Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Timer. I mean, it does. If it fixes it, it brings me joy. Like, we're gonna say chase timer, and we're gonna drop it on in here. Set it up over here. What's up, Butterfly Eva? Welcome. School, no, leave Eva alone. Welcome back. How you been? You're making a granny like, right? You never use a timer node? I love the timer node. This is easier to work with. Even though I love as much being in code as possible, the timer is not one of them. Especially because I still mostly control it in code. But it just makes it easier to set one-shot auto start. You know it's gonna loop. Because the ones you create in code are always one-shots. So you gotta like keep recreating it. Whereas this will just persist, which is nice. I think it's the main reason I really use the timer node, to be honest. Good to see you, Eva. Working on a granny like, but you forgot to add your devlogs inside the Discord. That's okay. The only reason I knew... Oh, internet wobble. I might have to switch back to the other one now. It might be time to switch back. Oh, that's a good idea too. It's just to do it in the physics or the process. That's a really good way to do it as well. I like that too. It looks like I might need to switch back. I think it might be switch back time. This always happens. I gotta switch and switch back. Alright, we're gonna do an internet swap. Yeah, I saw, Butterfly, that you got a pre-sub in. Oh, I'm so excited to see what you came up with. Alright, hold on. You use Godot? What have you used before? Yes, Godot, let's go. All right, so I'm gonna reset the internet. It'll be really fast. The stream will like buffer for a second and then pop, we'll be back. All right, here we go. You might have to refresh your browser. I'll put a message in chat so you know you have to do that, but you might not have to. All right, here we go. It is simply our reality until we get fiber, which I'm told will come soon. To be fair, I've been told that a lot, so I only kind of believe it. Alright, so we should be all swapped at this point. We'll just make sure we got chat all good and back. Then I'll put some messages in there. And we'll get back to experimenting with things. Alright, we'll do the timer. I'm all for the timer. Echiki. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I'm about to hook up chat back. Don't you worry. I'm told by like February we're gonna have fiber. But I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know if I believe it. I just don't know. I want to believe it. I really do. Alright, we're back. It's weird both internets buffer like that. Yeah, well, so one of the internets is AT&T Air, which means it is based on cell phone towers. It buffers typically when weather conditions are not good, since it's reading cell phone towers. Yeah. Or if someone else is using it because it doesn't have a very high bitrate upload speed. So there's that. And then the other internet, our cable line, is just trash. There's some kind of like wiring issue like under the ground, and nobody's gonna fix it ever. So it just is. And so it has its own problems. So generally the AT&T Air is more effective. But when the weather's not good, that's not the case. RPG Maker was your first engine. Ooh, you did use JavaScript for the jams. Nice. Oh yeah, I remember you making JavaScript stuff. And now you're doing Godot. How do you like Godot? That's so awesome. That's a lot different. RPG Maker, you know, it's like, you know, has a very specific like type of game. JavaScript, you can do a lot with JavaScript, to be honest, but still, it's limiting in a way because you don't have like an IDE to work with. So that feels like a big change. All right, so I created a timer, chase timer. We've unreadied it. Now in ready, we're gonna hook up chase timer, timeout, connect, on chase timer, timeout. What's up, S-Funk? Welcome back. How you doing? Good to see you. I guess I'll put this around here or something. On chase timer, timeout. Now we do still wanna, we could do auto start. Might as well. I mean, yeah, we might as well just do auto start, just let it cook. Let it do its thing. It was a little stressful. Yeah. Since you had to learn, yeah, GScript's new. Yeah. A lot of combined tutorials. Nice. Yeah, do what you gotta do. I mean, I'm proud of you. Like it's scary to learn a new tool in a new language. But you stuck with it to the point that you made a game. What? In a month? Like that's a testament to your learning ability. As Funk says, not doing too bad. Did I find a solution for snapping the player to shelf? I did. It was Flip's solution. Flip's initial solution that was given turned out to be it all along. And it works fantastically. So it fetches the AABB of the shelf, and it compares the player's current origin to the mesh shape, that AAB mesh shape, and then it kind of like finds like a right angle point relative to the player's position that is in that mesh AABB. So it finds that closest point. It was solid! And I have these nuts names to help me remember what they do. We re-globalize the origin after right angling. So that way, so we make it local so it fits within that AABB. And then we re-globalize it so that way it is applicable in a more useful way. Then this other awesome thing Flip does, which is, and I reused it already, which is capture the old rotation of the player, use look at just to capture the rotation again, except for where we're looking, and then put it back to the old rotation. Then we use that captured look at rotation, and we return that when we get the yaw. And then when we actually reset it, we do what we were already doing, which is our tween stuff, and we just plug in, depending on which tween we're using, the player and or the head. We plug in rotation to look at right there. We call it direction to face. And it works. It works splendidly. It's fantastic. I also have like some limits in here that make sure that it won't run if it's a side. I don't remember where that is, but it's in there. It's in there somewhere. I forgot where. But it's definitely in there. So it only goes on the front and the back. I don't know where that is, but it's in there somewhere. But yeah, we got there. And I appreciate your help that you gave too. You went 2D and point and click zombie game. Nice. Yeah, it's good work. For sure. That sounds fun, Eva. It sounds like a really good like first project too. Nice. I am extremely excited to try it out. But not until the 10th of October. Well, that's not true. I'll be trying it so I can rate it during the voting period as well. Forgot to share your working project the night you were originally working on that. So I did end up posting it in the Discord. Nice. It's a GitHub repo with FPS controller and that mechanic in it. Neat. Alright, Flip. Flip's so helpful. Nice, S-Funk. I'm not sure I'll check it out. Especially because I'm crunching, because I only have 7 days left to finish the game. But I'll try to give it a look-see. Off stream. S-Funk followed through. For real. Alright, so when the timer times out, we need something to happen. What is that something? It checks for the new patrol value. So I suppose I'm just gonna move this entirely off of here. I mean, literally only run this. I mean, we could do like an is patrolling boolean here. Does patrolling give 1L or 2? I don't know, it's like 2. I mean, it would be nice if it matched the state, Yeah, I can still match the state. I guess you'd want to think about... So I could have the timer timeout do a flag, but I kind of hate that. We could do a flag. Yeah, you wouldn't bother. If I already have a solution. Someone needs to start a project, good repo for it. Nice. Okay, that's actually really helpful to know. See, I might use that. I might use that myself. That's awesome. It's so generous, S-Funk. I am making a game where you are trapped in a warehouse that has been taken over by a giant spider monster. I have a super long way to go. I'm rather behind. Currently, we have debug of the path that it takes. But yeah, so in theory, you have to avoid this monster, get from one end of the warehouse to the other to flip a switch, power the power back on, which will let you escape through a garage that is not powered otherwise. This is my monster. I've added a bunch of animations to it, so it behaves differently depending on the circumstance, although I'd like to implement those today, but I got a lot of other things to think about first, so I'll do my best. It can chase the player, although the way that it does it is suboptimal. That's what I'm trying to fix. So in theory it climbs, which it does do once in a while. Definitely needs to be further away, because the player's also going to be able to climb up things. And then the player will be able to hide between shelves. The shelves actually don't provide Jesus, any cover, so the monster can see you through the shelves. However, there's going to be boxes on all of the shelves that the player is going to be able to pick up and stack, and that will break the line of sight of the monster. So you're just kind of moving along, trying to avoid it. Me too, Henry, me too. It's like, if I go super far, it's interesting. The further away I go, the more fine it is with navigating across the nav links. But it requires me to be a certain distance away. It's very strange. Yeah, I hope I can finish it. What's debugger up? Oh, it barely cut down on that. Well, hopefully these other fixes will make it go away, since we're not going to be checking it as often. I think that will probably resolve it even more so. So, let's do that. When we update I would love to keep running update next nav position. Would be great. But we want on timeout. I guess you could say it matches that, and then we could do a flag if... Oh, this is patrol. So we can keep that site. If chase ready, do this. And then whenever we get to the end of that, chase ready becomes false. And every time that timer fires, chase ready becomes true. Yeah, I know, I kind of came up with too big of an idea. I do like pushing myself. That's how I learn. But with that said, yeah. I might overscoped. But you can see, this is why I started this game jam. It's the reason I started it, is because I had such a myopia to scope and how long a game would take to make. And so by drilling myself every other month making these small scope control games, I hope to improve my sense of what scope is. And by picking like very different games, I hope that that also gives me like a wide amount of experience with different systems and what I can expect them to be difficulty-wise and how long they take. So if my scope issues are being triggered by this jam, then that's good. I know, right? I mean, I'll be streaming Tuesday and Friday. And Monday for members, YouTube members, and Twitch subs. So that only would leave Wednesday and Thursday. So I probably won't stream Wednesday and Thursday, because I have other stuff I need to do as it happens. But what I'm going to try to do is work on an off-stream. For the last one, the Ski Free Like, I worked on an off-stream all the time. But I've just been busy this month, and so haven't been able to work on an off-stream yet. Not even once. I haven't worked on an off-stream. So I'm hoping this week I can work on an off-stream on the weekend. That's probably where that extra time is going to come in. But yeah, publicly only Tuesdays and Fridays. Alright, so let's make this chase ready. Boolean. And see if this improves anything. So it's every second that it updates. I just kept it the default. See how that goes. Alright, so it's on its patrol path, which is not the issue. So let's bring up the issue. Put it on a chase. Okay, see how it handles the nav link? Excellently. Once again, flip with the right answer. Now, one thing that you lose is it updating as frequently. I have to believe there's a better way to do this, but if this is the way it has to be, it's the way it has to be. Okay, let's see if it climbs up right. Look at that. Pretty good. Kind of. It was a little unsure of itself there. I don't really understand why it backs up sometimes. That's a little strange. And we're still getting collinear stuff. And it's still getting a little stuck, unfortunately. So I wonder if it's not still calling it too many times. Somehow. Still 3,900 calls. I don't think we're blocking the timer enough here. Or the timer isn't blocking the calls enough. Curious, let me take a look at the Boolean and see how it's updating. Thanks, Toe! Okay. Okay, I'll give you moral support special thank for that. That is very nice of you to say. Moral support. Alright, so I'm gonna keep an eye on this chase ready Boolean right there. So right now it's off. I mean, every second it should flick on. It's not. I'm not sure why. I find that sometimes chase ready is true, which is strange. I guess that timeout is perpetually running. So if we turn it to chase mode, see if that goes false ever. Okay. I mean, maybe the remote just isn't updating here? Why is it constantly true? Okay. Well, looks like I need some prints to help me find out what the deal is. Okay. Chase ready is should be false there. And then here it should become true. And then I'm gonna filter this out with only chase ready. Let's see what happens. Do things happen? It's false, it's true, it's true, it's true. And it's never going false. Okay, let's try this, see if it goes false. It's not becoming false! It's just constantly true. Well, no wonder it didn't fix it. If it's chasing, and chase is ready, and it runs all this, chase ready should become false. I guess I could put this out here. It's still on the ellipsis line. It's still true. So often. Why? How? Well, okay. Alright, let's try this. I actually kind of can imagine how. Here, you need to come down here. I'm thinking. And we just make it false whenever. So whether it runs this or not, chase ready becomes false. Let's try that. I'd want to see all of these ellipsis prints be false. Okay, much better. Alright, now they're always false. Good. Let's see if the behavior is better. So you can see, because it's not updating as frequently, it's stupider. So it doesn't recalculate very often. Like, it still thinks I'm over there. This is why I didn't want to use a timer. Is it 5 seconds? That felt like a long 1 second. It says it's 1 second. I guess, well, maybe now don't do target reached. Let's try target finish this time. Because target reached reduced the number of times that I would call that. Or sorry, is navigation finished? So basically without the timer, it updates tracking the player's position near constantly. And so sometimes it gets stuck at certain points because it's being fed too many new targets. So what this is doing is this is saying, instead of updating the player tracking constantly, if the player, like just all the time, this is saying only update it every second to cut down on how often it's feeding a new target in to the monster. It's still, so even with what may be a best case scenario, I mean, look, it's still, but this isn't, look at all those prints. So we're not quite gating the right thing here, because it's still changing so often. Even though, look, there's no difference. Okay, there's little difference. So it keeps vacillating between the same two, and you can make sense of that, where it's going up and down. Collaborating on a side project with friends using RPG Maker. Stuff has been slow since school. Nice. That sounds nice. Collaborating's a great skill. So I think I need to... And it's not finding a new chase waypoint? So it's literally chasing the target. So I, honestly, maybe we just put this out here, you know? Like, we even say, if navigation finished and chase ready, just to block even more calls to it. And then after that, it can become false. So that should not impact this very much, although I do think it's possible. I still might want to put, like, tell it not to if it's patrolling, because patrolling already has that under control because the points are so far apart. But it does make me worry a little bit that it could get to the end and that second hasn't happened, so it just sits there. But I mean, that's kind of okay, I guess. I should really have a debug tool for speeding up the monster. Maybe I would. Actually, let's do that. Let's do it. Input. Yeah, that's the current path. Whatever path it's so even if it's chasing or patrolling, it'll show that red path. Yeah. Exactly. Let's make it debug fast monster, and we're gonna make that number 2 key. I'm gonna go to the debug script. It'd be kind of interesting if it's just like every time I pressed it, it would just increment the speed, and then maybe with like 3, I could just reset it. All right, let's put it here. If we press debug fast monster, to make sure speed isn't just a constant, it is just a constant. So we'll make variable speed, set it to speed as a default, come through to all the speed spots, make it the lowercase variable. That's the only speed spot. And then we would just increase that variable, basically. So ettercap.ref speed, we could do plus equals 1. I'm gonna get confused between 1, 2, 3 and all that. I could put a cheat sheet at the bottom of the screen. That would probably be smart. Debug normal monster speed. Okay, edit. Make that key number 3. If input is action pressed, debug normal monster speed. Ettercap.ref.speed equals ettercap.ref.allcap speed. Alright. Just to make it a little faster sometimes. What I want to observe just keep those up so you can see those. What I want to observe is if it ever gets stuck at the end of this path first. So all the ellipsis ones are false, which is good. No, it didn't get stuck. I feel like it'll probably be pretty rare if that happens. All right, let's boost its speed, super speed. Yeah, because I feel like even if it reaches the end, it'll just recalculate a new one. Faster! Go, 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 go! I lost it. Oh yeah, I remember this being a problem. If it's too fast, it gets stuck. Slow it down. So we can only go so fast before it breaks it. Which, to be fair, is understandable. It's good, because it gives me a chance to like test out what its max speed could be. Like if it's chasing the player. But yeah, it looks good. It hits the end, bounces back, no problems. All right, let's put it back to normal speed and let's make it chase. So I want to see this not explode, this number behind me. I mean, we're not up in thousands, so that's a good sign. It's not terribly unresponsive. Let's see if it can get up. It's stuck. It kind of gets it. Sometimes. Because you need to get to a waypoint, it can do forward. Is that why it gets stuck? Essentially, it's close to the waypoint, but not 100% opposition. I'm not sure. But, so a lot of people talk about this. Navigation agent Godot. It's a good question. Godot. Jitter, stuck, how fix. So I'm not terribly thrilled with the way the responses people give. Around corners, there are path points in very close proximity. Depending on movement speed, the zombie may overshoot one point and backtrack to it. Fix this by increasing the path desired distance on the Navigation Agent 2D. I did do that. Actually. The look at code rotates the sprite is the problem. We do have some of that going on. You properly want to define a minimum distance for the look at. And if the goodbye. If the look at target is already too close, skip and look at the next position. This person disagrees that that's it. If you look close to some of the path points, you can see that they twitch positions because you seem to reset the entire navigation path every frame, which is what the timer is trying to avoid. Since you use physics movement and the monster slides off the valid navigation polygon, a new start position for the path that needs to be picked up by the navigation. Since the monster is not on the navigation polygon, this position might be to the left or behind, which makes it rotate in the wrong direction for a single frame until the path is again reset. Reduce the desired distance so it stays closer to the navigation polygon, and also not reset the path every frame, which we've fixed that, I think, I hope. So it doesn't, that's what the timer's for. So it does not pick positions behind the monster at random when it is not on the navigation polygon. See, this is why I'm glad you asked that question, S-Funk. Because you got me looking at it. I feel like that's, do I still have a rubber duck credit? That's or a special thank? That is absolutely a rubber duck special thank. You could call it debug. Yeah, let's just call it debug. I don't feel like making a new category. We'll see, we'll see. We'll see. That did take me to a very specific answer that I appreciate. So we'll see. As the usually second boss in Star Fox 64 said, don't party just yet. Alright, I'm gonna say Ettercap. I'm really sorry. I said what I said though. 3D. Navigation agent. What was it? Desired distance. Path desired distance, target desired distance. Uh-oh, it's already the lowest it can be. Oh no. It's already very low. I don't think we can make it lower. Wait, that's path desired distance. Wait a minute, those are different things. Wait, which one? Is it target desired distance or path desired distance? I guess, well, we can reduce this one. But I think that's gonna make it wait longer before it switches. Maybe that's good though. Alright, let's see what happens. Whoa, that was lag. I didn't like that. Wait, oh, it's perfect. Look at it. Oh my gosh. Hey, okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. See if it'll climb up here. It will! Oh god, that's so scary! No! Oh god! So it is, see, because of that timer, it's a little delayed in its chase. Wait, this is a lot better. It still gets a little rotate stuck, so I think there might still be some rotate issues once in a while, especially when it goes between these sections. But it's a lot better. See if we can set that off again. Or it gets confused right there. Wow. There. So if I'm like just this far away, it does have like a moment of confusion. I guess we could try lowering it more. Nice. Come on, get me! Wow. S-Funk, you asking the right questions. Rubber Ducky Award for you. Let's go. Let's go! Alright. Well, it's behaving now. And it climbs. Oh my goodness. I do feel like it, on the way down, it needs to be further away. It also needs to face the shelf on the way down, not the player. So that there's still some, let's just say there's still some things to deal with. But it's better. I feel like that might also be because the origin of the monster is like right there or something, instead of being all the way back on the monster. What happens if we're right on top of it? I mean, it should, so it does get a little stuck and jittery when we're right on top of it, and it's probably printing thousands of things. Actually, it's not that bad. But if it gets this close to you, it's supposed to kill you, so I don't think that'll be an issue. Oh, it still got a little confused for a second there. Honestly, it's kind of a level of jank I'm okay with at this point. Alright, good. Well... now I guess we're moving on to the next thing, which is thinking about how we do still have the collinear issue, the warning. And not only that, but we do get some random like slowdowns, which is incredibly concerning. But to me, two things. I want to make an animation for climbing, because I haven't made that. And then I also want to make sure that when it's on the way down, it's facing the shelf. Which, thanks to Flip, we already have such code. But if you wouldn't mind updating this, monster ettercap navigates NavigationLinks on chase real good now. I'm gonna stop having those prints also. We have just a crap ton of prints now that I don't particularly need. So we'll comment at least those out. I feel like we can comment a lot of these too, but... So... on the player, the way we get the player to face it we do this reset yaw thing, and we tween it. So whenever the player starts climbing, it just runs reset yaws. And reset yaws does this tween, which is great. And in order to make that work, it fetches the yaw. I don't see why this wouldn't just work, honestly. I think it would just work. The difference is we just don't need the same amount of tweens. So I'm gonna slap it in for the editor cap. So when do I want that to happen? Well, we gotta be able to determine when. I actually don't even have a determination yet for when it's climbing, but I think I know how we can do it maybe. So specifically for the climbing, there is a special navigation layer that it's on. It's these nav meshes. You can kind of see that light blue on the floor, on the ground. There's a little light blue on the top, and then there's also a nav link, which is not easy to see, but it is there. It's right there. So those are all on navigation layer 2. So if I can somehow detect which navigation layer the monster is on, I can determine if it's climbing. However, that's not necessarily true because there's this one on the floor, which is not a climbing one. It means it's about to climb, but it's not technically climbing, which means I might want to actually create another nav layer. So maybe we say shelf connector, and then I come over to Blender, and I guess I save this as and we just say shelf connector nav mesh. Save that. And then remove all of these. So it's just the connector piece on the floor. Save it. Hop into Godot. Oh, but we also want to remove it from the other one. Save that. So that should disappear. Then we get the other nav mesh, which is the connector one. Make a new scene, save it. Perfect. Come back to the shelf. Well, also set it to 3. Then come back to the shelf. And add that nav mesh in that scene. Why is a nav mesh not in here? Oh, because you put the... Don't put the nav mesh there. Put it here. Okay, now drop this in. And when we go to the editor cap and we update the navigation layer, which we also want to update this list, this is shelf connectors equals 3. Come back to the editor cat. And so not only do we want it to update this. Now this is me assuming that we can detect which layer it's on. I probably should have checked that first. Okay. Well, that's okay. Connectors. And this one, it would be true. Quixote, oh, from your family trip? Glad you traveled safe. Welcome back. Welcome back. How you doing? Hope you all right. Hello, hello. Thank you for subbing. I don't know why it doesn't show that you're a subscriber. You know what probably does? Probably Nutty's chat does. Thank you for being a sub on Twitch. Appreciate it. Y'all help Twitch be strong, cause I'm sort of new to streaming on Twitch again. So it's gonna take some time to build up there. So thank you for being there, all y'all who are there. Appreciate it. But YouTube, you're always my first love. Okay. So can I even check this? I know there's the warnings. I don't care right now. That doesn't show it either. It's so weird. Why doesn't it show it? I don't know. I simply don't know. You had a Secret World of Mac Games book waiting for you when you got home? What? You do be Mac gaming for real. Showing the first tag. It doesn't even show it in chat. Why do you like this Twitch? You make it so hard for me to know who's a subscriber and who isn't. I can't thank people for being subscribers. Don't tell me who's subscribers. Don't make any sense. Oh, it's the first. That's what that is? Gotcha. I didn't know that that was the subtech. I'm still new to Twitch. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I get it now. I'm on board. Got it. Yeah, first 10. Understood. Well, thank you for being one of my first 10. Sorry, Twitch, for saying what I said about you not helping it be visible. You were fine. Okay. Godot, how to check what layer a nav agent is on. Is navigation layer enabled? Ugh. Alright. It's pretty annoying. Does that exist? Did you make that up? What are you running that on? On an agent? Version specific issue? I don't know. I'm not so sure. Oh, that's the EtherCap. My bad. It's not a nav agent. Just not a thing. It could be version. Chatbots love to be trained on the wrong version. They love it. Yeah, feed yourself, take care of yourself. Thanks for saying hello. I'm glad you got home safely. A book about old Mac games. It's the most Quixote thing I can imagine. It honestly sounds like a really fun book, actually. I hope it has lots of pictures. Avoidance enabled avoidance layers. A bit field determining the avoidance layers for this navigation agent. Oh. Okay. Great. Sounds like just what I need. Sometimes the documentation is just the way to go. It's weird that you set the layer and not the mask on a nav agent. But whatever. Oh, you also need to set it to 3. Wait, why is it set to 2 by default? It should not be on 2 by default. We set that manually. Thank you. So what I'm thinking is we check in here, print, debug, print, Ettercap nav layers are avoidance layers. The mask is very interesting because it does exist. Let's say patrol nav layers, chase nav layers. Okay, run it, and we'll filter the prints by layers. Patrol nav layers are 1. That's correct. Okay, so now let's make it patrol. 1. Okay, okay. Okay. Sorry, what does that return exactly? Just one integer? Other agents with a matching bit on the avoidance mask will avoid this agent. I think this is different. I think, oh, this is totally, avoidance is totally, guys, it's totally different. Y'all, it's different. Avoidance is not the same as navigation. I forgot, we're not using avoidance. Avoidance is like if we had obstacles that were set up that had like their own like special obstacle collision that it would avoid. We don't need that. Incorrect. All right, let's try something else. Avoidance layers, navigation layers. Okay. A bit field determining which navigation layers of navigation regions this agent will use to calculate path. So I'm guessing that if there's 3, it should show like a different number. Maybe like, if I have 1, 2, and 3, is it gonna be 6? I don't know. Changing it during runtime will clear the current navigation path and generate a new one according to the new navigation layers. Yeah, okay. Well, that's actually very interesting, but no. But yes, also. Navigation layers. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it's on patrol at 7. I think the print is happening at the wrong times, because you're putting it before it updates them. You need to put it after it updates them. So it's just reporting opposite. I was close. It wasn't 7. Why not? I don't know. It wasn't 6. I thought it was gonna be 6, but it was 7. I was close. But this is good, because okay, on patrol it's 1, chase is 7. That means we can just say, if this value is 7, or even we could say 7 or greater than or equal to 7, in case they ever add more. Then we know it's currently chasing. Simple as that. Cool. I mean, you can also flip a flag right here. Right, but Lee's, you forget. You separated, that's not correct. Because remember, I separated out those 2 different ones because it might also see these connector ones. I don't want it to see those connector ones as being climbing. Otherwise, if it's greater than or equal to 7, that means it's going to run a climbing animation before it's actually gotten to the shelf, which is not good. So unfortunately, you know what we could also check? We can also check if its Y position is changing. And if its Y position is changing, there you go, climbing. That might be a good approach as well. If you use layers, you reduce compute overhead. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we reduce compute overhead. Good. Good. Oh, I kind of hate how this bar at the bottom is blocking. See, I really need to be able to customize this. It's blocking the debugger. I'll start making my own streamer bot stuff one day. I will. Because it just tracks things way better than what I'm currently using. Okay, so let's just keep looking for some other stuff. But I have a feeling it's gonna make more sense to do y-axis checking. Which means I didn't need to make those separate layers, truth be told. I really only need 2 different layers. Because I feel like it only reduces the compute overhead if some of them are turned off at different times. Which they are, but 2 and 3 will always be together anyway. Height? The height of the avoidance agent. Okay, I don't care about that. We don't need any avoidance stuff. Distance to target, get avoidance layer value. Oh, wait a minute. Returns whether or not the specified layer of navigation's bitmask is enabled. Wait a minute, this is promising. But I do have to figure out the bitmask, which I'm not sure I know. I guess we could do a test to find it. A layer number between 1 and 32. Alright, let's just try stuff. I think that's what the chatbot was trying to recommend. It just had it wrong. Like S-Funk was saying, version issue probably. Alright, back to the editor cap. Instead of doing avoidance layers, let's get avoidance layer value. Too few arguments. Right, so we have to tell it what? I don't know. I don't think it's going to be 3. I'm pretty sure it's not. But I really want it to be 3. Lise, here's what you do. You can find it. Wait. Godot helps you with this. If we click on this and we hover over that, bit 2, value 4. I think 4 is what it wants, not 2, even though it sure looks like it would be 2. I think that's what it's looking for. So let's actually try that. But here's the thing, Lise, that's not what it's currently on, right? That's what is enabled, which is different. So it still isn't what you want. So what was the chatbot trying to say? I'm not sure. How to tell which area is a nav agent currently standing on? Yeah, that is vague. Let's say your agent is on a nav mesh that has been pulled over. Go objects. You want to know? Yeah, I guess we could use a raycast. Yeah, I could do a recast. But a raycast can't see nav mesh, can it? Sampling navmesh surface. Using raycast, we could examine our hits and see if there's a navmesh surface component. A class called navmesh hit. You can get one via the navmesh agent class. In the following example, agent is the variable to which navmesh agent is assigned. This is Unity. Oh, this isn't Godot. Miserable. That's fair. That happens a lot, Spunk. I want to know which navmesh layer the monster is currently traversing. And I think I'm about to let it go. I think I'm about to let it go, honestly. Unity does what Godot don't. I know. No, but that doesn't tell me what layer a nav agent is currently walking on. Whoa. Get closest point info? Returns a dictionary containing information about the closest navigation point, including the owner and potentially. Okay. It seems a little overcomplicated when I could just say, has the Y position changed? If it has, it's climbing. If it's the same, it isn't climbing. So we get the map. We find the closest point info. Yeah, it does, S-Funk. It sure does. Yeah, I have a state for climbing, but I have no way to switch to the state. Hence, what I'm trying to do right now. Check when a nav link is used. GD script, how check when a nav agent is using a nav link. We could even, no, I don't know if that's a thing either, but that's really interesting. Wait a minute. You're right. That would actually be truly the only place I want to check it. Unless I make it have a specific layer and then check that. It's experimental. Whoops. Bidirectional enabled end position, enter cost, navigation layers, start position, travel cost, get end position, get start position, navigation layer value, navigation map, RID, global end position, global start position, navigation layer value, navigation map. There's not a lot to work with there. Returns the current navigation map RID used by this link. Like, I guess we could check its map? I don't know. Yeah, this seems like a dead end. That was a good idea, though. Alright, you know what? Nope, we're just going to check the Y position change. It's just gonna be easier. It was! It totally was. You're absolutely correct. Well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna put it back where it was. Like... I'm not gonna have a separate layer if I don't need it. Like, I should have checked first, but I didn't. Nice thing about Y position, it's easy to check if you're ascending or descending by checking pre-ex. That's exactly what. Yep. That's the plan. That is the plan. Alright, so connector nav mesh. Don't need it. I'll keep it because my project's a mesh. And we'll just get rid of that. Keep that at 2. Those are all back. And globals, we just get rid of that. Come to the editor cap and get rid of that. Goodbye. Okay. So, Y position, editor cap. So I think we want to check this in physics process. I mean, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna say check Y pause, or maybe say check for climbing. We'll make a last Y pause. What's up, Eddie? How you doing? Hello. Welcome. What brings you here? Are you a game developer? Are you game dev interested? I'm working on a game for a little game jam that I started, and the game jam ends very soon, in maybe even less than a week at this point. So, I have a long way to go, but that's okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Staying positive. It's gonna be okay. Gonna make this happen. I have a monster who climbs, and I wanna know when it's climbing. So right away, we're gonna set last Y pause 2. The Y position. But we're gonna do one thing. If last Y pause is set to, if it is not the same, update it. And then it's climbing. I don't know. Maybe not. I might be missing something. Let me try it. I'm probably wrong. Just let me try it. Withhold y'all's often very helpful impulse to tell me why it's wrong. Let me find out. Unless it's not wrong. Alright, here we go. But don't tell me it's right either. Yet. Okay, editor cap is climbing. We'll put a question mark to emphasize my lack of sureness. So it's going to probably do it. No, I said don't tell me, Spunk. You might as well just told me. Don't tell me. But I am thinking there is a problem here, which is it's gonna do it the first time, which is not good. So I would say if it's null, thank you, Flip. Thank you, Flip. Because I might as well just ask a chatbot if y'all are gonna give me the answers, and I don't want to do that. You can't make a float null. All right. Negative 999. No. No, my placeholder number is 666. Because it's more fun. Okay. So we're gonna say if last Y position is set to negative 666. Update it. So we get the first position. Then we check to make sure that it's not the same as it was. Update it. Okay, but wait a minute. No, we'll see. Let me just try it. Let me find out. Let me find out. Enter clap. Okay, so it did print a bunch of is climbings. It's constantly printing is climbing. So that's very incorrect. Highly wrong. Completely wrong. I'm a little shocked. Godot crashed? Oh no. I've been getting a few crashes here and there too. I hate that. I hate that. I hope it was just like an editor thing and not a game thing. I hope you didn't lose much. Wait, why did this constantly print? Let me see something here. Let me figure it out. Its Y right now is 0.005. It's still 0.005, so technically it isn't moving. But my check for whether it's moving is incorrect. Last Y position, 0.005. I mean, it's not. It's also not changing. So that's good. I wonder if it's like a floating point kind of issue. Maybe we need to do is approx. Is equal approx. Oops. Oh. Oh, for a float, it's different. Okay. Is equal approx. Maybe it's always this way and I just forgot. Last Y, pause. Let's see if that shuts it up. Okay, it's not printing constantly now. But will it print ever? So we're gonna make it chase, and it broke. Invalid access to property or key nav agent. Oh yeah, that looks wrong. Also, I don't care about this anymore. Thank you. That was old news. I didn't fully clean up my code. Alright. Now check it. So we do get this at the start, which is not good. Very bad. Quite not good. So we'll have to deal with that so we don't start out climbing. What? If it is not equal, update it. Well, but here's the thing, you're not updating it anyway. You know? You still have to update it constantly. So I don't even think any of that matters. I think all the time it has to stay updated. I mean, it would be nice if it didn't run all the time. Like, I would like that a lot. Maybe my issue is more with assuming that this means climbing. Although I still don't understand why it runs so often. It's still very strange to me. I am officially open to help. I've hit the problem. No, Flip, I'm open. Unzip it. I like to struggle, see what's wrong, but at this point, especially in the jam, I gotta just give in to the help. This kind of logic breaks my brain. Obviously. So like in theory, every frame, first it checks if it's that. If it is, update it. Now it should just be 0.005. And they should be the same. We see that it's the same. Is it a local thing? I mean, I feel like it shouldn't matter. But maybe it matters. Oh yeah, there it goes. All the time, it's printing. It's printing so much. I mean, I know it's not the opposite, because that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Indeed, no sense was made. Now, yes, it is climbing right now. But now, no, it is not climbing. Like, I would even like to see this. Is climbing last... Last Y is that. Next Y is that. Oh, current. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay, there we go. Alright, there we go. Oh, look at those floating point differences. Wait, but it's not. So that is, it is definitely ridiculous. Wait a minute. It is ever so slightly changing. Okay, I see your answer, but I'm looking away for now. For now. But I'm glad it's there. I'm glad it's there. but I'm not going to look at it yet. I do see that it's different every time, which is so weird. Why? I mean, it's just the tiniest itty bit of a margin. You know? Oh, that's a good idea, Flip. Oh, that's a really good idea. Oh, I like that idea. That's a really nice one. Hell yeah. I don't even know what you said, but hell yeah. All right, let me see what I was doing so wrong. Create previous value. Yeah. Flip, that's such a good idea. Very nice. Create previous value equals 0. Function method 2. Function method 3. Store current value. 4. Use if statement to check if previous value is not the same as the current value. 5. If true, perform debug print. Right. That feels like what I'm doing. Then at the end of the function, set previous value to current value. I feel like it's that last thing that I'm missing. But I don't know. But also, you said like at the end of the function, which is like different. But for the most part, that looks like what I'm doing. But you can see, look, it's everything after. So 0.49, it's like itty bitty little floating point errors. Wait, it stopped. Tessellation of the model when importing Godot, fairly common that services are not mathematically perfect. Maybe. I don't think that's it. Because we're checking its Y position, not its Y like height. Its height is essentially constant. So there it's obviously climbing up. You can see it's changing a bunch. I think it's floating point error. That's what I think. That's my theory. Because we're dealing with 0.00, look, it's like 0.004, 0.005. When it gets up to 0.005, it kind of balances out. But sometimes it goes like a little below it. I think it's floating point error. So, I mean, we could even floor it. Now, this isn't me just trying to solve the problem and not give up. So, I'm gonna floor it this time. Just to see if that makes a difference. And we could even just floor it all along the way. Then you don't have to, well, you do still. But you can not floor this. It doesn't matter, it's all the same thing. Okay. Oh, and then floor this too. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Flip. I agree. But more, since I'm not gonna go too deep in it, I figured, since I'm not gonna go too deep, I figured I would just do this to see if it made a difference. And it sure did! It sure did! Okay. There it goes. Now it's climbing. And it knows. So my logic was fine. It was floating point errors that got me. Rogi says you can either floor if you require more precision, do value. Yeah. Oh, but look, there was some little goofs in there. It did get a little goofy once in a while. So it's imperfect still. -1? What? That might be where the floor is too extreme as well. Is where that might be happening. Climb, you coward. You know, it does feel a little delayed. I still think the idea of choosing a height is going to be a lot better. Because we could also run it. I was gonna say like when it updates when it reaches like a point, but you know, that way it's like not checking it all the time. But that's not necessarily gonna work. Alright, I'm gonna say, I don't know, I don't even know which one I want now. I feel like it's gonna be a lot less code if it just says, which is nice. And I think I would still, it crashed again. What are you doing to it? What's happening? What's the circumstances under which it's crashing? Animating, hiding under this bed. Interesting. I certainly don't recommend animating armatures, but maybe you're not animating armature in Godot. It's weird. It's like while you're setting up the animations. Weird. Are you still using like blend space and scene tree stuff? Or state machine stuff in animation tree? During the save. Weird. Still need to do the store the last Y position, since you'll need that to determine if you're climbing up and down. Disagree. So I think I'd want to say if the current global position Y. So let's do something other than floor. I think we can do like round or something. Use the animation player to animate boring node 3Ds. That's really weird. That feels like an internet search, if I've ever heard one, to see if anyone else is having that issue. Are you in 4.5? And if you're not, maybe upgrade. Although at this point in your project, that would really suck. I don't know, is it like conflicting with something else? Is there like some kind of like bunch of stacking? Maybe it's already animated somewhere, or I don't know, it's really weird. I've never observed that happening, unfortunately. Well, I guess fortunately, but it means I can't tell you why it's happening. What was I gonna look up? Floor, but to a specific decimal GD script. 4.4, just gonna get this animation done and hope it was a fluke. Yeah. No, I want a method. I want a method. It might be because you mess with the environment variables. Ooh. The environment variables? You mean like under the hood of Godot? Or do you mean like variables in your GD script that govern the environment? Or do you mean like environment variables like engine level environment variables? Okay. I was like, what? You C++ in out here? You running a custom build? Like, you're on your own thing. Gotcha. Are you trying to animate those? I've successfully tweened those, but I've never tried to animate them. Hit a button that said GI, which wasn't allowed in Godot. Oh, that'll do it. Excuse me. It will let you, but it'll be like, do not do this. Do not do this. Kept it checked. Nice. Freaked out. It's like, don't do this, but we're gonna leave it here, and then I'm gonna freak out. No, there's a built-in way to do this. I know there is. Dungeon Martian has told me about it. I just forgot what it is. We just need like a modern, after, I don't know, 2024. Alright, I'm just gonna go look in the docs. I know there's a way to do this. Smooth step. Returns a smooth cubic hermite interpolation between 0 and 1. I don't even know what this says. For positive ranges from is less than or equal to 2, the return value is 0. When x is less than or equal to from and 1 when... What the hell is this? Yeah, step. I think it's step. Yes, I think it is step. If greater than 0, value will always be... I got lost. Oh, will always be rounded to a multiple of this property's value. Snapped! Yes, that's it! It snapped! It snapped! I'm sure of it this time. And then we could use float. That's definitely what it is. Returns the multiple of step that is closest to x. Yes. This can be used to round a floating point number to an arbitrary number of decimals. Nice. We got there! Smooth step, snapped! That's funny. Okay. Rogi, I'll give you a Godot consultant credits though. I mean, special thanks. They're not credits, they're special thanks. But Flip gets to. Snap, stepple, pump. It's Godot Krispies. Okay, that actually is kind of hype though. A Godot branded cereal? I kind of love that though. Wait. Why does that sound awesome? Alright. Perfect. Perfection. So I'm going to want to snap that float. 0.01 sounds great. Sounds wonderful. If snapped float global position y 0.01 is greater than is climbing height. Climb height, float, I don't know, friggin' 0.5. I mean, at that point, we could even do this. 0.1. Snapped at goal position y 0.1 is greater than climb height, then you're gonna tell me if that eder cap is climbing. So simple. Okay. Let's see if it's correct. Alright, it's not climbing yet, which is good. Let's have it chase me, which will initiate a climb. Climbing! Finish the animation on the cursed bed. Oh, good. I'm glad. Was it the like fancy mode it couldn't handle? It still gets a little confused, unfortunately. But we might have some values we can adjust. Alright, this is perfect. Whew! Alright, for that, I'm definitely gonna make a commit. And I should give a special thank to S-Funk for debug, too. You were helping. It was the fancy mode. And not worry about it. Yeah, just don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Alright. Good. Commit. Climb. Editor climb is detectable. Can we not include the connector stuff? We really don't need it. Decorate. Nice. Guys, Flip's granny-like is gonna be amazing. I already know. Oh, I still have some collinear crap. I need to fix that. Alright, next. We want it to face the direction, because the whole reason I started thinking about this is not only for the animation, but because I want, just like we have the player facing the shelf, I want the editor cap also to face the shelf if it's climbing. Although, you know, we could have the editor cap, like, shoot a web to the ceiling. That might be kind of nice, actually. Then we don't have to line it up with the shelf. And it can be angled all at once. Let me give this a try, and if it's too much work, that's our fallback plan. It is a spider, after all. But then I gotta make webbing. I don't know. So if we are climbing, we need something to happen. We could run a function. Have it jump over. So yeah, we could, but I wanted to, like, we could. That's not a bad idea. Although, you know, then I gotta figure out how to, like, calculate, like, a realistic looking jump. I don't know. Somehow it feels complicated. Because it also needs to get the player, if the player... So it's, if the player is climbing on the shelves, so too should the editor cap chasing after it. So if it approaches the shelf, immediately the player dies. If it can just jump up to it. It's a good idea, though. It's an option. I'll give you a game concept for it, in case we circle back to it. I feel like I owe an Insane Alpha Beta a concept thank to. Is climbing. Climbing seems reasonable with the player mechanics in mind. Right. Okay. Then we want to run reset yaws, which will function just like this. Then we need to create get yaw as well. We only need to tween one thing. Probably should make that, if I'm gonna copy and paste it, probably should have made it more generally named, like current. I didn't know. I didn't know. We get the now we go back to our player. And we get yaw. Oh, we put that before. Okay. Why? I guess that makes some sense. Oops. So much code. Not player. Header cap. So we don't have a last activatable. For the player, we do have that. That is to say, if it tries to activate the shelf, that's tracked. We don't actually have something tracking what the header cap is climbing. So I need some way to do that. I think a shape cast seems appropriate, which I think is even how the player is doing it. If I remember correctly. We have a climb check. Okay, that's different. The player actually has an area. I mean, it'd be kind of nice if it was all just the same. So, okay, on the header cap, we're also going to want to check its area. Although a shapecast would be probably better, because we only want it to happen right here. I don't need to constantly check what's in front of it, like with the player. So you know what? No. Let's do a shapecast. I hope I don't regret that. So we're gonna say, what was our naming convention over here? Climb check cast. Okay. It is a climb check cast in a way. Shelf check cast. Give it a shape. But here's the problem, right? Well, no, because when it first hits it, I was gonna say because it needs to be able to see behind it, but it doesn't. Because when it first detects it, that's the one it's gonna use. So we actually need to lock that in one time. At the start of the climb, not at the end of the climb. Oh dear. Well, now I'm starting to wish we had. What's up, David? Yeah, we got a monster. Almost fully animated. Now I'm starting to wish we were checking if it changed, because then we could check if we were climbing up versus climbing down. Because I really only want to capture the shelf data if we're climbing up. But you know what we can also do? We could say capture it as long as, like at the start, the first time it starts climbing, and don't reset it until we stop climbing. So actually, you know what, this will be fine. All right, let's talk it out. So we don't want this there. I'm trying to set up infrastructure so all of the animations actually like are usable. And other things. Wait, does that make it? Okay. Sure, why not? So that should find a shelf. And then shelves are on surfaces. It's also activatable, which a shelf is. But I feel like we want surface, which a shelf also is. So we do have to make sure it is of the type shelf, just to be sure. So at very first, we want to say target mesh equals mesh instance 3D update shelf if needed. Shelf return shelf. Well, you still have to update it every time this runs. So okay, let me just do it here. Return shelf, which will return a mesh instance 3D. And so this is actually going to look at, it would be bad if it didn't see anything. So it's definitely kind of brittle, potentially. Please don't be. Let's make sure this is easily referenced. So we need to say shelf check cast. What is collision result? Returns the complete collision information from the I don't think we want that. Shapecast. Get collider. Probably want this. But we'll say if get collider is set to, oh, we have to say self check cast. If collider is shelf, then return it but we don't just want to return it, do we? Index? Oh yeah, if there's multiple. Hate that. I mean, there should only be one. Alright, well I guess we want to just check all of them then. Not just the one thing. Collision result. Data return is the same as in physics direct space 3D get rest info. Okay. Return object is a dictionary containing the following fields: collider ID, linear velocity, normal point, RID, shape. A Minecrafter spent 3 hours making a simple Twitch bot. Neat. Because you can't read documentation to save your life, I'm so slow. I'm one of the slowest. As far as making stuff goes. So I sympathize. I empathize. Good job on making it work. What does it do? For what is the bot? Sends a message if an ad is about to start. Nice. I need to set that up. I think I have ways to set it up, I just haven't. Well, but you made it yourself, though. I want to make more stuff by myself like that. Was it like a certain language you made it in, or tool you used? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. Shelf check cast, get clutter. But I'm okay, I'm like basically sure it's gonna be the only thing it collides with. Like, I'm like pretty sure. Node.js, cool. Nice. This is a risk, okay? But what I'd like is to just iterate through the collision array. That's what I would like. Everything that you see, tell me it all. But collision result is gonna give me a whole dictionary. Or a whole array of dictionaries. So then I gotta find just the RID and then pinpoint that RID with an object. I mean, it just sounds miserable. It sounds really unpleasant. Alright, maybe a chatbot can help me here. Or the internet in general. GDScript, shapecast, get collisions, dictionary, return object, return objects to iterate through. Oh, Jesus. Is it because I'm yelling? It didn't like that I'm yelling? Oh, collision result. Oh, that's a good idea. Get collision count. I mean, that's not a great idea. Actually, I don't really need that. Access the dictionary. I guess we want to do collider. Collision result.collider. I think that's the answer I was looking for. But Lise, you have to remember, the collider is not going to give you a shelf. Right? Because what it's colliding with is this, which is a static body. Which we had the same problem with the player as well. How do we resolve that? When the area sees something, it sees what it was and updates it. Okay. So that's not gonna be a mesh. Oh, I put an AAB in there. Is that what happened? Oh, got it. That has to be what happened. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, that works. That works. Okay. Oh, well, good. Okay, wonderful. So, we don't want to check if it's shelf. We want to make sure it has an AABB as a child of it. So, for I in for I node 3D in shelf check cast collision result You tried to vibe code since the bot was so simple, but it was like a drowning man clutching in a straw. We both had no idea what's wrong. I hate that. I hate that so much when that happens. It makes me avoid using chatbots as much as possible. Someone likened it to a slot machine once, where every time you're trying to type to it to see if it'll fix it, you're just pulling the lever in the slot machine. You're just like waiting, I hope it fixes it, I hope it fixes it. And usually, the house wins. So like if it doesn't seem to know pretty quick, I'm like, forget this, I'm out of here. It's super funny. Clutching at straws. At one straw. Just to get breath. Telling it the solutions to the next person will have to suffer. I wonder if it will remember that. It might remember it for you. But I don't know, maybe. It's funny, that impulse. Because I know a lot of people are interested in poisoning the chatbots, giving them purposely wrong information, so they start training on themselves quicker, and the whole thing breaks down quicker. Or they start, when they inevitably start training on themselves, which they already are, they'll have the wrong stuff. Yeah, right, it does. Yeah, that's true. But your approach is more like, what are you gonna do? End chatbots? Probably not. So might as well help them not be worse. I respect that approach. Okay, but can you please make this a variable? Variable collisions array of, I believe, dictionaries. Well, it has to be more than that. It's got to be like string. No, it's an array. It's not a dictionary. Maybe this kind of will spare you. I'm in a lot of trouble then. I love to just say horrible things to chatbots. Equals that. I'm doomed. Why do I keep making them functions? For I node 3D in collisions. Well, we're gonna say collision. Is that shadowing something? I hope not. For collision node 3D in collisions, which, by the way, that's gonna be a dictionary, not a node. Remove their memory afterwards. There you go. Right, I just tell it like, sorry, I didn't mean it. I tried to get one to add slots to an item grid the other day, and it kept giving you code that was an error. Sometimes the chatbots can be useful, other times absolutely useless for hours on end. Right, and so, exactly. And so I'm trying to like learn to not get in that hours on end situation. A, by becoming good enough that I don't need the chatbot, and B, recognizing that if I've very clearly stated it and it's very clearly wrong, just dropping it and moving on to some other solving situation. But I'm telling you, it's that gambling mindset. It's that mindset of, because it even encourages you. It's like final result. Absolutely razor sharp. Whatever, all its weird analogies it makes. Final code, final version. Definitely gonna work. But it doesn't. It doesn't. Can have a programmer that'll solve your problems. You're a programmer. I mean, it sounds like what you're describing is asking for help from humans. Forums, Discord, live streaming. Final, sharpest, cutting edge, broad, final, no final, exactly. Oh my god. It's so embarrassing for it. But because it says that, it's like, okay, well maybe it is it did say it's the last one, so it probably is, right? No. If collision collider we're gonna get a little wacky here. Get node AAVV. So if that exists, then return or make it a. Don't even make it a variable. I don't even care. Gonna have to ask for help sooner or later. Got a few of your ideas set up at least. Nice. Yeah, humans are still the most context aware. Humans can be wrong, but humans are way better at understanding the full context of something than a chatbot is. Not only the context of the situation, but how that context interfaces with the tool you're using and the language you're using and stuff, I think. So if it doesn't find anything, you can just say return. It's ridiculous. Flip wants to know what engine Vinge is using. Or a mine? I think Vinge, not a mine. Return something. I mean, ideally, it would run it again. It would just keep running it until it found something. Godot has types? No, I knew I could use, no, I did know I could use return by itself. What I didn't know is that if we're telling it that it needs a mesh instance 3D, I didn't know that it would accept return. Like, I would have expected that it would want something that vaguely looks like what this is. Like, something more specific. Rather than just go back to where we came from. That's what I didn't know. Yeah, it's that's why I'm so like what? It's not giving me an error? Maybe it's always the type you want. Null? Yeah, right, you're right. It might just return, that's what I was wondering. I was like, wait, do I not have to even tell it to return nothing? Does it just know to do that? I guess this is our time to find out. You know what? Let's find out. Alright, I'm sure that function is wrong or something, but it's okay. So I'm gonna say, let's see what it found. We'll see what happens. There's an error. Someone else in the script. It is saying somewhere else. I don't know what. Oh. No, this is a different error. This is something else, unfortunately, for that theory. Unfortunately for your theory, that is wrong. That said, I do need that. But you might be right. Maybe if I clear that error, it'll pop up. Or maybe it's waiting till runtime to show me the error. But now I'm just gonna find out what happens. Yeah. No error. Oh, we got a standalone express. Oh yeah, I'm not done with this yet. Debug print. I just want to see. Header cap, mesh, or yeah, mesh in front is target mesh name. It might not have a name if it's a null, so maybe we should just do that. If you need help with something, Vinge, let me know. Yeah, flip is very helpful. Like some people are looking for group to go like do a dungeon or a raid. Flip is looking for help. Looking to help. Flip is worth utilizing. Flip is goated! Yeah, let's give some appreciation to Flip. Flip, you're goated! You're absolutely goated! 100%. 100%. No, I also sometimes say Philip. And you know what else? Friggin' autocorrect will probably be like, you didn't mean that. Hang out in the Godot quit help chat. That's fun. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get one to help. I don't do it, but I get it. Maybe if I was better. Maybe if I was better. It's fun. Nice. I'm just gonna make sure this code is actually set up to work. I was gonna get the yaw. It'll do all the things. It'll create a tween that rotates it. Okay, I mean, it looks like it's got all the things, so let's see what goes wrong. Help us with JavaScript. I am gonna go back to doing JavaScript on Tuesdays next month. So when it's like the last couple weeks of the Game Light Jam, I'm all in for Game Light Jam. But definitely we'll be going back to JavaScript soon. Alright, come and get me. Trying to assign an array type of array to variable type array dictionary. Okay. Okay. If you say so. I think we're gonna have the for loop an issue as well. Should have been a teacher, except you want better pay. Yeah, being a teacher sucks. For that reason, specifically. Oh, no error. Mesh in front is AABB. It found it. Let's go. Okay, but will it flip around? No, it will not. Get AABB on a null value. Well, yeah, because you saw. Okay. No. Do not update it every time. Right. So this is what I needed to fix. Return shelf if although here's the thing, Lees. Return shelf if needed. Here's the thing, it still doesn't know if it's going down or not. I think that's the problem. It's still not gonna work, but at least we're just trying to fetch it. Return shelf if needed. Aims up when climbing the yeah, I'm just making it so it faces the shelf, basically. Not just when it goes up, but when it mostly, particularly when it's on the way down. So I might need actually a way to tell it that it's coming down. So for the if needed part of it, Vinge might take flip up on that. Let's go. Working on other stuff. Nice. I'd ask what it was, but I'm not trying to be nosy. Go to the look at code. Right. Why not just change? Oh, this is the wrong thing. Sorry. Wait, this is the right thing. Oh, wait. This is different look at code. Sorry, you meant this look at code. Actually, that's a really good idea. I could just change its look at target. Wait, that's a good idea, Flip. That's a real good idea. Wait a minute. Wait, that's a great idea. Hold on. Is it a vector 3 up? Why? Oh, for the... Wait, why am I doing that? Reboning a mesh. Nice. Like in Blender. Nice. Or Maya or whatever. But this is something else. This is just to like resolve like errors or something, right? Like this doesn't have anything to do with facing the shelf, right? Nice. I love armature stuff. Most of the time. It would look at when its velocity is directly up. Is this the wrong look at? I'm a little confused. This is the spider. You're gonna have to be more specific because I'm a little confused what you're talking about here. I don't think I understand what the heck you're talking about. Or even how this... I literally just have no idea what... Like, what does this eliminate? I think, so this may not have been what you meant. What do you mean see if it worked? But I have to remove something. Because I still have to set this target mesh, or I have to make sure this target mesh is stable. I'm confused because we're only running this one time. This runs once to define a tween for which direction it should face. So why, I just don't understand why this would make a difference. I just don't get it. Like, as such, there's no way it works. We would need more. We must need more. But you know what, Flip? What you said gave me a different idea. Hey, Proton, what's up? God Morgan. Was that supposed to be good morning, or is that like a language from something? Like friggin' Star Trek or something like that. God Morgan to you too, Proton, I think. What you been working on lately? So what? I don't want it to face up. I want it to face... That's not what I want. So, like, unless you're saying something I don't understand, which is very possible. So, like, here's the shelf. Here's the monster. When it comes up here, it should go like that, okay? And then what I really want is when it goes on the other side, it turns around and climbs down. That's what I'm trying to do. Not what, and I could be wrong, but is what you're saying is that it would then go boop, boop, and then do this, and then go like that? I mean, it could. That would be easier. Then I wouldn't have to make a climbing animation. Wait, that's kind of awesome. It's Swedish, which is second language in official language in Finland. Gotcha, gotcha. God, more God to you as well. Yeah, Merv, I should do that. Seems similar to the player-facing shelf problem. Right, well, that's why I was starting to solve it that way. You didn't know the spider was a centaur? It is, yeah. I mean, it's a, well, it has a name. What's it called? Arachne centaur name. It's like a spy, it's called something. I can't remember what it's called. No, it's something else. It has a name. So arachne is generally what it's called, but there's something else too. I can't remember what it is. But yeah, that's literally what it is though. It should jump. I mean, jumping seems infinitely more complicated and doesn't work well with the gameplay because the player needs to be getting chased on the shelf. What was it? It's like right on the tip of my tongue. Word for arachne centaur name starts with spide and ends with something. Can't remember. Help me out, chatbot. Come on. You can do this. No. Drider! That's it! Drider. That's the one. Oh, it's a Dungeons and Dragons thing? Dang. Okay, Drider is what I was thinking of. I feel like this is generally considered like a spider centaur. But it's basically what it is. You already knew it. I couldn't, it was just on the tip of my tongue. But that is what this is. That is completely what the monster is. I'm surprised you didn't notice that. It's obviously got like a spider face. Boop, 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 boop. That's where it to me it blends into being an ettercap. So it's kind of like a humanoid-ish ettercap. It's an it really to me it's an interpretation of ettercap basically. Morphing it with like a Drider. Drider meets ettercap. All right, so I think I'm gonna throw all of this in the trash because wait, what if it just? I mean, we don't want to throw it all in the trash because we still wanted to do this. But I feel like, okay, before I throw it away, no, just throw it away, who cares? Wait, really? No, but isn't what you were talking about gonna, wait, I thought what you were talking about was the solution. I haven't seen The Fly, but I have seen other David Cronenberg films. I'm watching a TV show remake of one of his films right now called Dead Ringer. I do like Cronenberg a lot, but for liking Cronenberg, I have not seen The Fly. I don't know why, I just haven't. No particular reason. That was a solution for a problem you weren't having. But, wait. So that wouldn't make it go like this and then that? and then do this. Whatever the case, we need to do this because that means I don't need a climbing animation. If I have it go like this, I need to make a whole new animation. And then we gotta find a way to make it do this. But if it does this, this is excellent. That is perfection. It would be interesting to have similar movie to The Fly, but with spiders and a fly, where a person is like turning into a spider. Yeah, that would be cool. Wait, that would be cool. That's a very good idea. I like that. You got something there. Same, Merv. I can't believe I wasn't doing this sooner. But you're telling me that this doesn't achieve that? But this isn't the target. That's the problem with that. So, based on what you were describing, you certainly made it sound like it would. If you're moving the same way in the wall as you are in the ground, you'd want to look at where your velocity is normalized. The direction you are moving is where you are looking. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that it doesn't automatically do that. So what does our other look at do, by the way? Oh, it just does it for a quick second. And it only runs when it's like changing positions, I think. So it's only turning at turns. But also, why is it not considering climbing a turn to turn on? I'm actually surprised that it doesn't just do this by default. Well, look, you're only lerping the y-axis. I think that's your answer there. So we could say if it's climbing, well, what axis would that be? X? It would switch it to the x-axis. Maybe that's all I need to do. Let's see what happens. All right, come at me. That did nothing. Maybe it's Z? Maybe we just need to... Well, that has to be a float. There we go! Hey, oh, that was so creepy. Ooh, that was very upsetting. Why did that upset me? I didn't like that in a good way. Like, it's a horror game, so it's perfect. Wait, it only worked on the way down, not on the way up. Ah! It's so scary! Ah! Why is that so much scarier that way? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Just like seeing it just come over the top. Okay, but it doesn't do it up. It only does it down. Oh god, here it comes. It's like a roller coaster. Needs to be slightly off center. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. That was freaky. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. Hey, don't bail on it. Climb, monster, climb! I can't believe we weren't doing this sooner. I can, and I'm glad we're doing it now. No, it doesn't do it. It only does it on the way down. Why? Do it up! Do it up! Goodest of jobs. Yes, that worked out really, really well. I'm so glad I misunderstood what you were... I'm glad you misunderstood what I needed, and I'm glad I misunderstood what you were suggesting. Flip. Oh, it's so creepy. Why? But for real though, why doesn't it want to go up? I'm asking a chatbot. I'm asking a dang chatbot. Why look at only work when facing downward and not when moving downward and not when moving upward. G-script. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I got this from Reddit or something. Vector 3 up is 0, 1, 0, so dot vector 3 up measures how aligned next path position is with the upward direction. If next path position is above the current position moving upward, the dot product will be close to or greater than 1. So that line is a gatekeeper, allowing the look at logic to run only when the target is not too upward facing. Lookat requires a valid target direction up vector. If the target is directly above or nearly aligned with the up vector, the rotation becomes ambiguous or unstable. Godot can't reliably compute a forward direction without gimbal lock or flipping. That's why you see this, a slight offset to avoid perfect vertical alignment. If you want Lookat to work regardless of vertical direction, use a custom up vector that's always slightly offset from the target direction. Fall back to a horizontal look direction when the target is nearly vertical. Jesus. I mean, look, this math I never would have figured out in a million years. So we're absolute valuing a vector from the next path position to the global position. Then we're dot producting the up vector. But wait, what do you mean if? Where's the colon? There was stream buffering? Really? That might have been on your end. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think the internet's pretty stable right now. I could be wrong. Oh yeah, thanks. It's greater than 0.999. Thank you. Yeah. Might be your internet, Murph. Thanks for letting me know. Up vector equals 0, 0, 1. So this is just saying if we are moving upward, do that. Basically. I mean, I'm gonna slap it in. Like Slam it in. Here's what I'm gonna do. Hope I slap it in correct. Actually, kind of hope I don't slap it in correctly, so I have a chance to learn something for once. So we do have to establish this up vector variable up vector vector 3 equals vector up. So I spent a few days learning up all the ways to use dot codex. I gotta tell you, welcome. Also, I gotta tell you, I find vector math painfully boring. Instead of 103. Really? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Wait. Really? Codex, I would love that moxie to do that. I hope that one day I do have the moxie to do that. Vector math, I've tried, I've watched videos by wonderful people. I've read things. I've experimented with code. And every time, it just... Yeah, you're right. An LLM might be able to explain it more catered to my needs. All right, I'll be honest. I haven't tried that. All right, Codex, I'll try that. I'll try that. That's a good idea. Yeah, I'm like, but I liked it. I came up with that, or we came up with that. I want to keep that. You know exactly what that line is doing, and you wouldn't have without studying it. Yeah, it just, I glaze over when I see that. But, okay, alright, my eyes glaze over. Alright, heard. But what I'm a little confused about, like, we don't want... Alright, yeah, because I guess there's updates over and over. Yeah, alright. Yeah, that just makes sense. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So we'd be replacing this, essentially. So the only thing we've added in is a vector checking that something is above, basically, if I'm understanding things correctly. But I don't think this, I feel like this, I'm not sure, Flip, I understand. I kind of disagree. And maybe it's me misunderstanding things. Take all the math and push it somewhere else? Why are you saying this? I feel like you're probably right, but it's going against what makes sense in my brain. So I'm not gonna do it. But what I am gonna do is this. I'm gonna say, if not that, if your next position pointed to your global position is almost aligned to up vector, down would also be absolute nearly 1. I gotta be honest, that didn't help me, but it's very interesting. Basically, that check is saying don't do this if we go up. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let me just do what I think is right, and if it's wrong, I'll deal with it. I'm gonna make up vector. I'm not looking at chat for a second, so I can at least make this happen. Turn 3. I mean, obviously, unless you don't say anything. Vector 3 up. And then put this in here with up vector. I'm just gonna keep it all the same, and I'm gonna find out why it's wrong. The hard way. The fun way. Then I'm checking this, and I'm saying make up vector that, and either way we plug in up vector here. And I'm gonna see why it's wrong. I'm gonna find out why it's wrong. Okay, let's make sure it works in its normal behavior when it's patrolling and not chasing. Or at least when it's not climbing. Alright, looks great. Now let's make it climb. So it's gonna chase me. So it definitely isn't walking upward, but nothing is broken, but nothing is fixed. So I guess what I'd want to check now, A, did I implement it correctly? B, is this even running? Okay, let's make it climb again. See if we get that print. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. It does? Yeah! Well, wait, it did it when it's going down! Well, then I was pressing buttons. I got lost. So it's not there, but it does run it on the way down. What in the world? Wait, what? I went the right direction. It just did it at the wrong time. Really strange behavior. Very bizarre. Okay. So what is it? Can I just like see what this is? Header cap. Direction up. Vector val. Okay, 0.06, 0.00, 0.00. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's what Flip said, is it needs to replace this. Okay, we found it. I found it. See, do I fully understand why? No, but I fully see that this is needing to be replaced. So we're gonna call that good enough. Because it stopped printing this only when it was going up. It still seems strange to me. Truth be told. I can't say I fully understand much. But I'm okay with that. I'm in a game jam, I gotta finish it. So, we don't get to grill an LLM today about things. Vector math, trigonometry. Vector 3, wait, how do you even write that? Oh, we just literally just type it in. Okay. What is that like? I like how you said basically, and it still was just so confusing to me. Basically, complexity. Not basic. Oh, and then we want climbing up. Right? Or just actually we just want climbing? I don't think that's gonna, it's not what's gonna happen there. So this isn't actually that helpful. We're just gonna get rid of that. Alright. We shall simply see if the functionality is better. No, climb. Don't walk around like a civilized monster. Okay, so this is incorrect because now it's doing the old behavior. So I feel like I was a little bit right that it shouldn't be replacing it fully because but it's going up. But it is going up. But it's not going down the right way. So this is still really wrong. This is not. This is still really wrong. Alright, let's see what you guys are saying. Oh yeah, get some nom-noms. Thanks, Flip. The one I had originally is changed a bit now. Don't do this if we go up. Delete your thumb bone and attach it to the hand bone rather than the forearm bone. You're gonna attach your thumb bone. Good night of mine. I'm sorry I missed you. Oh, saying good night. Good night. I just in case you guys would give me answers, I had to look in there. I had to look away. Good night, y'all. Thanks for stopping in, hanging out, giving thoughts and all that. Delete your thumb bone and attach it to the hand bone rather than the forearm bone. It's saying if you're going up or down. If you want only down. Okay, so it was kind of right in that we want different checks for different scenarios. Okay, I had the wrong checks. Okay, got it. So right now you have a thumb bone attached to the forearm instead of the hand. That is a valid correction. It sounds like. Sounds like that's the way to go. But maybe you mean like here's the forearm, and instead of having these all branching out of here, yeah, I've definitely done that. Where I'll have like maybe like a center one here where they come out of, or yeah, heck, even like bringing out of the. I think I see what you're saying. I don't remember like the circumstances, but I remember like having a similar problem and coming to a similar conclusion. Okay, so I do in fact want it to update up vector depending on things. So this is not running at all if we're going up. Let me confirm that if the monster's going up. Let me just confirm that real quick here. Okay. Okay. Alright. Heard. Oh, I forgot to look at the prints. Okay, so see, it runs not when we're going up. It runs when it's going down, and it runs any other. So literally, this is saying, as long as we're not pointing up, do stuff. So you know what I think? I kind of wonder about an else. So, okay, I have one more question for the code. If I say if that print it now, show me what we got. Okay, so it's running very frequently. Once it climbs up, it immediately stops. When it comes back down, it's going again. Yeah. Yeah, so we're just gonna, we're gonna brute force figure out what's happening. All right, so this right here, well, you don't know that. Here, put it outside for a second. Put it out here. I want to see what that alone is doing. Okay, so it's running. Let me climb. Obviously, things get weird. But that's to be expected. But what I really want to understand it still stops when it goes up. And it runs when we go down. Alright. So, this right here is saying any position but up. So here's my next curiosity. What if I do a little else? And we say, this could be completely wrong, but my curiosity is strong. And let's just say EtherCat going down, going up? Question mark. EtherCap not going up. Well, we'll just let that be like that. All right, let's see. So there might have been a lot of changes for it. We'll see if it can handle it. No, don't take the shortest path. Take the climbing path. I see you. I will check in with what you're saying momentarily. And continue to see if the powers of deduction can save me. Hey, I'm over here. It's like, oh yeah, sorry. So interestingly, it is not running that. So the else was incorrect. Also interestingly, it's working. Surely that's a no, don't go around. Surely that is a fluke. I trust that was a fluke. Why is it fixed? I mean, we basically just removed this entire, which I think you had said earlier, Codex, that is a, or maybe Flip, one of y'all said that was like a bug, basically. No pun intended. So is that it? Is that it? Are we good to go? It was you. Alright, great. Ship it! Awesome. Okay, let's also, just for the sake of checking things, make sure it works good here. I don't know where I got that from. I feel like it was some, dude, it was definitely. Girl, that was from some Reddit post. I know it. Or a Godot forum post. But it also, I have a bad habit of like not reading the whole post, so it could have been very specific to that person's problem. At least I think that's what it's from. It still walks a little more crooked than I like, but I think we're good. And now I don't have to make a climbing animation, which I gotta tell you is a big relief. Now obviously it clips a little bit, but oh yeah, I forgot to change the climbing directions. I gotta do that. Oh god, it's going to get me, it's going to get me. So it doesn't move. It's gonna have some trouble getting me here. It's gonna struggle. It's gonna struggle real bad to get me here. That's for sure. Alright, this is so much better though. Oh my gosh. Alright, Codex, I gotta give you props for sure. 100%. Special thanks. Thank you. I especially thank you, Codex. We're just gonna say general coding consultant. I'll give you 2, and then I'll give you 2 debug. We'll add an extra debug for mine. Special thank. And a couple for flip. Sweet! Now I do feel that it should go a little horizontally. Girl, you better commit it. Monster climbs the right direction. It's great. That looks sarcastic with the extra ease. So I could try adding some nav mesh like on the front of it or across these shelves so it can like traverse that way. I am noticing that it isn't trying to traverse the top, which I think would be a good path for it. So we'll have to see if that's actually working. But I'm curious if we can. I kind of feel like we should. No, it should be fine. Also, you could move these up in general, which might lead to some better results. If you push that up a bit. And then let's duplicate this, rotate it. One thing to keep in mind, there's some things to keep in mind with this. This worries me ever so slightly, but it's okay. See what happens. I mean, you kind of don't need that many. You could probably just put a big one in the middle, and that should be good enough. Hopefully, for it to decide to use that as a possible path. And then the other thing I was thinking is maybe we move the nav link a little further away, so the monster is less likely to clip through. The only problem with that is I'm gonna have to move the top slice a little further back. So just to prevent some of the clipping, push that back. Do you not understand orthogonal view? Okay, thank you. And see now that needs to extend. Where is it at? -1. Put this at +1. I wonder if it'll be the same meter distance. Might be. Oh, and I need that on both sides of the shelf also. We could just mirror it too. Could be nice. Let's do that. Save me the trouble. Great. Okay, let's see where that gets us. So hopefully that thin blue line. Forgive me for what I've said. Okay, the meters did not work out. That's okay. Is that after moving it? Oh, it's still saving. Oh, I did see some internet wobble. A little bit. A little bit. Hopefully just a quick one. We saved Blender? We good? A little further. I kind of hate this like slight adjustment. You could also move the nav link to be aligned with it. Might be easier. Oh, that is like perfect. Love that. Good. Then we'll take this. And just make sure it lines up with that. And hopefully it'll be willing to crawl across them as well. Let's see. Oh, it's not even trying to chase me at all. Oh, NavLinks might have been moved too suboptimally. Now it's not even trying to climb. Okay. Oops. A bit surprising, but also not terribly surprising because I wonder if it's conflicting. Let's if it's conflicting with that center one, the nav link. So I'm gonna increase the nav link height a bit. Hopefully it's okay with that. the same on this side. See if that makes a difference. Nice. All right, now it's climbing. Good, good. And it's further away from the mesh, which is also good. Yeah, looks good. And then now, come get me up here. It's the timer. I hate the timer so much. It makes it take so long to find you. But I guess, you know, give the player a little advantage. We can also shorten the timer. Totally fine. Okay, so now it's gonna come up behind me. So if I move this away, no! No! Okay, let's see if it's already up. It does, but it looks really stupid. It doesn't mean, because it's just basing it on its up vector. So, since it's not moving up anymore, or its direction, it looks friggin' silly. So I'd almost need to say that if it is climbing, keep it... Oh, I don't even know how I'd flip that around. I have no idea. I don't have a clue. You could say that it's more trouble than it's worth, but I don't think it is. I think the monster should make sense. So we do have an is climbing function. We could... Oh, what's going on over here? Navigation region synchronization error. More than two edges tried to occupy the same map rasterization space. This is a logical error in the navigation mesh caused by overlap or too densely placed edges. Whoops. I do wonder if it doesn't have to do with the navigation link clipping through that center. Because look, I could also just say... I mean, at this point, you could also just not use a navigation link. You know? Like, I could... just... do one of these. Like, maybe forget the navigation link. Maybe I don't need it. Assuming that's actually the problem. I can't help but think there's a good chance it is. Whoops. I'm sorry. So we'll see what happens if I do that and I get rid of the link. Test that theory. So we'll just turn them off, make them not enabled. See what happens. Shouldn't have probably done that in the middle. Alright, let's start over. Oh, we got problems. Navigation region synchronization more than 2 edges. Oh, it immediately hated that. Jeez. And it doesn't climb. Yeah, we need the links. Okay, I'm sorry. So what if I get rid of these? We just don't do that. And then bring back the links. Does that resolve it? Like, I can live without it, but I really like it. No, it's still having problems. Is it because the nav link is too high? Wait, but I'm trying to put it back to the way it was. But Lise, you know, it could be that it's too far away still. Oh, try making it stick out further. Wait a minute. This. See if that helps. No! Does the climbing at least work? Well, clearly I need to revert the commit immediately. What do we change in enter cap? Don't worry about it. Discard. Do over. That's why we make commits right there. Goodbye, changes. I will not miss you. We're also gonna reopen this. Okay. I don't think there were errors there. No, they weren't. No errors. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for the crimes I've committed. Alright, so one thing at a time. Let's see if I can... I wonder if it was raising that up. Let's try one thing at a time. And then test it instead of just doing a bunch of changes. I would like the mirror. What if it didn't like the mirror? So I did so many things. It could be so many things. Alright, so let's start with the mirror. Rule that out. Godot's gonna have to reload. It hates reloading when there's already something there. Oh, welcome, Lilac. I've cut most of you off, but let's bring you back. Thank you for hanging out with us. The light, it is a little darker than usual, unfortunately. Okay. Make sure that's updated. Oh, right, all we did was the mirror, so it should almost be unnoticeable, the difference. The mirror, play it, see if you get an error. It was the mirror! Wow. Why? If I apply the mirror, does it still do it? Honestly, I'm relieved that it's the mirror. Whoa! Giant cat. Sorry. Merging it does no good here. Alright, mirror was a mistake. I apologize to the game for the mirror. I never should have done it. Okay. I am deeply sorry. It won't happen again. Please forgive me. Alright, no errors. Great. Well, now I gotta go test all that stuff again. So... But do one thing at a time this time. Alright? One thing at a time. Let's try extending this out. By 0.5, and we'll do negative 0.5 this way. Save it. Then... Oh, I keep forgetting to end the runtime. If I don't end the runtime, Godot takes so much longer. I guess while we have one of our lights out, we can boost the exposure on the cat a little bit. Okay, well that should be fine. I am doing two things, but it's not two things in Blender. I'm gonna put this back to a further position because I very much liked that. -1 and 1. Save it, test it. Alright, no errors. It climbs, and it's charting a path much further away, which is perfect. I do have a feeling it's gonna be quite a bit too close up at the top, but it's kind of hard to even notice, really. Oh gosh, I confused it. Oh, I just lost it. I must have been clipping through it. Oh dear, that was incorrect. Oh dear. Oh, we're just gonna call that a little fluke. I think it's pretty okay in the top. Obviously, I don't love that it like runs its face into the ground on the way down. We could fix that by adjusting the connection point a little bit. So it doesn't make a full right angle on the way down. So take these. I mean, that's still the nav link. So keep that in mind. Okay, I'm gonna do multiple changes because I'm impatient. I feel like the mirror was the crime here. Stop the runtime before you update the assets! It's that time of night, okay. So I also want to take these links and rotate them a little bit. Not that much. That's too much rotation. Still too much. Just a little bit. 94.5 FM. I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. Oh, how do you get the opposite? I don't know, just rotate it the other way. There you go. The distance is different. -1.4. Thank you, Codex. This is for the Game Like Jam. Did you called that, right? The bot didn't just happen to do that. Okay, you called it. I was like, there's no way it knew. Yeah, so I started this jam. You can actually watch a video about it at the top here. I started this jam because I was not finishing games in a reasonable amount of time. So I started this jam this year, and I'm gonna do it perpetuity, every other month. I mean, I might not participate it, and maybe in like 2-3 years, I'll be like, okay, I'm trained up. But for now, and at that time, the jam will still go on. I just won't necessarily make stuff for it every time. But I started it because I was having a bad time keeping my games within a certain scope. And so this gives you, and you can sift through the past ones as well. It gives you a game to base your game on. So we did Ski Free last, very simple one. And you use that scope within a month to control how much stuff you put in it, to give you like a point of reference. So I try to pick games that are somewhat reasonable to do in a month, the best I can. And yeah, I still have a lot to learn with scope management, but hopefully I'll get better in time and start to recognize what mechanics could make things take more time versus if I'm piling on too many ideas and stuff. Working on a plugin based architecture, and you've been playing with Olama. Oh yeah. I like that. I've heard of that. And a Piper. I don't know if I've heard of that. Local TTS, and we'll soon be working on a tool to auto-respond based on informational commands that you have. So when people ask about a jam, it'll go, oh, I know about jam. That sounds like it might be what they want to know. That's cool. That sounds awesome. How would that be implemented by the streamer? It sounds really cool. Alright, I'm gonna see where this gets us. If maybe it doesn't ram its face into the ground. Oh, it's no longer climbing at all. So that was an oops. And it makes perfect sense because the nav link isn't reaching. For a non-tech person, not easily? Okay. Not the most user-friendly. It sounds cool, though. Run it as a service. Dang. Sounds awesome. Okay, now it's climbing. Oh, and you can see the more gradual path. It's better. It's a little deliberate looking, but at least it's not smashing its face in the ground. I'll take it. It's just like, it looks a little weird. The hard part is running Olama and Piper. The rest works out box. I really want to set up a local LLM one day. Back from playing some wrestling games on PS2. How's the game going? Nice. Well, we've got climbing up. Look how awesome this looks insane when it's coming down. It's so scary. I need to, I think it's actually too far away from the shelf at this point. It just like emerges out of the darkness. Yeah, it's a little too far away now. But, so now I don't have to make a climbing animation. I do have Docker. Well, I wasn't able to install it on this PC for some reason. I'm making a lot of changes this PC, so hopefully. But on my other PC, I do have Docker. It's good, right? And I don't have to make a climbing animation. Oh, Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, but it is a little too far away for my taste. Boop, 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 boop. So let's make it be a bit closer then. Also, you might want to lower... I don't think it did you any favors putting this up so high. I also think you should close that gap on the sides too. Okay, what's that at? Negative 1.135? Yeah, I guess I've basically just been working on climbing today. But it is a primary mechanic, so seems important. Alright. And then I'm just gonna shrink down how far the wings at the top stick out. It's a bit much, really. How was the wrestling games? Did you win a lot? Did you use lots of chairs, folding chairs, to achieve your goals? Okay, let's see if this looks better. Oh, it's so scary. It somehow looked more scary when it was closer. Once it... Okay, it fixed it. Climb, climb, climb! Ah, it's scary! Made a character, made a moveset. Game scared you. I thought it crashed. Did not. Saved it. Went to do career mode. Then it crashed. So moved on to another wrestling game, but didn't do much. Is it crashed because it like had like a scratched disc or something, or maybe it's something else? I mean, look, character creation is like half the fun in games that allow it, so you got something out of it. I need to lower that timer so it comes looking for the player more often. Alright, so this is good. I am gonna lower that timer, that chase timer. Yeah. I figured you were doing like a physical media thing. Let's make it like 0.5 seconds. And then the other thing I want to do is get it so it crawls horizontally. I do think you can bring this down more. So hopefully this will work nicely again. Without giving me errors. The errors, I am just certain, were the mirror. I don't know what it does, but it ain't good. Okay, give it a way to chase you horizontally. And we'll just duplicate it, I guess. I want a mirror, though. It makes it so much easier. It's fine. Just do it. You got this. All you gotta do is snap it there, and then rotate it 180. Bam. Mirrored. Okay, save it. Let's see if we get desirable results now. So this is so if I'm moving across the shelves, it'll come after me. Now the problem is that it's not quite facing the right direction when it does that. Unfortunately. 0.5 is still a bit too slow. It still goes so far before it realizes it can come at me more easily. So yeah, so it doesn't update its up vector. Or it does it very wrong. So my idea for that is to set an isClimbing variable. Yeah, we can't do that for a function. Kind of wild. We can just like assign a function things. We'll just call it climbing. Do you still have climb ready? No. Okay, good. So we don't need it. Oh, I'm still not using the states. I forgot. We gotta use the climbing states. I completely forgot about that. So this function runs if we're climbing. I had climb chase and climb patrol, but I don't think we're actually gonna use, or climb up. Oh, we have climb, no, just kidding. We have climb up and climb down. I don't think we need climb up and climb down. I just don't think we need it. I don't even know that I need the states, to be honest. I don't know that I need them. Like, because we're not playing an animation at the time. It really could just be a true or false flag. Since we're not doing climb up or climb down, it's only two things. Which is just true or false. So I say we get rid of climb states. I don't think they're doing any favors here. It's wild how much theoretical things end up being not useful. I don't plan ahead well. Sometimes I just have to not. Alright, we start out not climbing. When this happens, climbing becomes true. If that isn't the case, climbing becomes false. Okay. Great. So if we are climbing, in terms of updating our up vector, wait, what happened to all that? We got rid of that? Oh, wow. Okay, cool. So we'd want to make sure if it's climbing, it doesn't change it. Which does make me think we do need to do up and down difference. This is kind of hard. This is actually a tricky one. I guess we could say if it's moving horizontally, if we get a check for that. If it's climbing and it's moving horizontally, then force its up vector, or I don't even know. Or keep it. This is actually a little tricky. Keep the last rotation position that it was looking at. Like, stop lerping it, basically. But I need a way to know if it's going horizontally. And I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna ask a chatbot. I'm I'm asking chatbot. How ensure is moving horizontally? Or really we could just say moving on the X or Z axis. It really doesn't matter which one. It does matter which one. Alright, let me check. I remember. Looks like the X axis. How to check if it's moving on the X axis. Gives you the horizontal movement component, the movement delta, yeah, it will include diagonal actually. Is mostly X. What? We normalize the movement delta that we set up here. And we create a variable is mostly X. We absolute value direction X, whether it's positive or negative. We check to see if that's greater than absolute value Y and X. That's not gonna work. Does that work? Gonna do that? 2 checks in one? I don't know if GScript can do that. I mean, it is one check. No, it is. It is one check. No, it is, because it's just that, and then it's and. No, that'll work. Okay, just kidding. So we're checking to make sure that the X direction is greater than the Y direction and the X direction. Okay. How could something be greater than itself? Not sure I understand that. Oh, Lise, you're reading it wrong. I'm sorry. It's not checking if it's greater than itself. It's checking if it's greater than the Y and if it's greater than the Z. God, that was so confusing to read. Okay, I see. That makes way more sense. And then we're doing movement delta, which is looking for the next path position minus the global position. So the difference between where it's going and where it is. If the difference between where it's going and it is on the x-axis is greater than 0.01, then we know. Then we can use that information Alright, I think I kind of understand it. AB is a vector. Yeah, it's a vector, right. I'm really been thrown off lately by these not being called vectors. Yeah. AB is a vector, A pointing to B. I knew that. I didn't say it that way because we're calling it a delta. But yeah, direction. I really hate the use of delta here. It's been confusing me and I don't like it. Alright, seems like it could be good, so we're gonna try it. I understand it, so that's all that matters. And so if it is, so we need to say, we want to basically ignore the look at. I'm pretty sure. movement vector. I don't care. I like it better. We don't actually need that second part. I don't believe. And we change this to vector. I like the idea of normalizing it. That seems smart. And then we check that, and that'll be true or false. So if it is mostly X, and we're climbing. So if not that, and, well, I wouldn't recommend that. I would say if is mostly X and climbing, then don't do that. Else do that. I actually don't need it to do anything here. It would really just need to keep, well, that's not true, because we want it to look, we do want it to look at a different position. What I don't want is for it to adjust its up vector. Right? What do I want? I feel like you want to eliminate some of these lerps. I feel like you don't want to rotate it on the x-axis. You'd only want it to rotate it on the y-axis. That's what I think. So in fact, a sweet roll? Wait, what was that referencing? I mean, I know what you're referencing, but what does that have to do with this? Somebody stole a sweet roll. What's the matter? Somebody stole your sweet roll. Rotation. Enter cap, last rotation. What do I want? Oh, I want a sweet roll? Yeah. Maybe. Oh, Cat's gone. She wanted a sweet roll. She's like, sweet rolls? As soon as you can tell me to look at it, am I just confused? You might be right! That's a good instinct, Codex. So I don't want to, you do want to update this. So Lisa, I think what you want to do is not put that there. What I think, perhaps, I want to do is say only update these if not mostly X and not climbing. Maybe. Okay, normal behavior from here looks good. Let's just get closer and double check. Is this patrolling? Make sure it rounds those curves correctly. It does. Make it chase. See if it goes up. Oh, it stops. That got broken. No, I think Lee's opposite. I don't know why I did that. That was not what I meant. Okay, it's okay. I have dysbulia. I get confused. Oh, that didn't fix anything either. I just vanished because I was just so embarrassed. Actually, I just pressed the wrong button. That really didn't work. It didn't work at all. Not one bit. Now with that said, it isn't... Yeah, but Lise... No, you did want this to be not. You absolutely want that to be not. I say hit me with a codex. So it thinks it's climbing horizontally right now, but it's definitely not. So it's just, this is just wrong. This is just simply wrong. Oh, but we actually want and climbing. Wait. It's always gonna be climbing. I regret it. You look at, I believe you could make your up vector your global basis Y. It's very interesting. Okay, that's super broken. That is incredibly interesting. Yeah. Okay, so now it thinks it's climbing all the time. Which is really... I guess that makes sense. No, I guess you do want that to be not. This is confusing. On line 108. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And you think that just fixes it? Is it like, how do you get that again? Transform basis or something? Probably not what I want to do anyway. What do I want to do then? You can just say, use your current up vector to be what you rotate around. I'm not sure I'm curious about what you're saying, but it's not making a lot of sense. Oh, global basis? Nice. So we would need to get that as a vector, though. Oh, yeah, that was a suggestion. It actually is necessary, only in the sense that we get a bunch of warnings if it's not there. Oh, just why? One of y'all, Flip, gave that to me. But incidentally, ChatGPT explained it, even though we already knew, but it's helpful. Yep. A collinear warning. Or actually, it might have even given an error. But yeah, it was giving a collinear warning. So look at requires a valid target direction up vector. If the target is directly above or nearly aligned with the up vector, the rotation becomes ambiguous or unstable. Godot can't reliably compute a forward direction without a gimbal lock or flipping. That's why we use this, a slight offset to avoid perfect vertical alignment. And it did make a warning go away, so... Okay, I'm curious. Alright, I'm just gonna take your word for it. It's gonna be why. Well, it's certainly very interesting. I have my doubts about it working, but it's very interesting. I'll show you the warning in a second. That's true. So it's definitely a little different, but it isn't not working. 0.5 is too long. It's like crookeder when it climbs, but that's okay. Ah, dang it. I don't think I made it. Oh, I did. So it's still not rotating the way I want it to. So, and maybe it's not clear what I want, but what I want is it to stay. So like, get back to the example. So it does this, right? It goes that's great. But if it goes like this and then it turns, it should stay that way. But what it's doing right now is it's going and then it's going like this and moving that way, which is not what I want. So that's what I was trying to say, was like, if we're moving horizontally, I will say, like, this has made it, I think, worse a little bit. The basis. I mean, look, I hear what you're saying, but it's not working, so. Like, I hear you. Unless you've left out something. My eyes say it's not doing anything. Yeah. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna keep doing what I was doing, except try something else. But yeah, it's being a little goofy. This is not working nice. I believe you that, like, mathematically what you're saying makes sense, but I think I gotta not go that route. So I can show you the warning if you like. So if I just do this normally, I think this is some other thing. Okay. So it can take a second for the warning to start happening. So we might not create exactly the conditions that bring about the warning. And then the other thing to think about is that for me to think about, is that warning was more relevant when we were constantly checking the player's position. But maybe now that we're not checking the player's position, maybe it isn't necessary anymore. Oh gosh, I hate that. What are you gonna do there? Yeah, right, legs are super useful. Okay, I will say it is not navigating. You know why? Because there's no nav links to that part. So it doesn't know how to escape. Once it gets there, it's stuck forever. That's pretty funny, actually. You can never get down. Yeah, that's solid advice, gamer. So, you know, I'm a little, I don't want to leave it off, because I feel like the reason why we're not seeing that warning is because we're not checking constantly like before. Isn't it creepy, Henry? That sucks, gamer. Stop getting on a bed. Stay put. Stay put. Get someone to help you and bring you things. You have to heal. Oh, I thought I saw the error. I didn't. We're gonna leave that in. I'm not gonna worry about it. So, what's next? I'm gonna try to put some of this back, and hopefully it works more good. So before I start actually doing all this, that's true, bathroom. Yeah, you're right. That's true. Yeah, there's not much you can do about that. At least get someone to help you, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, Codex. Welcome back, Vinge. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna check, actually, is let's just see if is mostly X. Just print this. Anytime you're moving horizontally, just tell me about it. But to be honest, let's cut down on some of these prints. Let's put it in there so it's not printing constantly. Alright. So obviously we do have the problem of it getting stuck. Actually, let me fix that real fast. my idea for that is to put some more nav links. Made you a sandwich. Yeah, it's taking care of yourself. Let's go, sandwich. Oh, that really sucks, gamer. I'm really sorry that's happening to you, though. But I'm glad that hopefully you're staying as immobilized as possible. Or immobile. Nice work, Vinge. You deserve it. I'm gonna take a bite of my food as a celebration of what you've done. We all should take a bite of our food. Okay. So I'm gonna duplicate these. I'm gonna call this these bottom. That is some wild. We've got underscore, dash, capital, or first letter capital, first letter lowercase, third letter capital, no, I meant. It's an amalgam of cases. Pascal snake. And others. Pascal snake camel. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate these. Call them top. And then shorten these. Until they just, it's kind of hard to see, but until they, it's really hard to see. Until they just touch the horizontal section. Let's scoot them forward a bit as well. .975. Then for the top ones, there might be some linkage to keep in mind here. Like some resource linkage. No, I don't think so. Actually. I don't actually need these to be rotated. So we can probably put that back at 90. Excuse me. And then well, it's gonna be a lot. You should have a little bit of an angle because I think it's gonna be a bit harder to overlap with it if you don't. But just a teensy bit. It's so hard to see. Thank you, Flip. Feels like a risky move. I mean, no, that looks like it's overlapping, kind of, sort of, maybe. Dinner time over, steak and taters. It sounds yummy. Nice job, taking care of your body. Move that up. It does not need to go that high. I mean, it's almost a negligible amount of linkage. mean, you could make it a little longer and then pull it down or something, but hopefully this actually works. We gonna find out. I actually don't want this one anymore. I'm gonna duplicate front top and we're gonna call it back top. It's like a black top but back here. It's 0.795. Alright. Is that over? Are you sure that's overlapping? No, that is not. I could just rotate it more too, but that'd be too easy. Alright, let's see if this fixes that so it can actually enter and exit the horizontal area. And then the other thing I want to check is just a bit about its horizontal behavior and if that function is actually doing what I want, or the variable math. Whoops. Moving horizontally. Okay, so obviously it's moving horizontally now because, well, so now it's not moving horizontally, which is correct. Now it is. You can see the prints adding up there. Ooh, looks like it might not want to climb that. Not very surprising. Oh, it's climbing. Let's go. Goes up, it comes down. Excellent. Alright, let's go up and see if it will come at me horizontally. It looks like it will. Alright, it's coming at me that way. If I go back down, let's make sure it can get off there. It can. It sure can. Alright, much better. Great. Oh, I forgot to check the horizontal stuff. Okay, so if we are up, it is not moving horizontally. Actually, it does seem to be moving horizontally when it's only going down. Kind of. Sort of. And so what I'm trying to do is make sure it doesn't change its direction, like it still is climbing facing the shelf. I mean, it's pretty close. We can also give it, like, instead of just being greater than, we could be a little bit more specific. Like greater than within a certain range. So it's vertical, now it's horizontal. It does kind of work though. I could see it leading to potential problems. Good night, Henry, and nice work on your granny like game. I can't wait to check it out, see what you've been working on. Henry finished their granny like and pre-submitted it. Very proud of you, Henry. It seems like Unity's a real good engine for you. Good night, get some sleep. You've earned it. I mean, you would have anyway, but especially. Oh, I forgot about all this. Put in the trash. 100, 100. So if it's mostly X and climbing, go ahead and tell me that. See if that's more accurate. So now it's not printing all the time because it's not climbing. So this is what I was kind of afraid of. It does some, see how it's doing that weird flag shape? It doesn't always calculate like a very correct position, which kind of is annoying. But it looks pretty good. I'm gonna try to get out of the way of this. In terms of, so if that number's going up, we'll know that it thinks it's going horizontally. Yeah, once I add that horizontal on there, oh, it's doing that. I hate that. Or it thinks it should go that way instead of going straight down. Don't like that. But it does give us a very clear check for the horizontal movement. But I feel like sometimes it's doing it when it's not really moving horizontal. So it's horizontal, horizontal, horizontal. Pretty much vertical. So really what I would do is I would just tell it not to rotate on a certain axis if it's going horizontal. I hate the flag thing. I despise it with all my heart. That's super annoying. It totally ruins everything. It's not a good flow. I might have to come up with something different for that. I have some ideas. Alright, so this correctly isolates those moments. So let's see if we can make it do the right thing, which is don't rotate on these axes. Really, it's just the x-axis. Don't rotate it here if it's mostly x. So I guess I also want to check if it's not mostly x and it's not climbing, Ettercat not climbing horizontally. It's kind of ridiculous, but I want to test it. Wow, so I really just had something quite wrong. Oh, we do want to say climbing. Okay. Okay, so now it's not climbing horizontally. Okay, this looks like the thing that I want to do. It looks like it. We'll see if it turns out that way. Alright. So ideally, it won't flip itself around. Oh, we should do Z as well. I don't know what was wrong before, but it looks a lot better. It is better. It's still kind of being a bit goofy, but it is better. Do I want to do this? I have no idea, obviously. I did rotate the monster around, so it might make more sense. No, that's quite wrong. I mean, we could also just say, like, don't... What we do, I do want it to rotate to face the player. That's what I do want to happen. So if we do this, it's not going to rotate the face of the player at all, which is devastating, highly undesirable. So it just like doesn't do anything that it's supposed to do. And it behaves quite strangely, in fact. I think you need to like nest this more. Right? Like if it's not climbing, then just do all this normally. If it is climbing, and it's not mostly on the x-axis, and you don't even have to do that. You could pull this out, put that there. Maybe something like that. So what axis is that it's not? It's... I mean, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? If it's going like... If it's like this, or it's like this, and I say only rotate on the y-axis, it's gonna do that. It actually kind of makes sense. What I want it to do is rotate like that, and then go this way. Which means I don't think I actually want it to rotate on the y-axis at all. Right? Like, I think I want to leave it on whatever y-axis it has, instead of making it a given. Now this would make it not rotate in any direction. So what direction would that even be? If it's like this, that would be Z, I think. Right? So we do want it to do Z then, I think. Let's give it a fresh start. Okay, it looks good on the ground. Let's climb up. Force it to come up here. See what happens. Okay, looks alright. This is better. This is better. I'd rather it be looking at the player, but this is definitely better. At least it's not doing something bizarre. Okay, alright. So then do I want X? Well, you do have X. It's Y you've gotten rid of. Do I want Y? Like maybe now that we're allowing Z, you gotta let it kind of reset. I don't think that's the way. Whatever the way is, I don't think that's it. Wow. Well, that might be the best I'm gonna get. I don't like it because it just feels a little less scary somehow, that it's not like looking at you. So if it's now going here and it moves like that, I mean, I think that would be the x-axis, but we aren't allowing the x-axis. Wait a minute. That's if it's not mostly X. But I think we already tried that. We already tried eliminating the Y. But Lise, did you update all of these when you did it? Did you? Did you? It's not great. So actually it still isn't rotating to face the player. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just don't know. So with this setup, we're eliminating Y. And we're keeping X and Z. And this was the best version yet. We gotta get it down first. Where it just kind of crab walks to you on the shelf. This is the most acceptable version. You know, we could also just like have its head look at the player or something, if I didn't want to worry about it anymore. I don't love how those back legs are hanging off all that much. Which I don't think you would notice as much if it was facing the player. How do I make it face the player? It's weird because it's still like not... It's still kind of bizarre. Still a bit suboptimal. It does make me wonder if we wouldn't also want to change the up vector to some extent. But what do I know? Not much. I think I just need to be happy with this result. That's what I think. Also, we don't want to do that twice. I don't know what happens when it does those little lags sometimes. Doing some decorating, added a little Easter egg. When you have a minute, check it out in live text. Oh yeah, well. And then it doesn't come down correctly either, which looks pretty stupid. So I mean, an obvious alternative is it doesn't come after you horizontally. I would honestly like it to climb up to the top. Which, by the way, I noticed it doesn't do. Oh, it does. Wait, no, it doesn't. So, like, what's up with that? Why doesn't it get up on top? There is nav mesh up there. But maybe your nav mesh is too small. So I think I might just try not worrying about the horizontal situation. That's what I think. No, separate. And then, like, maybe this could be extended so it actually messes with it. That is actually a very good call flip. I like that. Why you no climb sooner? Yeah, do something else if you get stuck. Oh, I know why. Because we changed the NavLink situation. That's why. No. What are you doing? You are so weird sometimes, Godot. You are the weirdest. I mean, I would like to keep these as a backup. Alright, let's see what you did, though. Thank you for the hydrate, Mosta. I have a tiny bit of liquid left. Just enough. Hyper Mosta! How you doing? Welcome. Thanks for being here. A cheeky nod to the original. What's up, guy? That's funny. Life is great. I'm a little worried about making the jam in time, but life is great. Yo, this is so fun. That's a wonderful little Easter egg. How's Twitch treating me? I don't know. We still have a lot of growth to do on Twitch. So whoever's here, I appreciate you being here. You're helping the Twitch fam grow. But I think at the end of the day, I think we'll always be a YouTube stream. but, you know, you help make Twitch family strong. Yeah, we got this. This is so fun. I love this. This is such a fun Easter egg. It looks so cool with its, like, pixelation. Very nice touch. Delightful. Like, I want to add an Easter egg, right? Right? Alright, so unfortunately, I have to duplicate these again. Stretch it out so it connects close enough. That was pretty easy. I'm just gonna say that wasn't that bad. Duplicate it, rotate it around, and put it on the opposite side. Rename it and make sure they're enabled. Surprised you said that. I'm often getting the sense you get more chatters from Twitch now. While that may be true, that the people on Twitch chat more, the viewer numbers tend to be much higher on YouTube. Yeah. At any one time, it seems there's always more people on YouTube, for the most part. Your player camera might need to be calibrated. It does be moving a little crooked, but... Okay, so what I want to see is if it will move along the top. The timer is too long. Because I would much rather it climb at the top anyway. But it doesn't seem to want to use the nav mesh on the top. It just doesn't want to do it. Why? Why not? What's wrong with it? It's right there. But what don't you like about it? Not gonna make it wider. I mean, Lise, you could also combine these. That might help it out a little bit. So give me a little loop cut here. Shrink it down to approximately the same size. Somehow grab that one face. Yeah, lurkers. Yeah, I will mostly, yes, more VOD watchers too on YouTube, but I'm specifically talking about live viewers. But yeah, the VOD watchers, I mean, I feel like that's always true for Twitch. Watching a Twitch VOD is less common, I think. It's occasionally something I think people do, but generally speaking, it's not like YouTube, where YouTube is pushing your VOD. You know, I think the only time people watch VODs on Twitch is if someone shares it or they come back to look at that creator's VODs. Whereas YouTube, as soon as your live stream becomes a VOD, it treats it similarly to a video and pushes it around. So that's pretty much always higher. Okay, let's see where that gets us. You know, I don't do much to advertise on Twitch. On YouTube, you need to advertise too, but slightly less important due to the way its discovery works. Whereas on Twitch, you pretty much have to do all your own promotion for the most part. I mean, look, the thing is, a lot of people are looking for game dev streams, so that ends up being... Climbing might be a little broken. Oh, it's going up top! Yes! There you go. What? No! No, that's not what we're supposed to do. YouTubers, yeah, Toss, right, if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't pressed the thumbs up button, yes, like this stream. Press it if you meant to and you forgot. Do it. That's an excellent point, Kai Guy. No, don't go sideways. You're supposed to go on top. Wait a minute. So that's too big. Alright. Okay. Thanks all. Press the like button. Yeah, give it a thumbs up. Give it a thumbs up. Only press it once, or 3 times, or 5 times, but never an even number. Unless you meant to do that. It does help a lot, though. And on Twitch, how can you help? Just follow. Or just, like, stick around, you know? Okay, please use the top. So it is kind of creating a weird thing there. It still just treats it that way. Instead of actually climbing up on top of it. I hate that. And I think the main reason I hate it is because it doesn't climb down correctly. It can't seem to figure out how to do that. So I might just be out of luck with that. Yeah, isn't this shelf climbing awesome? It's good. It's good. So now I'm trying to get it so it horizontally climbs nicely. I could let it go, but that's so unlike me. It's scary. It's scary. Isn't it so much scarier when it's climbing? And I love like how it looks like when you look at it like this, and it's just like It's very freaky. I'm very happy with how that turned out. Go on top. Go on top. What are you doing? It's the. I think that's the timer probably. Oh, it is mapping on top. It still behaves like it's moving horizontally though. I didn't see how it transitioned. I mean, look, as long as it transitions from sideways to down, no. See, it starts clipping if it does that. It gets very confused. It doesn't handle that well. Not well at all. So what's the alternative here? I guess the alternative is if you're on the shelves, when it's on the shelves, it auto kills you. Or if it's, Oh, the debugger. What's happening down there? What are you talking about? What's up? Oh shoot, did I delete all the debug keys? That must have happened when I was, you know what? That happened when I was pressing Control Z. Hate that. Yo, Godot's undo is very dangerous. Sounds like I promised. Did you catch yesterday's daily show? I did not. How is it on topic? I'm so curious. Okay, best monster and debug normal monster speed. AI can generate games in real time now. What's up, Lethal Air? It sure can. Does a pretty crap job, but it sure can try. There's a reference to Australian monster spiders. Oh, nice! Yo, they are big. Australia got some spiders. They got some serious spiders. I would say welcome, Lethal, but what a... I don't know if that's a troll or not. Alright. So, look. I think it's just gonna be easier if it basically insta-kills you. If it catches you on a shelf. I guess what I dislike about the most that is if it's on the other side of the shelf. So I guess it should be on the same side as you. If it's on the same side of the shelf as you, that kills you. That way it doesn't have to pursue you horizontally at all. Oh gosh, we got climbing bugs. It doesn't pursue you horizontally whatsoever. I mean, we could even let it pursue you a little bit. That's the other thing. Yeah, maybe as soon as it's moving horizontally, that leads to the kill. Like, if it tries to horizontally come after you, and you're on that same side, it kills you. I think that's the easiest way to get around this. Because it doesn't even bother climbing horizontally most of the time. Unless we're also up there. Hey RGL, yeah, it's looking good, thanks! Working on a little quirks here and there, but it's pretty scary, which is the main thing. Oh, so see, sometimes it does go horizontally, which I don't love. I mean, I'm happy for it that it has other paths. How's the space game going? I need to like learn what your space game is called. I really do. So I can say it correctly. Shout out to RJL Jones working on a cool game that I will continue to call Serious Star Fox. I need to learn the name of your game, so I don't just keep calling it Serious Star Fox. Starfront. Gotcha. Okay. Wow, but wait, the name even sounds like Serious Star Fox. Instead of Star Fox, it's Starfront. Much more real. It's the front. That's wild. No, wait, this isn't it, is it? Oh, maybe it is. This sounds like it. Oh, that's you. Have I wishlisted this yet? Done. Alright. Starfront Heroes, got it. This doesn't look like serious Star Fox, though. You even have, like, companions that have faces and hit points. Such a cool looking game. It's visually so nice, and it's made in Godot. Series Star Fox would be good if copyright wasn't a potential issue. That's true. That's very true. It sounds more like a meme video or something. Yeah, it's looking so good. Yeah. Do a barrel roll. Exactly. I love Star Fox 64. It still kind of goes a little crooked on the way up and crooked on the way down. I'm kind of inclined not to care at this point. So I say we just leave it the way it is and set up the killing. So that, yeah, yo, let's set up the killing. What? No, I made it. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Alright, do a commit. Do a commit roll. Not a box, not a box. Not a box. Not a box. Not a box. Okay. Climbing more gooder. Restored. Wait, why doesn't it have the that stuff in here? Shouldn't we have an editor? Whatever. Resort input map stuff lost. Yeah, I just don't care. You're looking forward to making a box. Oh yeah, the boxes! That is important. We could do the box instead. Yeah, okay, let's do it. I'm down. So for the boxes, there's a lot of different things. I say, yeah, we could just focus on the picking up and putting down part. Do I have the box in here yet? What is a power box? Oh, yeah, the power box. Yeah, that's different. Different box. So, I think I actually have this already in a TSCN format from the asset pack. Downloads. So there's a box mechanic where you're going to be able to stack boxes, pick them up. It's going to be some effort to get it working. Is it this? I think it's this. And that'll be the only way to break the monster's line of sight. Eight different ones. I don't know which one. We could open the test scene, but it's gonna load in a crap ton of things. So we already committed. Alright, so we can always burn it down if we have to. Okay, let's put this in scenes. And I'm just gonna drop it in there. Against only some better judgment. It's gonna take some time. It's gonna have a whole bunch of crap in there. Oh, we need to make all that stuff. Silent Hill comes out to Silent Hill F comes out tomorrow. Nice. I never really got into those games, but you know what? I love watching people play them. So maybe I should get into it. Okay, so we need all the materials in assets, packages, material. Tutorial FPS player? I don't care about that. I just want to see which box is which. Okay, hold on. Back in the past a bit. Starfront looks sick. I know, right? Find the assets folder. I'd say it's worth it. One of the most important horror franchises in gaming, right? Yeah, besides Resident Evil. I have played Resident Evil games. Embarrassingly, my favorite one came out on the Wii U. It's a little embarrassing. Was it some kind of umbrella thing? I think it was probably this. I'm pretty sure it was this. I don't know if it was, but basically it was a rail shooter. First three are great, and then eh. The fourth one's a big deal. What's the one that's a rail shooter? Yeah, it is that one. Okay, I'm right. It's really fun. You don't. It's kind of like an endless runner. You just like constantly move forward. It's or like an arcade game, and it came with. I think I still have it somewhere. You bet I do. It came with one of the, oh, it's a Wii, not Wii U. It's a Wii game. It came with a little gun attachment, and you'd put the Wiimote in there, and then you could like aim with it and shoot. It was super fun. It was like being at an arcade at home. So I mean, look, it wasn't the Resident Evilest game, but I really enjoyed it. That's all that matters. I see. Silent Hill, not Resident Evil. Gotcha. Fizame, by the way. His last name is hard to pronounce. Whose last name? Never forget the reason Reggie Fizame. Oh, gotcha. Gave for why they named it the Wii U. What was the reason? So I was wrong anyway. It was the Wii, not the Wii U. But I did like the Wii U. Switch does everything it did better, so it doesn't really matter. What was I gonna do? Oh, boxes, right. Oh, the materials. Because we make games. Because we make games for you. Very bad naming decision. Very, very bad. Alright, are you gonna open, or are you gonna be a little jerk face? I gotta see which boxes are which. I don't care about that dependency. That dependency doesn't matter to me. Just show me the sizes of the boxes so I can decide which one I want. So looking at the shelf size. Oh, look, they have little lids! Wait, where'd the little lid go? Hey! Oh, I see. It's on a huge snap. Horrific naming decision. Yeah, right. Almost as bad as... Yeah, Xbox did some bad ones too. But, like, where do you go after 360? You know? Like, 360 is about as ultimate as it gets. How do you even top that? boop, boop, boop. Adorable, but not the box I want. It is about the size I want, though. We could always shrink them down as well. 361. 720. It's true, it's true. So I think we're gonna have to shrink it down a bit. This box is interesting. It's a little square, though. It's a little too cubey for me. I can't say I'm super thrilled with any of these boxes. There is this one, but it's just a little too boxy. I don't know. I was imagining like packages, not like a wooden crate. Although this would explain better why you can't open them, because you need like a crowbar or something. Everyone is expecting Mini 720. Really? Boardroom's gonna do what the boardroom's gonna do. So there's this, but it's just a little too small for stacking. Xbox named it the Xbox 360 instead of Xbox 2 because they're insecure about being behind place. Oh yeah, I remember that. Hearing about that. They should have kept naming it after skateboard tricks. The Xbox Pop Shove It. Oh! That's fun. I don't know if it would have been better, but it's more fun. I think I'm gonna go with these boxes. I kind of hate them because they just look heavy and strange, but I think it might be my best choice. So this is crate 1. Okay. Crate 1. Xbox Googleplex. There you go, the biggest number possible. Don't save test scene. Burn it to the ground. Get it out of here. Please. Come back to materials. Get the crate mat. Put it in materials. I should have done this with all the other assets. Let's just use the provided scenes. I'll probably off stream go back and fix it. Time to crate, 0 seconds. What does that mean? RLJO members. The Xbox naming debacle. Okay, delete this. Don't need it. We deleted test scene, right? Right. Can we just check to make sure everything's gone? Great. Then we'll bring in crate 1. I'm gonna create a new folder and call it crate. Drop it in. Hope for the best. Package symbols mat. Okay. There's often a thing in video games. Time to crate or time to barrel. Oh. How fast does a video game use those staple objects? That's funny. This is gonna be fast. This time will be short. Xbox has the curse of their... That's really funny. As the curse of their project names are always better than the final ones. They choose the Connect Project Natal. I don't know, it's pretty bad. Project Baby? Project Project Unborn Baby? That's... I don't know, that's a pretty bad name. Project Scorpio, that one's cool. That says natal. I don't care what you say. That says natal. Okay? You can tell me how it's supposed to be pronounced all day, but that's the word natal. Okay. Xbox Scarlet, yeah, that's pretty cool. I can't get behind Xbox natal. I don't care how it's supposed to be pronounced. Material. It's a optics issue. We're proud to announce the Xbox embryo. Silly. At least embryo is kind of a cooler sounding word. Because you're born in. Because you are born a gamer. Oh man, I feel like that would be very controversial. Wait, we're not loading it. We want to say create one. No, it's here. No, I found it. It's right there. It's not missing it. What are you talking about? It's not missing it. You're just wrong. Here, we'll just open them. Wait, these materials are like busted or something? Oh, again, all of these assets are just like stupid bright. My Robotry, the rumors that they partner with Steam so Valve can get a real home console in people's homes. Xbox might partner with Steam? So I see what you're saying. So like you would be able to get your Steam games on Xbox. It's pretty interesting. Microsoft cares less and less about their console division. Yeah. You doubted insane? I mean, it would be a wise move. That's a very, very smart move. I think you might have put them in the wrong places, would be my guess here. Nope. Oh, that's the shelf. These look bad. These look not good. These don't look like anything. Are you sure these are something? Wait, what is all this? It's just a rumor, especially since they just announced a handheld to combat Steam. It would be super wise of them, I think. But yeah, from like a competitor perspective, it does seem kind of unlikely. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I feel like I'm not gonna use asset packs again. I feel like this is my first and last asset pack. I'm not super happy with them. And I don't think it's the same as collaborating with somebody, because when you collaborate with somebody, you can communicate more about how things can be. Ah, it's a crate. All right. I did take some issue with using the normal map before, but you can try it. It's probably gonna look bad though. You loved your asset pack? Yeah. Yeah, so that's fair. Export settings could be. Well, this time, so I think I will say I think the mistake I actually made, Flip, was not using, because the asset pack provided Godot scenes. They provided TSCN files. But when I built the warehouse, I took the raw blend file and broke it up into pieces. And so, to your point about export settings, I think that's where things got really goof troop. So I have a feeling that if I go back... Oh, Xbox Universal! That's a cool name. I have a feeling that if I go back and replace all of those with the scenes that the asset pack actually provided for Godot, I think I would have a better time. So I will say that. I will say that. So maybe I shouldn't swear off asset packs just yet. I just might, I might be using it wrong. Totally fair. You dubbed the Xbox Universal. I could play all the games. Yeah, I love that. That's a really good name. Xbox Microsoft's plan seems to be transitioning to a third-party publisher and just giving up on the console side. It's probably a good idea too. Hence why they are releasing their exclusives onto PlayStation, exclusives being the only real incentive to even get an Xbox console. I mean, if it was the only console that could run Steam, that'd be a big deal. If their exclusives are everywhere and not just Xbox, then why would you need an Xbox? Because Xbox, what do they say about it? What was, oh my gosh, where they like say that it can do everything. Xbox is the internet. Xbox is your TV. Xbox is like, because it can do all kinds of stuff. Make a video showing how you used yours. That's fair. But again, you know, I don't think I even need to do what I did because it provides TSCN files. So it's like, why did I even do what I did? I think I should have just used those to begin with. Doesn't Godot. I do think, I don't know. I think it could be possible that the asset pack was hard for me to export for reasons that aren't fully my fault, but I just don't really care. You know what I mean? Nintendo needs to be stopped before they patent walking mechanics. I know. Flip's been saying Godot for a long time. I'm glad you finally heard it. You deserve to hear it. Alright, let's get these package stickers on here. Please don't ruin everything, package stickers. No. I mean, sure, it kind of looks awesome, I guess. I have a feeling this needs to, like, isolate, like, use almost like an atlas kind of thing. And I'm not sure I understand how it wants me to do that, truth be told. Alpha scissor, you say? Okay. Well, I don't care about labels. How about screw your labels? Although it does like kind of carve out a space for the labels, which is pretty annoying. It's pretty annoying. So then we just get like these little blank bull craps in here. There's some little blank bull craps that look stupid. So I kind of hate that. What if you just didn't suck? I don't think so. Because there's a whole surface for it. I mean, I could try bringing the test scene back in. Oh, I deleted the scene. I burned it down. I murdered it. I killed it. I totally slaughtered it. It's dead. I actually, you know what I wonder? I wonder if I still have these flipped now that I think about it. So Nintendo are fumbling and said they are becoming public enemy #1 for the entire industry because they are going to start a patent war with, oh, I don't know, dozens of franchises, Final Fantasy, Digimon, World of Warcraft, so many more, because summoning a creature to fight for you is used in so many games. I think it's more specific than that. It's like, I feel like it's if you, like, in 3D space, throw a spherical object into the field to make something appear, and then you use that same object to then return it to the sphere. I think it's way more. I'm not saying it's good, but it's definitely more specific than that. For whatever that's worth. Oh, there we go. Great. I don't know. I don't think you're right, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. I'm like pretty sure. Alright, great. Looks great. Awesome. What the hell? Oh, scan this. Like, what scanned this? Oh, that's a different patent. Gotcha. Are you talking about the one they used against Pal World? I feel like that one's also specific because it's more like Japanese focused. I couldn't get AI to add the slots I needed. I did get it to return the equip function, which means for now you can print anytime you place an item in its respective slot. Nice. I can understand why you want AI help on a friggin' inventory system. Alright, so this looks good. Now we're gonna go to our shelf. Now, in theory, I'd want the shelf to have the boxes spawn on them. So that's a bit of a kind of other task. But I guess I am curious to see how they fit on here. Not bad. A little too big. So we do need to shrink them. When you mentioned with the Pokeballs is what that is. Alright, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe I just was reading the wrong article, but it's your word against mine, so I don't know. I would like to refuse to have a disagreement about it because I'm not sure, and you seem very sure. So I will let you have your perspective, and I will rescind any combating. With that said, regardless, Nintendo, bad things. Agreed. Alright, so let's go back over here. And we're going to shrink this down a wee bit. Obviously, we got to do the collision, but first let's do this. Close, close, close. First equip item you're trying to set up will set the number of augment slots available. Augment types consist of technical, body, weapon, and movement. Oh, I remember you talking about your game now. So it has to be like very responsive too. And like do stuff. You're not simply setting an item in a slot. It does stuff. So it still feels a little big, but I don't particularly want them to be much smaller, or they're going to be quite small. So this will have to do. Plus, it's easier to bump into them, which is good, so the player gets themselves into trouble by being heard. Alright, so this is a good size. Let's go back here. I gotta be honest, I still don't like asset packs. I still don't like them. Because they're not I'm just not into them. I just don't like them. No, I just don't like them. Let me not like them, you know? I don't want to like them. No, I don't like them. Screw your labels. I'm beyond labels, man. Can't cage me in... Oh, sorry, you're talking about game dev labels? Are you in the past, Kai Guy? Or are you just making a joke about an old thing? Yes, not those labels. We're not trying to restrict the identity of a crate. I guess a little bit. But not much. Of course I'm allowed to not like them. I know that. But you were thinking of using it more. Nice. Love that for you. Yeah, I just like having more control, you know? I like being very particular about how my assets are set up. And if I'm collaborating with somebody, I don't know, I can be less particular, but at least there's some level of communication about the asset stuff. And a possibility for tweaking. But for my own solo project, you like the challenge of working with what you get? That's all you. That's all you. I can respect it. Oh, so it's gonna be a little overcomplicated with the Liz. What? Just make a collision. It's all box. It's all freaking box. Whoa, how is that like perfect? What? Almost. You're in the past in many aspects. Perhaps. But I like that about you. That you're past centric when it comes to media and stuff. I think a lot of us are. Reminds me of level editing and things like Mario Maker. Respect, respect, respect. Alright, box. Collision. Done. Okay. So I'm just gonna leave that there. So what I actually want is for them to spawn in at random positions on each shelf, but I don't feel like setting that up right now, so I'm not going to. But I will just add a bunch on here for now. Put them in some different spots. Because why not? Oh god, it's so hard to click through the nav link. The nav links, I should say, because I have so friggin' many of them. Not that they're all being used, but whatever. I kind of want to try putting multiple too on one route, because they're just, right now, they just are rigid bodies. So my plan is, to... Those are awfully snug. That looks like an explosion as soon as the scene starts, if I've ever seen one. I have ever used it before, Flip. Yep. I don't like it though. Because it confuses me. Because I forget which things are locked and which things aren't. And I'm like, why isn't this clicking? Why isn't this working? What's going on? What's the problem? I gotta restart Godot. And it causes me a whole bunch of distress, so I don't use it. The only time I use it is if it's really, really in my way. I remember I did it in my Puyo, like, because there were a lot of, like, layers, like, in front and behind the actual play area, and that was unacceptable. So, basically, I only use it if it's mandatory, and in this case, it's not that bad. But yeah, it's a nice feature, for sure. Alright. They're not actually set to collide with the shelves. So that would be nice. The shelves do have collision. Let's see what their collision layer is. Their collision layer is 1. Wait, no, they're not. That's the wrong thing. It shouldn't be 1. It should be 2, actually. 2 and 3. So we're gonna put it on 2. The boxes. We do actually want it to collide with the player as well. So don't care about the mask at the moment. Add them to 1 and 2. Okay. Oh no. Do I care? Is the mask what I want? Maybe I do want the mask. Oh, wrong. Just allow them to fall through the shelves. You found the patent? Oh, Jesus. Alright. Nice. Okay, so these are actually not that bumpity. Which is good, I would say. Can we put some on the top too? Whatever. You got your item distribution code working first time? There's a lot of weight on that think. Yeah, they're nice boxes. I know these acid packs, they do come in handy. Oh, oh gosh. Alright. I think they're a little too heavy. And then obviously the bottom one is falling through. Oh, I know why. Because I don't have collision on the bottom row. Oops. Yeah, I actually do want collision on the bottom row. But we want that collision to be separate. Distracted by deck, right? Shelf long collision. So as you can see, the bottom shelf doesn't have anything, which is good because we don't want the player to bump into it. However, I do want the boxes to bump into it. Placing random stuff around, and you went to test to see if it's working. That sounds very satisfying. An evasive fear, let's go. Nice work, nice work. Can we please do an edge snap? Thank you. And, I don't know, active? There we go. Okay. And then this we're gonna separate into its own little thing. This is shelf bottom collision. And we'll bring that in as its own little collision that we can give a different layer to. So now there's that. It has its own collision. So we want to say, well, the original shelf collision exists on 2 and 3. No errors? Nice. Very nice. So the player does collide with 2 and... I don't think it collides with 3 player, but maybe. So I guess I gotta create a new one. Which I kinda hate, but that's okay. Bottom shelf! 4 is for bottom shelves. And we say that's its layer. Snapping mastery. You're still getting used to all those options. Active, got it. Yeah, I just kind of experiment with different ones to see which one works. And yeah, for some reason, when I wanted to snap to like the bottom edge or something, active works. That was learned in the school of click stuff and find out what happens. I highly recommend it. So let me actually update this in globals. Perfect, yes. I agree. And then on the crates, we want to say that it collides with 4 as well. Alright. Now it stays up there. The normal map looks like trash. I don't understand why the normal maps always look like such friggin' trash, but they do. It's still kind of clipping through the bottom, which is weird. Don't do that. School of non-click? The school of non-click. School of click, of much click. We click hard. Or something, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. It's bottom shelf where we place all the bottoms. Yes. Yes. Probably. The normal map is trash. Please get it out of here. It doesn't work good. I don't like it. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Add a video with your progress today in live text. Nice. I'll check it out in a second. Oh, I guess we want to go to the T-Res. No normal map, please. It looks bad. So I guess I'm just gonna like push this up a little bit or something. Why are you so weird, Godot? Who made you this weird? Just like a little nudge. So you actually... Wait, it's still doing that weird clip through thing? Why? It wasn't the normal map? I wonder, Lees, if I think, Lees, oh, I have the shelf too low. That's the problem. I see. Whoops. Shelf too low. Alright, my bad. So actually that snap didn't do me a lot of favors. As it happens. So here's what I'm gonna do instead. We're gonna make 2 of these. So there's the active not doing nothing good for me. Probably want center for this one. Nope. Median. Nope. Oh, but I actually think we have this a little easier now that I think about it, because I think if we just do closest invert. No. Okay, wait, but try active for that. No. Snap on there, you little jerk face. Hate that. Hate it. Hateable. Absolutely hateable. We could do volume. Might work a little better. Alright, cool. I have a better idea. Let's come in here. We're gonna do snap to edge center. And then we're gonna snap the 3D cursor to the center of that. We'll see what happens. Come in here. No! I wish you could undo this. Is that a download button? Is it a download icon? Is that the message that you want the world to hear? I can respect that. Okay, but this is probably still not gonna do what I want, truth be told. Is there like a snap to 3D cursor? No. I thought it was save. It could be save. What am I saving? I haven't done much. That's what they teach people in school now? What do they teach people in school now? What do you mean? A floppy disk with never gonna give you up on it? Oh, that's what we should do. Here, come over here. It's kind of a mess, but I don't really give a crap. I know it is. Believe me, I know. And I just don't care. People in school now don't know what that thing is. It's a save icon. That's what it is. It's not a floppy disk. It's a save icon. It is a floppy disk, but it's also a save icon. If they're teaching that it's download, that's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. It makes no sense. Okay, now move the cursor there. Now give me this one. Selection of cursor. Bam. I'm not even responding to that. Alright, so let's do the same thing here. I'm just trying to get the right distance between things. Let her cook. Will the internet outlive Rickrolling, or Rickrolling outlive the internet? Surely a question more times. I think you decide that, you know? It's up to you to keep Rickrolling alive, Vinge. You have to make sure that it never dies. And that you never give it up. It's in your power. I did this wrong. Duplicate it, separate it, come out here, get the separate, set origin to geometry, move the cursor to selected, come to this one, don't duplicate it, send the origin to 3D cursor, and then cursor to selected. Oh, my bad. Set origin to geometry. Cursor to selected. Oh, the cursor moved. No. Or it was always there. Okay, so cursor to selected. Origin to geometry. Selection to cursor. There we go. Alright, so why did I do all that? So I can get the right distance that it's supposed to be from the other shelves. That's why I did all that. And I don't care about your other ways I could have done it. I just don't care. So now if you want to snap that down, it's going to be probably a little difficult. But you could merge this into that. Please. We're in object mode. Can Control J please work? Great. Oh wait, yeah, well, wait, before you do that, move the cursor to selected, now do it, join them, set these joined's origin to the 3D cursor. Now, come back to this, move the 3D cursor to selected, take that, and say selection to cursor. Bam. There we go. It was slow because I had to figure it out. But there we go. Now it's in the right spot. Whew. Now I just gotta deconstruct it. So get rid of these. Don't need them. All trash. And we'll reset its origin. I do feel like you have some extra faces here. There's something weird going on here. I can't... I don't think you do. I think just X-ray looks weird. That's what I think. But if you really wanted to test, you could merge. Great. Now... we get rid of this and this. And we have this in the right spot. Whew. These still look a little weird to me though, you know? I'm just gonna do some merging. Yeah, merge by distance is awesome. It only lets me down if I move it too high. But yeah, merge by distance is essential. Alright. Like, it's just something just to run for... Just do it, you know? Bottom collision was changed. I meant to rename it to that. Okay. Shelf bottom collision. collision only. I'll save it. All right, and then we want to make sure that that layer is on 4. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it sits on there nice. Maybe I can restore its normal map. Look at that. It's good, but what the heck is happening underneath? It looks ridiculous. It's like creating a shadow that connects down to the ground. It's so annoying. Don't do that. Don't you dare do that. How dare you do that? What makes you this way? None of those things. It wasn't the normal map either. You got something else checked on that's dookie? Causing me grief? It does have... It doesn't have it. Something, the labels had alpha scissor, which was interesting. And concerning. But I don't think that's the problem either. Let's just try removing the materials. I said remove the materials! No materials. It's not the material. Like, that looks so weird. You have to admit. It ain't right. Do you want a shadow mesh? I don't think so. What is that? I've never seen that before. Oh, that's an interesting idea. If it's flashlight related. I'm gonna just turn off the flashlight and maybe adjust the environment. Perhaps. Still doesn't show the floor. There we go. Oh, flashlight. Interesting. Good call, Flip. And yet, I'm still confused. But at least I've narrowed down the issue. Alright, you've helped me narrow down the issue. We narrowed down the issue, comrade. Okay. So going to the flashlight, I do very much want shadows on the flashlight, but at the same time, I don't even actually, I don't think I do. Wait, my bad. We already have flashlights off, or shadows off. No, but there are no shadows. Oh, there are. No, you're right. Look, there are shadows. My bad. But there's, I didn't even notice them. I think that says a lot that I didn't notice the shadows. All right, let's see what that does. It did fix it. And the shadows weren't doing much. But I'm still gonna fight for these shadows, damn it. It's almost like the shadow needs to be getting blocked by the shelf or something. Normal bias. Oh. Ooh, right, so the normals on there were causing that issue. I feel like I'd turn that normal bias up probably for something that isn't relevant anymore anyway. So we're probably fine. Great. Debug credit. I mean, special thank, for sure. Flip rocking up the special thanks. You're the specialist, one who I thank. Thank you for having a Twitch sub, by the way. Yeah, you helped. Alright, great. We got boxes. We got boxes. They're setting on there the right way. They're casting shadows good. So those would be a big source of sound that would alert the monster. So you're gonna have to be like really careful about not bumping into them, especially if there's like a bunch of boxes on here and you want to sneak through. You need to be very careful. So I kind of want the boxes. Okay, now I will save. I definitely feel this is a save point. Boxes. Box implementation begun. Keep an eye on time. Today was the day for climbing and a little bit of boxes. Definitely gonna need to spend a lot of time tomorrow working on this. Let me just set a little timer so I don't overshoot the VOD like I did yesterday. We still got time, don't worry. But I just need to be careful. Don't you worry, we got time. Plenty of time. I think we can get pretty far with these boxes. So I want to mess with their physics a little bit. Turn down their mass? Sure, why not? See what happens. It's definitely lighter. I think. I think it is. Maybe? No mass. Here, crank it up and see if you can tell. Why did I clip through it? I gotta say, I think it did not do anything. I think it did nothing. I think that was useless. Cool, 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 cool. No, we don't just want it to have velocity randomly. I think that just gives it like a burst of velocity at the start. Right. Oh, yeah, the systems don't interact with each other well. That's right. That's a very true statement. Oh, constant force is what would make it, like, move. I think. Right? You don't want to move independently? For fun? Oh, there it goes. But it didn't stay that way. It's just like a one-time thing. So I'd have to use like physics process or something if I wanted it to happen constantly. Okay. Jiggle to unsleep it? Oh, can't we just tell it not to sleep as well? No sleeping for you. There it is. That's what I wanted to see. Fly, box, fly! Okay. I just wanted it to make sense. Probably do want it to sleep, though. So, we're gonna let it sleep. So, we do have a problem where we clip through it, but we're not gonna be able to... The idea is that you pick it up. Oh, they don't collide with each other! About that. Affect your performance pretty... Yeah. No, I know. I just wanted to see it. For fun. Definitely made that mistake before. Boxes don't even have a special layer. Well, get yourself a special layer then. Go ahead. They don't, yeah, they don't. So why we have to fix it. Look at it just trembling. So this wouldn't actually be how you move them. It would actually be terrible if you did that because it would make tons of noise. So the intended thing is that you pick them up. Okay, now they bump into each other. Alright, this is fine. I did wish it was a little more sensitive to the player, but... Ah! But we'll make sure it makes a lot of noise when you bump it. It's fine. Just thought I'd play with it a little. Push the box outside the wall? Let's see if that'll work. It is designed to collide with surfaces, but you're right. The thing about, I mean, physics stuff is that you can often bypass the collision. So, I mean, it's possible, but I think it would, first of all, you know, it's a superbly edge case. A player wouldn't want to do it. Is that light coming from the player's torchlight? It is. Yup. Yes, it is. Absolutely. In a corner. So, because if you're moving it around like this, it'll make a lot of noise. So the more it like collides with the wall. Oh, we still have some weird shadows going on there, actually. The more it collides with the wall, it's a very small normal bias. The more noise it makes, so the player would not want to do that. They'd probably die before they got it there. Now picking it up will be silent, but again, by the time you wedged it in there, and if you did lose it, the boxes are finite, so it would be a deeply, not only would it be deeply unlikely, but it's not really a big deal. Like if you want to clip it out the map, go ahead. Okay. Doesn't really break, because these aren't, you know, it's not like Granny or the game you're making where it's essential that the item is in play. There's tons of boxes. So are you controlling camera, POV, and light source 1-to-1? I don't know what that question means, Proton. I have no idea what that question means. Yeah, Source, I got you. I don't know what that means though. Sorry. You've got some rigid bodies. Can you speak in layman's terms? Laywoman's terms. I've got some rigid bodies like that in my game, but they are just for fun. Yeah. Nice. Alright, so let's... Yeah. Nice. But I think it's an unlikely circumstance. And I will say it is bouncing quite a lot, which I dislike greatly. But I think I'm gonna let it go. Alright, so what do we really want to do? We want to be able to pick them up and stack them. That's truly the mechanic that we're after. We didn't really oh, crates collide with each other. Let's make them be pick-upable. So we want them to be activatable. Turn up the settings for sleep parameters in the project settings. Whoa. Allow sleep velocity threshold. Interesting. The linear velocity of specific points. Yours ignore quite a bit of movement, and they have the sleep time very quick. The light follows the way you're looking at. Yes. If you're looking, the light is pointing there. Yes. Wait, we're not using Joel? Okay, I believe you. Threshold linear velocity under which a 3D physics body will be considered inactive. Angular. Threshold angular velocity. Time before sleep. Time of inactivity before it goes to sleep. Yeah, that's right. Oh, is that what Proton's asking? Yes, that's correct. So the looking is controlled by the head, which also has the camera in it. And it also has the flashlight in it. It also has for checking if there's like a button or something interactable. That also moves with the head rotation. But then, you know, I have the flashlight lower than the head. Actually, it's not really lower than the head. Just kidding. It's pretty much with the head. It's kind of like you're doing this. Roll down the window, please. But it's a little off-center as well, as you can see. This is actually the collision shape for it, which I ended up not needing, but it is there. Have your teeth? Nice. So you can get, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. There you go. Explained. You can see that big cone is the actual, I don't know, that might be the mesh. Oh, that's the mesh. There's two aspects. There's a mesh, and then there's a spotlight. Spotlight is that kind of light cone. The outline that you see, and then the solid cone is the mesh. So it's two components. This was a collision that I was going to use for fading out the mesh if you get close to stuff. But yeah, I don't really think I need it anymore. So speaking of which, we should just turn it off. Alright. So, picking them up. I need to make it activatable. Hey, Skate. How you doing? What you up to? Welcome. What you working on? So I'll put the crate, rigid body, on the activatable layer. Hopefully that doesn't cause any collision issues. We'll see. Something that I've been meaning to implement before I go further, I need to implement UI that pops up when you focus on something. I really need to do that. So I think I'm just gonna slap something together because it's gonna help with detecting detection. You're good? We're about to play a Minecraft horror mod. That sounds fun. Enjoy. Thanks for stopping in before you did that. Or maybe while you do that. I'd ask what the horror mod is called, but I'm probably not even gonna appreciate it. But maybe someone else will know what it is. Or like, how does it change it? Try out that new stencil thing? Yeah. Its stencil thing is awesome. Yo, stencil thing is wild. But, wait, how is it useful here? So I was actually messing around with it. You totally didn't get scared on your world? You wanted more fear. No, I mean, it hasn't given me any warnings against it in a web build, so I think it does work in web builds. Nice effect if your view follows the light, but only like 80%, so the light moves more than the camera. Meh. I knew you were getting at a critique. No, thank you. But I bet you're right. Oh, yeah. Oh, flip. That's a very good idea. Thank you for the hydrate. I actually got to go get more water because I'm out. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. You've summoned to be right back, Skate. All right, hold on. Yes, everybody drink water. I expect lots of liquid to be consumed. Because I am lazy, we will be doing a LaCroix. It's still hydrating. Doesn't have sugar in it. I did that with a shader. Oh yeah. I've always done outline shaders. And I've had mixed results with them. Oh yeah. Cheers, Kate. I hope you all got some liquid to drink. Yeah, we could try that. So we could do like an overlay. It's definitely super cool. It works really easily. It looks really okay. And in my experience, it's very, very easy to just set up. So if we come to Material overlay. We'll create a standard material. Give it some render priority here. I'm not going to worry about transparency just yet. Then we go to stencil, mode, outline. Okay, so we need to do some invisibility. You can see it's already there. And we'll increase the thickness. Bam, outline. Okay, it's not perfect, I'll admit. I do wonder if it wouldn't be easier to use a mesh, since this is like a specific model. Nailed it. Let's make it the same shape as this. 1.65 that. Hydrate. Does a banana, Greek yogurt, milk, water, etc. smoothie count? I mean, that's gonna give you a lot of nutrition, and it will hydrate you a little bit. I think a little bit it counts. Alright, so we're just actually gonna try it this way instead. Hopefully this works better. And we can just make it its material. Yeah. I could have done that, but I didn't, did I? So we can do the steps. Let's say that's why. Alright, so we're gonna make this not visible, transparency, alpha. Let's see if we have better luck here. Stencil, outline. So the thickness is making it kind of go away from it, which is not great. Definitely didn't go as well as I'd hoped. What if I make this a little bigger? It's not good. So I would have to still learn how to do it right. So I think what it bases it on is a next pass. So if we put, oh, there, it's got a next pass right there. Nice. So I think the stencil buffer actually just created that. So I'm guessing here is where we'd want to adjust things. Oh, it doesn't like that. So I gotta be honest, it feels like a bit of a waste of time right now. It's just kind of like a whole new thing to learn out of nowhere. And I feel like it doesn't get us a lot of fun things. And I do have to hurry here. Grow. Oh, that's how it does a thickness. Wow, so it literally just applies, all that it does is apply a next pass and do stuff with it. But that's, I guess, where the thickness, quote unquote, is coming from. Which is interesting. I'm sure people have posted about it already. How to get it just right. Godot, stencil. Outline after 2025. Sorry, 2024. also trying to put it on a wooden crate. We're so basic. It's the asset. Your mesh has flat shading, which means the sharp edges aren't actually joined. They're overlapping edges from two separate surfaces. Each corner of your cube mesh actually has three overlapping vertices. Each corner of your cube mesh, or one from each of the cube faces that shares the corner, so they all have different vertex normals. Perpendicular to the face, thus flat shading. So when you move the verts along their normals, those three overlapping vertices go in different directions. You either use a smooth shaded version of your cube mesh for the expanding shell, truly only 8 vertices instead of 24 like your current one, or store the smooth normal data in the vertex color, for example, and in your shader read the vertex color 4.5. Well, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm on 4.5. Yeah, we're using 4.5. Need a mesh without split edges. Yeah. Just a mesh for the outline. Alright. Yeah. Fine. I'll do it. Whatever. I could just grab the asset. Maybe we could just do that. Let's see. Export as GLTF. I'm gonna put this in blend files. Export it. Open it up in Blender. Or import it, I mean. This, pop that out, delete that, and smooth it. It doesn't smooth very much. It's not a big smooth right there. That is not a good smooth. Also, can we please just make a new block? I think you need to do some more subdivisions to get it to smooth. Would be my guess there. We don't want increment, please. I need to make my default project better. Yep, this is how I'm doing it. Deal with it. Great. Okay. Wonderful. Now that's still not going to shade smooth good because it's not subdivided. Shade smooth great. Ha! I was wrong. I love when I'm wrong. Smooth crate. Save it. Smooth crate. Girl, call it crate smooth. Don't be obtuse. It's such smooth, much crate. Yes. That meme really persevered. I'm gonna get rid of that GLTF because it's freaking trash. And we go get our smooth crate, which I need to make into a new inherited scene. Save it in crate as crate. Technically it's crate 1 smooth, if we want to be accurate. And I do. So we're changing it. Can we get a new one for a second so Blender doesn't get angry when I rename this? Okay, great. Now, back in crate 1, you drop in this crate smooth scene. And we very much attempt to give it an outline. Make it not visible. Oh, alright, give it some thickness. Nice. Awesome. Now, it does kind of disappear at some angles. I honestly don't care. I think it looks sort of awesome that way. You know, we don't get an outline that's like crossing the whole thing, but I think it's kind of neat. Obviously, we want a different color. Whatever color that's gonna be. A blue of a such. Yeah, we could do no depth test. No, it didn't do anything. I'm actually surprised that didn't do anything. But I feel like all that actually will do is just make it on top of everything, which actually is probably a good thing as well. Yeah, I don't know, it's something else, something more than that, but I like it. I think it's fine. Well, we'll see if I like it. We will find out if I like it. Alright. So then, crate 1. It would be, it kind of would be nice if it didn't disappear. It's alright. You can still see that it's selected. I think it's a minor thing. If I want to fix it, I can fix it if I have time. That is a stretch goal to make that better. I do kind of wonder if it wouldn't be good to be emissive, which is gonna make it be way more expensive for the, like it's gonna just take up a lot of extra performance. Well, let's try it without it. You can, oh, here, do this. Just remove shadows. Or just don't let it receive shadows. Because I just don't want it to disappear, is all. Don't you cast shadows either. And don't you use LODs. Alright, so then we just had to say, when it's activatable, let it do something. So I'll put off the UI a little longer. So for the player, we do have an activatable situation. So we have this last activatable whenever it's detected. Yeah, I meant words. But you're right, it is UI. Right again, flip. I do kind of think this would be nice to handle on the crate itself rather than the player. But I'm feeling lazy, so we're not gonna do that. Activatable detected. all it does is set it. So it's pretty terrible, but I'm gonna make a script for crate 1, and we're gonna say class name crate. That ain't no Node 3D, that's a rigid body. That's all I'm gonna add for now. I mean, look, Lise, look, you can do this. Say func, show outline, right? You could even do show outline indeed. I do like calling it indeed, so it doesn't shadow. Boolean if indeed create smooth becomes visible. We're just gonna call outline. If indeed outline visible, you don't have to do that. You can just say outline visible equals indeed. Then we go back to the player and we say if, you don't even have to do that. Well, it does matter actually. So how are you gonna turn it off? But it's activatable. No, it's fine. You're good. Don't worry about it. You got this. You could even make it, if it's null, you could say if, could even match. No, I wouldn't do that. If last activatable is crate, then last activatable show outline indeed is activatable. Then we should know. I think you'd make it entered. No, make it entered. Do that. That makes more sense. Alright. Let's see what happens. Whoa! It froze. But it got out of it. Bam. Boop. 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 Whoa. Seems to not be seeing every exit. Oh, you know why? Because if it's two of the same type. So we need to be more specific than if it's a crate. We need to know if it's that same crate or not. Yeah. I do like a flip special thank for the outline idea. That was a good call. Game concept. Activatable is crate. We also need to make sure that it hasn't, that it's different. And what we want to say here, I think you want to say if last activatable is set to the current one. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Because it's always going to be different. I think you want to say if not entered and it's not set to the same one. Then we show outline false or something. Otherwise, true? I don't know if that's gonna work. I'm not particularly thinking through that logic. We're just going for it. I don't love how it looks on the top. Absolutely didn't work. 100% did not work. I actually had this similar problem in Harvest Earth. How did I solve it back then? I don't even remember what the problem was. I think it was just when we were highlighting humans to abduct. Pretty sure. Oh yeah, signals could be... Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how I did it in Harvest Earth, actually. I hope not. I do dislike... Whoops. I do dislike signals. But only if I can avoid them. I mean, honestly, I could just do a singleton. That's pretty much why I haven't been using signals, because singletons allow me to just call functions directly instead of faffing around with signals. Now, there are multiple crates, so the singleton would get iffy. So I would need to then have a base class, and we'd have to get a little more. But let's hope I don't have to. So then we're kind of faffing in a different way. Anyway. I don't even know what to look for, honestly. It would have been when we hovered over humans. So it could be in the human script. Were you still calling them meat? Q&A of things that have entered the... Oh, maybe that is how I did it. It's been so long, I just don't remember. I'll see if this actually gets me there faster. It may well not. Oh, that didn't work. I didn't like that at all. I hated that. Abductee! That's what we called him. I was really bad at coding at this time. Worse, I should say. So it looks like I might have actually handled it on the player. Just based on the fact I'm not seeing it here. Interactable indicator. Visible false. Okay. That was it. Interactable indicator. UI interaction. Body entered. If it's in group abductee true. body exited, it makes it false. If it's in the group abductee. How did that avoid that problem though? I gotta be honest, I'm not sure. Doesn't look like it's doing much different there. Okay. You keep things that have entered the pickup area in an array. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, I gotta see if I just come up with something on my own. I guess, because that was not helpful. I don't even know how it would have worked before. Because, like, multiple would have been in a group. I feel like we just need to say what was the last one, and if it's the same as the last one. But it will never exit. That's the thing. Maybe my issue is if they're both in the same class, did it match the last one? I think I'm gonna try that. So if the last activatable is a crate, here, let's just roll it back a little bit here. Back. Not that far back. Less far back. Okay. Twitch says it's getting close to the cutoff. Oh yeah, I know, I am close. I went on Twitch longer than YouTube. I always start on Twitch, because starting soon is fine, because I don't care about the VOD on Twitch. But on YouTube, I strongly care about the VOD. So, I don't want to start with starting soon. So I actually have a bit more time. On YouTube, we've only been up for 11 and a half hours. Thank you for keeping an eye on it. I don't always keep a good eye on it. You got me. I appreciate that. But luckily, we do have a bit of time still. So if it is a crate, we're gonna keep track of the last crate. I kind of hate that though. It's already the last activatable. We actually only care if it's on the else. So I would say this, first of all, if entered, make it true. I mean, you could still make it entered, because it's, I mean, we already know what it's gonna be. If it's a crate, shut off the crates as you check them. Only turn on the last one. I don't know that I fully understand, but I bet it makes sense. I really do. So before we set it to null, here's what we do. If it's a crate, and if last activatable is not set to activatable, It seems a little unnecessary, but hopefully it'll just work anyway. Nope. But here's the thing. You gotta make sure it's applying it to the last one. Which it should be. We could also say, how about this? How about this? We put it in here. If it enters, it work if it was on entered. We say on entered if the current activatable is a crate. Give it an outline. Then we set the last activatable. No, before we set the last activatable, we could say if last activate. Oh, I got it. If last activatable also is a crate, then we make that one false. Forget all this. I am. It's actually 2 a.m. for me. So, yeah. I need to start my streams earlier. But until then, we do our best. Oh, whoops. There we go. Almost. Yeah, exactly. Flip. Bam. Boom, 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 boom. Sweet. Okay, so I gotta say, I hate that section at the top. It's kind of driving me a little nuts. So it's gonna die. It is a bit odd, since it doesn't show up there. So I think I just gotta go into, is it at the bottom too? I just gotta go into Blender and shrink it down a little bit. Oh, that sucks, gamer. Dang. Do you have anyone who can help you that you can like lean on? Or a cane? I love me a cane. We have a cane. Like I have the ability to walk. But with that said, as an ADHD person, I am extremely accident prone. So I often twist my leg, bump my leg, injure it in some way. Or even like parts of my back. A cane, I really recommend, if you're accident prone like me, keep a cane, at least one cane in the house. Get you a nice one that you like, because it can really, really help you. Without a cane, you could always find something that's similar. Some kind of dowel or something. Yeah. Use a fake cane. And then what you do, you may already know this, but like, hold on. Hey, it's fun. It's got flowers on it. Okay, so then what you do, if this is your injured leg, you move the cane like it's your leg. So you don't have to have it on the same side, but it's a lot easier, I feel like, to coordinate if it's on the same side as your injured leg, and you lean on it like that, it's, man, it makes healing so much faster. So much faster. ADHD accident prone pro tip. Alright, so we're gonna open up the smooth, and we're just gonna make it a little more squash. Just a bit. Nice, you know how to use one. For acting, nice. You know, they are very usable in acting. Doing some old-timey stuff. Too far, too far. Oh no, now it's in the middle! See what other consequences that has. Not many. Okay, but we do need it to be a little bit taller. If truth be told. No one to help you at 3 AM? Damn. Oh, we wanted to go bigger, not smaller. I'm glad you have a cane. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I forget everyone's not married. Duh. I feel like the edges... should take these... maybe pull it in a little bit. Then push it all up. Better. No. Select the loop. Thank you. No. Thank you. Tiny bit bigger. Just pushing and pulling until it's just right. This is good. This is pretty acceptable. It's like a itty bitty more. And then maybe we could pull that in a little more too. Pushing them verts. Yeah, I'm pushing them verts. I'm hanging out with a group of friends tomorrow. They'll be able to help me. Yeah, ask for help. Ask for help. Nice gamer. Alright. It's kind of nice. It really makes me want to now add it in there too. I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't bother. But leads, you know, it's also going to be different on each side. Don't do it. Don't do it. Alright. It ain't worth it. Trust me. Oh yeah, shots. I need to do that too. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, much better. Dope. Well, we don't pick them up, but we sure do select them. I feel like the activation could be a little further away. Oh, we need... Oh no, because if it's only... It only removes it. It only removes it if it's the same one. So we actually need to go back to exited and make sure that it removes it still. Also, can we turn off the EtterCap navigation debug? We're in good shape with that. As for the crate, it's fine. Go to the player and say that on exited, if activatable is crate, make sure that outline is false. Hopefully that is good. So if we move too far away, oh dear. Oops. Oh, but if we move too far forward also. So wait, where is that collision shape exactly? Remind me? I mean, it's pretty big. But I guess I can see why it's not good enough. I mean, could we just do it like that instead? It seems suboptimal in many ways. There, that's better. I don't think I was really thinking. I was just, oh, you know what? I tried to duplicate to save on collisions the player's collision shape. That's why. And I wanted to work with the really long one. But it's maybe a bit too long. Well, let's see. I think it's too long. Ooh. But still, it's calling an exited? Gotcha, Kane. Never used it for your left leg before. It's awkward. Oh, yeah. If you're right-handed, yeah, that can be awkward. Why would it be exiting right there? Kind of surprises me a bit. I mean, I don't really know. Well, that didn't work. We could also say, if it's crate and last activatable is the same or something. Highlighting can be super annoying. I feel like activatable might be your mistake. Because remember, it's been updated at this point. So just out of curiosity, try that for me. Worse. Much worse. Less activatable name. Current this. Why is the if part? What does the if part say on this else? What does it say? It says, you're asking me to read it out loud, rubber ducky style. Currently it says if the last one is a crate. Hide the current one. Huh. Which one is nil? The if for the else on 161 isn't on screen. Oh, I see what you're asking now. Gotcha. Imagine walking into your hangout with your cane and everyone wondering what you did. Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, your friends should be cool about it. Like, people have to use assistive devices. If they're, I mean, look, two things. Number one, if you're worried about them judging you, your friends are trash. Okay, not trash, but they need to be educated. Number two, if you're just worried about them finding out and your plan is to try to hide it, then that's on you, unfortunately. Like, you know, you're just going to prolong the healing process or delay it if you're not willing to rest. I understand the anxiety though, because now you have to like explain it and it's embarrassing. Like, that sucks. Not that you owe anyone an explanation. But still. It'd be cool with it. You're not worried. You're just saying this will be funny. Because they'll be like, what happened? Yeah. Oh, that'll be nice. So, you never know. A friend might offer to help you. Too. You know? Make up an obvious lie for why you have it and tell everyone different stories. Chaos. Absolute chaos. I can kind of respect it though. I just want to see what's actually happening here. I just need the word exiting in there so the filter works. Okay. Last is crate 8. Next is crate 8. Oh, the shelf. That could be part of it too. So when you broke your butt while sleeping. I guess that makes sense. You roll out of bed or something. Alright, I actually have to stop. Almost. I pretty much almost have to stop. You don't even know how it happened is the thing. It just started hurting gradually and getting worse. And you went to a doctor too. Good job going to a doctor. Dang, that sucks. Yeah, very impressive. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna get to finish this particular aspect today. It is very interesting that it keeps bumping into the shelf. So I think we need a different oh no, let's look at the video. I think I need to, thanks, I forgot. We need to, is it long? It's a little long. And you want sounds and stuff too? It's kind of quiet. Anyway, you're not missing much. Oh, I love the fan Very creepy looking. Oh, it's kind of gross. I love those doors. This house looks good. Nice flashlight. I love the lighting. Got that. Vending machine. It looks really, really good. Really, really nice. Yeah, I gotta hurry up. But we wanted to show this off. Excellent progress. Excellent progress. Alright, I gotta pause it there. Thank you, y'all, for being here. If you're on YouTube and you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. If you're on Twitch, stick around. We're going to do a raid. And yeah, so what did I get done today? I got done some things. We got vertical climbing on the monster, which I love to see. Oh man, these boxes everywhere. Interesting. So the monster will actually go up and chase you up here. What in the world? Super awesome. That's what I spent most of the day on. I'm super proud of it. We began boxes, but they're gonna need a lot more attention before they're done. So I'll try to work on it a little bit before Friday, but Friday's the next stream when I will be public working on the game. Remember, do your pre-submissions, all that stuff. Thank you all for being here. Alright, so YouTube. Let's see if someone is streaming. I might try to at least point you in a direction of somebody who's streaming. I have a feeling RJ might be streaming. RJ is streaming, so if you're on YouTube and you want to keep the party going, go to RJ and say that we sent you. RJL streaming, the person who's working on Serious Star Fox. So yeah, go check him out, YouTube. He's working on a cool game. And let him know. Let him know that you came here from Hyper Game Dev Stream. I could also, maybe I'll reach out to RJ and ask if we can do redirects. Let me try to do a redirect. Let's try to set up a redirect. Let's see if we can pull it off.